Chapter 631, Long-Armed King Kong. Turmoil in Riptide City. Beasts in the Ancient Forest. 5. In the end, Emperor Mew had a slight advantage, and Dinos was sent flying, rolling on the ground in a rather embarrassed manner. "Not bad, it seems both of you have improved." A voice rang out, and both Dinos and Emperor Mew revealed surprised expressions. "Sir Levi!" They saw Levi descending from the sky. His cultivation was still at the second circle, with no apparent difference from the last time. However, the current Levi exuded a more serene and composed aura. "Let's not talk about it. Don't use your second circle wizard abilities, just rely on the strength of knights to have a friendly match. Let me see the gap between you, who has broken through the legendary constraints, and me." Emperor Mew clenched his fists, eager to try. On the other side, Dinos felt the same way. He knew he wasn't Levi's match, but with Emperor Mew joining, they might have a chance against Levi, who had broken through the legendary constraints. "Sure, both of you, come at me together." Levi smiled faintly, not refusing the challenge. "Are you sure? Both of us together? My golden spine bone has completely fused with me. Even a second circle wizard might accidentally be broken through by me. Be careful," Emperor Mew warned. "Bring it on." Levi made a beckoning gesture. "We won't hold back." Dinos gripped his golden greatsword, and Emperor Mew, with his fists covered in golden spine bone, charged toward Levi. Levi flexed his muscles. To keep a low profile, he pretended to exert his full strength, probably using only 10% of his power. Then, boom! Levi struck with a palm. Emperor Mew staggered backward, nearly falling. At the same time, Levi caught Dinos's greatsword strike, clapped the greatsword away, and unleashed the power of golden revolving slash. Dinos's tiger's mouth cracked, blood streaming out. Levi directly took the greatsword, flicked his finger, and the greatsword shot towards the wall where Emperor Mew was slammed into. Emperor Mew's golden spine bone transformed into a bone shield, blocking the greatsword attack. He was sent crashing into the wall of the training ground. "Cough, cough. You're truly a monster. Is this the strength after breaking through the legendary constraints?" Emperor Mew admired. "Yes, keep it up," Levi encouraged. "Sir Levi, what wind brought you here?" Old Golden Lion walked out of the castle, his face pale. "Sir Leon, you don't look too good. Is something wrong?" Levi inquired. "No worries. Last time, when we joined forces with the Wham family to attack the Al-Hid family, that guy Lehman played a trick on me. I got injured, but I've mostly recovered by now. Lehman is injured too, no better than me." Old Golden Lion chuckled. Levi thought, "Your injuries don't look like minor wounds, it seems like a severe blow to your spiritual force could cause such injuries." "I came to the Yellow Earth continent for some business and planned to stay in Lion King City for a while," Levi said. "That's very welcome," Leon chuckled. He was currently lacking a second circle wizard like Levi. In reality, Levi also wanted to leverage the strength of the Golden Lion Jostar family to deal with Lehman. Relying solely on himself was still somewhat dangerous. However, if he hid within the Golden Lion Jostar family, during the next battle against the Al-Hid family, he could seize the opportunity to assassinate Lehman. After a brief greeting with Old Golden Lion, Levi temporarily left Lion King City and headed to the ancient forest. With his current strength, he could probably easily penetrate the ancient forest. It was time to collect those transcendent creatures to avoid unforeseen circumstances. In the ancient forest, the primeval forest here was dense with towering trees, and occasional roars of terrifying beasts echoed. This was one of the forbidden areas in the Yellow Earth continent, where first circle transcendent creatures often appeared, and even second circle ones could be occasionally spotted. At the center of the ancient forest, there was a steep rocky mountain. Cracks of lightning permeated the dark clouds above the mountain, and lightning struck the summit from time to time. Under the mountain, some transcendent creatures were gathered, bowing down before a powerful figure bathed in thunder on the mountain's peak. Among these creatures was a three-horned dragon king, resembling a house-sized beast. At the mountain's summit, a bipedal flying dragon with wings of wind and thunder danced amid flashes of lightning. In the distance, beneath a concealed array, a wizard wearing a black robe with freckles on his face, his complexion flushed, was leaning against a robed witch with rose patterns. They watched the beautiful creatures dance in the thunder. This is the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon, a rare transcendent creature that combines wind and thunder attributes. Its bloodline is noble, possibly the last of its kind in the endless sea. Such a beautiful and miraculous creature. No wonder you seem so taciturn. You appear to be an appraiser on the surface, but in reality, you're a researcher specializing in transcendent creatures. The witch gazed at the male wizard beside her, his captivating eyes reflecting the image of the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon. She was fascinated. A dedicated man is truly handsome, she thought. She loved wizards who were cultured, honest, and appeared weak but had some peculiar hobbies. Compared to her master, the Flower Knight, who only liked macho men, she appreciated the wizards in the wizard world who lacked what she considered masculine beauty. Chapter 632, Long-Armed King Kong. Turmoil in Riptide City. Beasts in the Ancient Forest. 6. In the present day, the Flower Knight successfully advanced to the 6th circle, becoming a high-level primordial soul wizard. In the Endless Sea, there were even fewer people she would consider. Newt was still a good choice. Such a wizard, though not easy to open up to, once allowed into his world, would be treasured forever. Newt, when are you going to tame it? I really want to ride with you and enjoy the breeze, the Rose Witch said with starry eyes, looking at Newt. Newt replied seriously, with my current strength, the probability of defeating the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon is less than half. For the sake of our safety, we can only appreciate it for now. Besides, the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon is a spirit of wind and thunder in the sky, and the sky is its better home. Okay, didn't expect this guy to be so powerful, the Rose Witch pouted, then her mouth opened slightly. Newt did the same. At an unknown time, a figure fell from the high sky like a shooting star. Breaking through the dark clouds, bathed in lightning, an endless thunderous snake trailed behind him. He seemed to transform into a thunder god. In the blink of an eye, this figure landed a foot on the back of the wind. Thunder Winged Dragon. Groundbreaking. Boom. The Wind Thunder Winged Dragon seemed to be hit by a meteorite. Its whole body began to fall from the high altitude, crashing onto the mountaintop. At that moment, it seemed like thunder had lost its sound. Simultaneously, another mountain-like mountain giant descended from the high sky. The giant rode on the back of the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon, firmly suppressing it. The figure bathed in lightning swung out a black curtain, tightly entwining the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon. Then came the sounds of a vigorous battle. Do you yield? Follow me, and there will be only benefits for you, no harm. Don't believe me? Ask this big guy. Give you 1 minute, make a dragon's covenant, acknowledge me as the master dragon. Still thinking of resisting? Bold creature, it seems you don't quite understand the current situation. Bo Gang, break its tail for me, and shock it. I'll show you my Thunderbird. Who doesn't know a lightning spell? If my glacial finger goes down, you might die. Don't resist in vain. Follow me, and I'll treat you well. The more you defy me, the more excited I get. Let me see where your limits lie. In the end, the battle at the mountaintop finally concluded. Raja, from now on, you're my dragon. This is Gustav. Get to know each other. Levi looked satisfied as he addressed the obedient Wind Thunder Winged Dragon. Doing it this way earlier could have saved a lot of trouble. After subduing Raja, Levi effortlessly subdued the other nearby transcendent creatures. These beings were all under Raja's command, including the 3-horned Dragon King, one of Raja's left and right guardians. The other guardian was a dragon finch, another rare second circle transcendent creature and also a hybrid of the Dragon Clan. In Raja's territory, there were unexpectedly 3 Dragon Clan hybrids, a pleasant surprise. Ah, the Greenfield Immortal House is full all of a sudden. Levi looked at the crowded Greenfield Immortal House and felt the need to hurry up and buy many Meow Meow House. The journey in the ancient forest yielded rich rewards. Raja resolved the secret medicines for both wind and thunder attributes at once. The 3-horned Dragon King's horn served as a superior substitute for Leviathan's single horn. The Dragon Finch was a superior replacement for the Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard. The other transcendent creatures weren't particularly useful to Levi, but he had already decided to start a personal zoo. As long as the transcendent creatures could fit, he welcomed them all. This way, Levi could enrich his bloodline storage, facilitating his future research and the practice of breathing techniques. After subduing these creatures, Levi arrived at a peculiar place. Smiling, he said, "Inside there, if you don't come out soon, I'll just go in. Chapter 633, Alice's Dream Traversing Ring. Seal's Night. 1. In front of Levi, ripples suddenly appeared in the void. Afterward, 2 individuals abruptly appeared there. Upon seeing the person's face, Levi was slightly surprised. Wizard Newt. Sir Levi. Aren't you an appraiser at Celestial Circle shop? How did you end up in the outer circle area? Aren't you in Area 9? Ah, it's a long story, both of them said in unison. Levi and Wizard Newt were not very familiar, but Levi had a strong impression of Wizard Newt as a serious and earnest wizard. You two know each other, Newt, introduce me. Rosewitch grabbed Newt's arm and said. Newt reacted and then coughed, saying, Sir Levi, this is Miss Rose, my female friend. Rose pinched Wizard Newt's arm and smiled slightly. Hello, I'm Rosewitch, one of the 24 flowers of the Flower Witch, and, by the way, I seem to have heard Violet, that little girl, mention your name. Rose seemed to recall something and then suddenly realized, did you once take a wizard airship with Violet, and together hunted down a dark wizard? Yes, no wonder Miss is so beautiful. It turns out you're one of the 24 flowers. I've heard of your name before, I'm just a nameless small soldier, Levi laughed. Sir Levi, don't be modest. Newt and I together wouldn't dare claim a stable victory against the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon, but you managed to subdue it alone. Your strength is much stronger than what Violet said. It seems you've been hiding your true abilities, Rose chuckled. Levi didn't respond but instead spoke with a serious expression. Both of you, I have no ill intentions, but I don't want today's events to be spread. So, I hope you two can sign a simple confidentiality contract with me. Of course, as compensation, I will provide you with corresponding fees. I understand. No need for payment. If the terms are okay, we'll sign it. The Wind Thunder Winged Dragon is indeed a rare creature sought by many wizards. So, Newt is always careful when checking on it, not wanting other wizards to disturb it. Unexpectedly. Sir, you still found it here, the talkative Rosewitch said. Sir Levi, you will treat the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon well, won't you? Newt asked seriously, his eyes filled with anticipation. Of course. I'll let you know, I'm also a lover of transcendent creatures. I can't even lay a hand on the most ordinary sea beast. If you don't believe me, I'll show you my transcendent creatures. They're all thriving under my care, Levi said. Levi finished speaking and gestured towards the joyful Leviathan, happily spouting water in the lake. Leviathan, do you think following me makes you happy or not? Levi smiled at Leviathan and asked. Leviathan sprayed a mist of water, its head emerging from the surface, nodding happily. Leviathan expressed that, of course, it was happy. Seeing this, Newt hesitated and spoke. I couldn't help but notice the fierceness in your demeanor just now, but it's your right to capture it. I just hope, Sir Levi, that you won't forget your initial intentions, treating these creatures kindly and contributing to the continuity of the transcendent creature population in the wizard world, Newt said. That's just a facade. Those who know me are aware that I am a rather refined and easygoing person. I subdued the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon because I was concerned it might harm the civilians on the Yellow Earth continent in the future, causing innocent deaths, Levi explained. The Wind Thunder Winged Dragon in the Greenfield Immortal House looked at Levi with a touch of sorrow. It had been reigning supreme in the ancient forest, a forbidden area where no one dared to approach. Except for occasional wizards who mistakenly entered or adventurers seeking a death wish, it hadn't harmed a single person. This accusation was completely baseless. He thought, Master Dragon, you can't unjustly tarnish my innocence like this. With this, I can also be at ease. Newt accepted Levi's confidentiality agreement and, under Levi's persuasion, signed it together with Rosewitch. After signing the agreement, Levi smiled and asked, what are your plans? We plan to return to the Sword Flower Tower, things outside have become too chaotic, Rosewitch said, and Newt nodded. Suddenly, Levi remembered something and asked, Lord Newt, do you know if Minnie Meow Meow House and Gargamel's Book of Seals from the Celestial Circle shop are still intact? These two wizard tools were very useful to Levi, and he had been thinking about them. Newt sighed and said, the Celestial Circle shop where I used to work was robbed by a dark wizard. The precious wizard tools inside are now scattered elsewhere. Hearing this, Levi felt intense anger. Damn dark wizards! Now the Greenfield Immortal House was almost at its limit. The mountain giant, Gustav, and the wind thunder winged dragon were all large creatures. The limited space available was not enough for them to move freely, it was like being in a zoo with restricted movement within a confined space. These transcendent creatures were Levi's treasures. Despite extracting their blood and grinding their horns, he loved them dearly. He wanted to provide them with a better living environment. I was planning to buy them when I had the money, but now it seems unlikely, Levi sighed. Sir Levi, I have a hereditary spatial wizard tool here. Honestly, the living conditions for your transcendent creatures seem a bit subpar. My spatial wizard tool is no less inferior to Mini Meow Meow House. If you need it, I can sell it to you, Wizard Newt said. Chapter 634, Alice's Dream Traversing Ring. Seal's Night. 2. How can I accept this? Levi's mind stirred. My wizard tool has been around for quite some time. Back when I was a transcendent animal scholar, I used it. However, after I released those transcendent animals, the wizard tool has been idle. I happen to need money now. Newt spoke seriously, and then, seemingly out of nowhere, a ring appeared in his hand. This is Alice's somnambulist ring. It used to be a 5th circle wizard tool, but due to certain reasons, it's now only a 4th circle wizard tool. Alice was my great-grandmother. She was also a transcendent creature scholar and named many transcendent creatures that are well known today. Unfortunately, she ultimately died at the hands of her beloved transcendent creatures. Newt spoke with complex emotions. He needed money now to advance to a 4th circle wizard. In these turbulent times, this would enable him to stand firm and better protect himself and Rose. His pride prevented him from seeking refuge under Rose and the Sword Flower Tower, and he wanted to rely on himself. Levi looked at Alice's ring, and Newt opened a spatial portal, revealing the scenery inside. Levi gazed at it. This ring was like a mini-secret realm with mountains, plains, lakes, forests, and sky. This ring possesses a large space with dimensions of 5 kilometers in length, 5 kilometers in width, and 3 kilometers in height. Inside, creatures can soar in the sky, swim in the lakes, and run freely on the ground. Various terrains and forests inside provide diverse environments for transcendent creatures, along with a variety of elemental arrays, allowing creatures with different elemental affinities to thrive. Levi felt the elemental power inside that was no less than that of the outside world, confirming Newt's words. It was said that more advanced transcendent creature houses could absorb elemental power from other planes through powerful high-level arrays, nurturing their internal spaces to resemble heavenly realms. I wonder, Lord Newt, how much are you selling it for? Though Levi was tempted, he had to inquire about the price. If it was too high, he needed to save some ether stones for his own cultivation. Although this ring has dropped to the 4th circle, the actual space is still much larger than Mini Meow Meow House. So, my asking price is 400,000 ether stones, Newt stated his price. 400,000, Levi quickly calculated in his mind. He thought for a moment and then asked, can you tell me why the ring dropped in grade? I need to understand this, otherwise, if it drops to the 3rd circle, paying 400,000 for a 3rd circle wizard tool would be a significant loss. Because I couldn't supply the ether stones needed for the internal space array of this ring. The inner world of this ring relies on spatial arrays to transform ether into the elemental powers of earth, fire, wind, and water, creating a small plane. You can think of it as a low-level legendary mage's semi-plane. At first, this spatial array was complete and could draw ether power from the external world without needing ether stones. However, the internal spatial array has deteriorated over the years. Now, the efficiency of drawing external ether power has greatly decreased, causing the volume of the space to slowly shrink. I can only rely on ether stones to compensate, but as an ordinary 3rd circle wizard, my funds are insufficient to support the consumption of this wizard tool. This is indeed a drawback of this spatial wizard tool. I don't want to deceive you, and if you don't want to buy it, that's fine, Newt explained. So, does that mean if the spatial array is repaired in the future, there's a chance for this wizard tool to restore to a 5th circle grade? Levi asked. That is correct. Moreover, this wizard tool itself has growth potential. It was refined by a high-level primordial soul wizard friend of my great-grandmother. If you, in the future, can upgrade the core array inside by injecting more ether stones to expand the space, then this wizard tool has the potential to become a soul artifact. At that time, the space inside might be comparable to some small secret realms. Of course, to upgrade the core array inside, you'll likely need a 5th circle array wizard or even a 6th circle one. Such array wizards are not common in the entire Endless Sea, Newt explained. Wizard Newt's greatest strength and weakness were both sincerity. He straightforwardly explained the drawbacks of the wizard tool to Levi, letting Levi know that he was sincere. By investing 1,000 ether stones into it each year, along with the ether power drawn by the array itself, you can roughly maintain the current size of the space, Newt said. Alright, I'll buy this wizard tool, but we need to sign an agreement, Levi said. Newt nodded. After that, Levi gave 400,000 ether stones to Newt. Newt provided Levi with the spell and removed the spiritual force imprint from the ring. Although he didn't get many Meow Meow House, Levi obtained an even better ring. For Levi, this was an unexpected joy. Of course, this also meant that Levi's ether stone assets were now reduced to only 100,000. However, 100,000 was sufficient for his cultivation. After all, the biggest spender, potions, had been mostly covered by Rex. Most of the potions Levi needed for his cultivation no longer required him to spend money. The immediate priority was to cultivate his breathing technique and establish a comprehensive and recyclable transcendent creature bloodline library for himself. With this ring, it would greatly benefit Levi's future cultivation. He valued the long-term benefits more than the immediate gains. Chapter 635, Alice's Dream Traversing Ring. Seal's Night. 3. As for the annual ether stone consumption, it was still within Levi's manageable range at the moment. Waiting until he gained a more advanced knowledge inheritance of arrays, he might be able to restore Alice's ring. After the transaction was completed, Newt and the Rose Witch left together. Watching their departing figures, Levi felt a sense of desolation within. Fortunately, I have these lovely little companions to accompany me. After carefully using his spiritual force to inspect the space inside Alice's ring and confirming there were no issues, Levi introduced an ordinary transcendent creature into it. He let it live inside for a while. If it remained unharmed, it would indicate that the wizard tool was indeed usable. Subsequently, Levi left the ancient forest. From now on, this place is no longer forbidden. In the 1056th year of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of the Northern Wind, Levi had been away from Riptide City for almost half a year. So far, there had been no military personnel coming to find him. Therefore, Levi had no plans to return temporarily. When the situation stabilized, and he firmly entered the third circle wizard stage, perhaps then he could consider going back. The turmoil in Riptide City continued. The entire city was now divided into two factions, the Blue Dragon faction and the Thunder faction. Since Levi left last time, the Thunder faction had launched several attacks against the Blue Dragon faction, but they were all repelled by the Blue Dragon Lady. The Dragon Tea Party, a clandestine organization cultivated by the Blue Dragon Lady, played a crucial role. She replaced the city's upper echelon with wizards she trusted from the Dragon Tea Party. On the other hand, the Thunder Spear, with the support of their family, recruited another group of people. However, there was no information about Huffman and the others in the intelligence Levi obtained. He could only silently hope that everything was well. In troubled times, staying alive was a victory. In Lion King City, Levi rented a mansion for a long term and set up his array. In the past 6 months, he diligently cultivated, advancing steadily toward the stability of the 8th level in ether meditation. His spiritual force was also gradually growing. With the expansion of spiritual force, Levi clearly felt that his mind seemed to be increasingly swollen. No wonder they say that from the third circle onwards, one needs to continuously compress the expanding spiritual force within the body. If not compressed, the improvement of spiritual force will hit a bottleneck. Only by raising the quality of spiritual force can the quantity be further increased. Of course, Levi's current 86 points of spiritual force were still a bit away from that step. Spiritual force gasification, how to transform the elusive spiritual force. Indeed, it's a difficult problem. Alas, this is the disadvantage of not being part OT in organization. If I were in some power tool organization, there would definitely be knowledge on how to gasify spiritual force. The Golden Lion Jostar family should have this knowledge. Levi planned to trade with Old Golden Lion after some time. The method of spiritual force gasification did not have a unified standard. Therefore, different wizard organizations might have different methods of gasification. Relying solely on Lake Fairy Potion, it was still not enough for a successful gasification. Levi needed to increase the success rate from other aspects. He wanted to advance to the third circle in one go without any failure. In addition to the improvement in spiritual force, Levi's strength rune had also reached level 4 through cultivation. Levi, strength rune, level 4, 1/20,000, special effect, Horned Bull Constellation Power, level 4. The level 4 Horned Bull Constellation Power could amplify strength by 30%, which slightly surprised Levi. He remembered that before reaching level 3, each level increased the amplification by 5%. However, from level 3 to level 4, it directly jumped from 20 to 30%. It seems like level 4 is a turning point, and from now on, it will be a 10% increase per level. Although the improvement in the strength rune was relatively small, there was no upper limit, and it seemed that it could be cultivated indefinitely. Moreover, there were no side effects. Consequently, continuous cultivation would bring substantial improvements in strength. With a 30% amplification from the strength rune, 100% from the red lotus blood, 200% from the giant whale form, 100% from King Kong's wrath, 10% from the favored by the night form, and around 100% from the 9 swords Azura. If everything is in an ideal state, with all forms activated, I can achieve a 540% amplification of strength. However, most of the time, Levi didn't need to activate all forms. With a punch from me, most third circle wizards might die, Levi mumbled to himself. He caressed the fourth ring on his right hand, Alice's ring. Currently, Levi's progress as a 10-ringed knight had reached 4 out of 10. Trembling Ring, Sea Demon Ring, Ring of the Wind Spirit, Alice's ring. Within the small world inside Alice's ring, Gustav and Leviathan roamed in the lake, Raja circled in the sky, trailing the power of wind and thunder. Mountain giant Bogong slept silently in a small valley. This gave Levi the illusion of being a creator. How large would the wizard demi-plane of a legendary wizard be, he longed in his heart. According to legends, gods had their own divine realms, where angels resided. The concept was similar to this storage item containing a small world. During this period, Levi categorized all the transcendent creatures he possessed. In the future, Alice's ring would become his secret bloodline repository. The Greenfield Immortal House became the nurturing ground for young saint scorpions and red-faced sea ghost spiders. Chapter 636, Alice's Dream Traversing Ring. Seal's Night. 4. Levi stood up and walked outside the mansion. The 3 brothers from the Fur clan had already advanced to the rank of Grand Knight and were currently training in the mansion. His experiment with knight advancements had achieved initial success, but it was only the beginning. In the future, Levi aimed to follow in the footsteps of Ms. Rowling and compile various transcendent paths for knight advancements based on his existing breathing techniques. The ultimate goal for each path was the primordial ancestor. Every path's nodes would be the knight realm systems created by Levi. Breaking through these nodes would require corresponding knight advancement medicines and knight training secret medicines. Advancement medicines were used to break through the maximum limit of breathing techniques, while training secret medicines were used for daily practice, analogous to breakthrough potions and meditation supplementary potions for wizards. In this way, Levi would gradually establish hundreds of different knight advancement elixir systems. Inspired by miracle wizards, bloodline dharma bodies, and the seal systems of the 4 great families, Levi considered using the proficiency panel to create a system that fused the spiritual and physical, spells, and bloodlines. For example, incorporating the glacial finger into the bloodline of the frost giant or integrating the 5 fireballs technique into the red lotus bloodline. This system, known as bloodline wizard or seal knight, would enable spells, like seals, to be activated using the power of bloodlines, enhancing casting speed and reducing spiritual force consumption. This system could open up a new transcendent path by combining the strengths of knights and wizards, innovating continuously and pushing the limits. This was Levi's ultimate path of evolution. A true ultimate being must have flawless spiritual force and physical body, with no weaknesses. Of course, the idea was perfect. Unfortunately, Levi was still too weak. His realm, perspective, and knowledge were insufficient to support this concept. After reaching the third circle, Levi would gradually explore the deeper layers of the wizard world, allowing him to start his research on the innovative path. "Master, Lord Ryan is looking for you," Tiga informed Levi as he emerged from seclusion. Understood, I'll go to the Golden Lion Castle. Golden Lion Castle. In the conference hall, all the high-ranking members of the Golden Lion Jostar family gathered: 2 third circle wizards, 7 second circle wizards, along with Dinos and Emperor Mew. Compared to some time ago, old Golden Lion's complexion had improved, and his spirit appeared fuller. Although his injuries seemed to be healing well, a hint of anxiety furrowed his brow. Upon seeing Levi's arrival, Lion's face lit up. "What's the matter, Sir Leon?" Levi inquired. "Sir Levi, I received information that Lehman obtained the assistance of a senior third circle wizard from Black Sun Atom. They've already launched an attack on the Wham family. If Wham falls, we, the Golden Lion Jostar family, will be next. I want to send reinforcements to Wham, but I'm afraid of falling into Lehman's trap, leaving Lion King City vulnerable in defense. I know you have formidable strength, being a second circle wizard and excelling in the way of knights. I would like to ask for your help." Alvin's plea was evident, the critical moment had arrived. "Please speak, Sir Leon. Within my capabilities, I'm more than willing to lend a hand." Levi had already guessed what Leon wanted him to do. In the upcoming process of spiritual force gasification, Levi would also seek Lion's assistance. This was a good opportunity for Levi to incur a favor from Leon. "If Lehman sends someone to attack Lion King City, I request your assistance," Leon stated. In order to confront the formidable Lehman and the senior third circle wizard, both Leon and another third circle powerhouse from the family would have to leave. Leon feared that without the protection of third circle wizards, Lion King City might not withstand an assault. Although Levi was only a second circle wizard, judging by his casual defeat of Dinos and Emperor Mew, his strength seemed to surpass that of most third circle wizards. Therefore, with Levi guarding Lion King City, Leon felt relatively assured. "No problem, I will do my best to protect Lion King City," Levi declared. With his current strength, there was little to fear on the Yellow Earth continent. Even if Lehman came, Levi might not be an opponent to be reckoned with, especially with Raja and Bo Gang, 2 powerful third circle guardians, by his side. "Thank you so much. Sir Levi, the favor you're rendering to the Golden Lion Jostar family will not be forgotten," Leon expressed his gratitude solemnly. "Don't mention it. After your triumphant return, I have a favor to ask as well, but we'll discuss it later," Levi replied. Golden Lion nodded. "Sure, anything that the Golden Lion Jostar family can fulfill, feel free to ask." The situation was urgent. Leon, accompanied by another third circle powerhouse from the family, left promptly, heading toward the Wham family's territory. Before departing, Levi reminded Leon not to kill the Silver Frost Ice Ape if Lehman was defeated, as it had significant utility. Leon agreed. The remaining wizard forces flew from Lion King City to the frontline battlefield. Emperor Mew and Dinos also joined the campaign. Chapter 637, Alice's Dream Traversing Ring. Seal's Knights. 5. These 2 individuals were passionate about fighting. Emperor Mew, in particular, believed that battles were an excellent way to break through legendary constraints. However, Levi, well versed in the Dao of survival, did not entirely agree with this perspective. Before long, nearly the entire elite force of Lion King City, except for a few second circle wizards who stayed behind, poured out of the city. Levi returned to the wizard tower, focusing on his own cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Levi was uncertain about the current situation of the Wham family. However, he knew that, as Leon had anticipated, Lehman had likely foreseen the reinforcements sent by Leon to support the Wham family. This made Lion King City vulnerable, and Lehman had probably dispatched a force of dark wizards, currently en route. Levi was confident about this because the hair on his arm stood on end, indicating the impending arrival of a moderate yet tangible danger upon Lion King City. The wizards remaining in Lion King City, however, were still blissfully unaware. Sighing, Levi sent the Fur clan into the Greenfield Immortal House and headed alone towards the sea. He intended to assess the enemy's strength, and if it was mediocre, he would eliminate them effortlessly. Near Lion King City, in the vast sea. Underwater. A submarine-like magical ship sailed in the pitch-dark depths of the deep sea. The surface of the ship was covered with various arrays, showcasing advanced technology. At the bow of the ship, a wizard dressed in black sun robes stood proudly, accompanied by an ice ape. It was Lehman of the Al-Hid family. This magical ship is quite impressive, sailing silently through the boundless sea depths. Old Golden Lion should have already left Lion King City. Wham family has a senior third circle wizard assigned to me by the teacher, enough to handle any situation. When Old Golden Lion returns, Lion King City should be gone. I can't wait to see his frustrated expression. Lehman felt pleased with himself. Lion King City was Old Golden Lion's painstaking effort, and it housed tens of thousands of ordinary people. The abyss blood within Lehman fueled his desire for slaughter. Lehman had advanced to become a senior third circle wizard, combined with the demonic blood within him. In a one-on-one fight, Old Golden Lion and his group were no match for him. Now that there were no third circle wizards in the city, he could act without restraint. This yellow earth continent ultimately belongs to me. It's a pity this tiny piece of land is merely a springboard for me. Making a name in the endless sea, becoming a figure feared by thousands, that's my goal, just like the teacher. Abyss blood had given Lehman a taste of success, and his ambition was continuously expanding. Suddenly, Lehman felt a not insignificant fluctuation in spiritual force approaching. Could it be that Old Golden Lion didn't leave? Did this guy leave a trump card? Impossible. Lehman wondered. Be on guard, activate the perception spell, there seems to be an enemy approaching our way, Lehman ordered. Suddenly, there was a swooshing sound. A streak of blood flashed by. Lehman's combat awareness was strong, and his reaction was swift. He quickly dodged aside. The streak of blood pierced through the defensive field of the wizard submarine's array, directly penetrating a first circle wizard behind Lehman, pinning them to the deck. Immediately after, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It seemed that someone from a distant place was using hidden weapons. On the wizard submarine, many wizards were instantly killed or injured, enraging Lehman. That sneaky fellow, hiding in the shadows. Come out and face me if you have the guts. Lehman shouted angrily, his face turning crimson with flames. A pretty good reaction, Levi's figure appeared in front of him. He retracted the blood feather bow, having shot 10 arrows, and Lehman had dodged them all. One had to admit, this person really had some skills. Who are you? Why are you opposing me? Do you even know who I am? Lehman sneered, releasing a powerful spiritual force. Lehman Al-Hid, right? Levi asked. Ilu. Good. It would be awkward if I killed the wrong person. Levi spoke and flicked his finger. An attack infused with the power of ice tore through the deep sea, heading straight for Lehman. Lehman's wizard tools and defensive field immediately appeared, blocking Levi's glacial finger. He was shocked. This was clearly a second circle wizard, but his spell almost broke through his defensive field. If he hadn't added an extra layer of wizard tool defense, he might have been hit just now. Of course, despite his shock, Lehman remained composed on the surface. He coldly said, just a second circle wizard, relying on the might of wizard tools, yet daring to be so arrogant. Die! Everyone, attack! Lehman was known for fighting with overwhelming numbers, never choosing a one-on-one duel. Coincidentally, Levi was the same. Come out and fight, everyone! Kill them all, leave nothing behind, and collect all the storage bags. In the Greenfield Immortal House, the Saint Scorpions and red-faced sea ghost spiders swarmed out. In Alice's Ring, Mountain Giant Bogang, Gustav, and Tyrant Il, also appeared. Levi didn't let the transcendent creatures without the power to protect themselves appear on the battlefield to avoid unnecessary deaths. Seeing those Zerg-like creatures, Lehman instantly recalled the last battle. His family had inexplicably lost 2 second circle wizards, and now it seemed that the culprit was the wizard from the School of Insects right in front of him. Chapter 638, Alice's Dream Traversing Ring. Seal's Night, 6. I was originally worried about not finding you, but unexpectedly, you delivered yourself to me. Prepare to die. Lehman waved his hand, and flames surged under the sea, boiling and steaming the nearby water, creating bubbles. Levi's defensive field and layers of defensive spells around him played an excellent protective role at this moment. Even the ordinary attacks from Lehman, a third circle wizard, couldn't break through Levi's spell defenses, let alone Levi's golden snake defense. While Lehman was enraged, he also felt a sense of shock. The person in front of him exuded an eerie aura everywhere, a second circle wizard with the attack and defense power of a third circle. Not only could he control Zerg-like creatures, but also possess powerful mountain giant wizards equivalent to a third circle, and alchemical creatures that charged forward like a storm. Even more terrifying, after a wave of attacks, Lehman was horrified to discover that he couldn't perceive the enemy's presence anymore. How is this possible? Lehman desperately observed his surroundings, and his force field surged. Fear crept into his heart, making him want to escape, yet he dared not act recklessly. The next moment, ripples appeared in the void above Lehman. A 9-meter-tall Dharma idol with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 9 swords, appeared. With unparalleled power, it shattered the wizard airship's spell defense. Then, to Lehman's horror, this figure tore apart his defensive field layer by layer. In an instant, Lehman found himself in a perilous situation. The abyss blood within him boiled, and his entire aura began to rise. I possess the bloodline of a demon lord. Melted mountain! Lehman roared, demonic aura erupting. The flame spells turned into pitch-black demonic flames, steaming in the deep sea. However, unstoppable, the 9 swords entwined with the red lotus hellfire directly cut through the demonic flames, tearing apart Lehman's body, and the saint scorpions surged forth, engulfing Lehman's soul. Ashes scattered, and another silver ashen coin appeared in Levi's palm. Even Lehman, a third circle senior, is no match for me when I'm at my full power. If I had known this, I wouldn't have used the hermit rune to bully Lehman. Maybe I could have tested my limits. Without a doubt, using the hermit rune made the battle more stable, without any suspense. Safety first. My decision was correct, Levi summarized the lessons learned from this battle. Lehman, who had once made him extremely fearful, was nothing more than this now. Under full firepower, Lehman's defense was no match for Levi's supreme attacks. After all, Levi possessed the level 13 Golden Snake, Blood Beast, Red Lotus, King Kong, and his strength, rune language, in dimensions such as strength, speed, and defense were too strong, without any weaknesses. Plus, with a form fully utilizing a more than 500% strength amplification, the outcome of the battle was well within Levi's expectations. No room for complacency. Lehman has just advanced to a third circle senior and was caught off guard by me. In addition, my hellfire restrains abyss blood. If it were another third circle senior wizard, I might not have won so easily. I'm still not strong enough. Levi reflected. On the other side, the battle had also ended. Mountain giants and Tyrant Il, along with Gustav, crushed the low-level wizards brought by Lehman. Levi was now like an entire army on his own. After collecting the silver frost ice ape, Levi inspected the spoils brought by the red-faced sea ghost spider. After confirming everything was in order, he stored them away. Then he completely shattered and incinerated the already broken wizard ship, letting it sink into the abyss, and left the area. Not long after, the coastline of the Yellow Earth continent slowly emerged. It was nighttime, and the lights of Lion King City were shining brightly. No one knew that in the depths of the deep sea, Levi had silently dealt with a formidable enemy that could have brought the city to the brink of destruction. Another day of the cheerful boy next door quietly saving the world, Levi remarked. Chapter 639, New Change in the Interface. Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique. 1. Drifting Wind City. The city of the Wham family was in a mess. Old Golden Lion, clan leader Wham, and the other third circle wizard all looked exhausted. After several days of fierce battles, relying on their numerical advantage and grand arrays, they barely resisted the enemy's attacks. This attack was extraordinary. The enemy was a senior third circle wizard who had been famous for a long time. He had mastered many third circle spells and should be a core member of the Black Sun organization. When the enemy had just retreated, they looked anxious. It seemed that something big had happened. Golden Lion didn't know why the enemy retreated in a hurry. In short, this was a good thing and gave them a chance to breathe. Clan leader Wham, we have to retreat. We have indeed fallen into Lehman's trap. There's a high chance that he has already taken down Lion King City. But no matter what the outcome is, our Golden Lion Jostar family can't abandon Lion King City. Leon said. Dinos, who was bathed in blood, was panting heavily. After this fierce battle, he was covered in wounds. If it weren't for his legendary Imite physique, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Let's go, father. Sir Levi is strong, but he is no match for Lehman. We have to go back and save our city and Levi, Dinos said. Old Golden Lion, I'll return with you to save Lion King City, clan leader Wham said. He had seen the righteousness of the Golden Lion family. Now that the crisis of his family was temporarily resolved, he could not be ungrateful. Thank you. After this calamity, the friendship between our two families will definitely improve. And that damn Al-Hid family will definitely disappear from the Yellow Earth continent. After Old Golden Lion finished speaking, he quickly returned with the army. Emperor Mu followed behind the army with an excited expression. He felt that he was about to break through the legendary barrier. As expected, battle is the best teacher. My fusion with the golden spine bone has become even closer. The golden spine bone is too strong, Emperor Mu thought to himself. A spine that seemed to be made of gold lay dormant within his body. There were branches on both sides of the spine, and it was like a 100-legged centipede. Emperor Mu could sense the life and energy fluctuations in the golden spine. Bone. As his spine squirmed, traces of pale golden blood flowed into Emperor Mu's blood vessels and fused with him. Even now, Emperor Mu still did not know what this so-called golden spine bone was. After coming to the wizard world, he had relied on the knowledge of the school of life that he had exchanged for and his own use for so long. He felt that this spine might not be the remains of the Golden Knight Gregor, but an independent life form. He suspected that he might have been parasitized by the golden spine bone. Not only him, but the entire Gregor family was able to produce golden blood because of the parasitism of the golden spine bone. That was because the golden spine bone seemed to contain a mysterious power. RNLNT. Golden spine bone. Now, in Emperor Mu's body, other than his already legendary holy ape blood, the newly born golden blood seemed to be catching up. He didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. He only knew that because of the addition of his spine, his strength was constantly increasing. To him, who was very untalented as a wizard, this was the only way for him to catch up to his team leader. Emperor Mu was also a proud son of heaven in the human world. Although he had been at the bottom of the wizard world for decades, he still had his pride. Since I've chosen this path, even if I'm wrong, I have to walk it to the end. Without the golden spine bone, I wouldn't be where I am today. The two branches on both sides of Emperor Mu's spine emitted a rustling sound as they drilled out from behind Emperor Mu and silently entered. When Old Golden Lion led a group of people to Lion King City, they could not help but be stunned. Why is Lion King City so quiet? It doesn't look like a battle at all. There must be a trap, clan leader Wham said. Indeed, Lehman hates Lion King City to the core. While we are being stalled, he will definitely not give up the opportunity to attack Lion King City, Old Golden Lion said doubtfully. However, when they probed Lion King City with their perception, they realized that it was quiet inside. There were no signs of a fight on the streets or buildings. Even the second circle wizard stationed in Lion King City seemed to be cultivating. He did not look like he had just fought a battle. Could it be that Lehman didn't come? Old Golden Lion was suspicious. In the end, they entered the city and saw Levi guiding the white wolf girl in the courtyard. Sir Levi? Is Lehman not here? Old Golden Lion asked. Is Lehman here? Levi looked around. Strange, looks like I was overthinking. Old Golden Lion heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed a lot. Sir Leon, I wonder if the previous promise is still valid. Levi suddenly asked in embarrassment. Leon nodded and said, of course it's effective. The Jostar family will pay their debts. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. Alright, then I'll look for you another day. I won't disturb you now. You just finished your battle and need to rest and recuperate. Levi smiled and said. Thank you. Leon left with his men and returned to the Golden Lion Castle. Chapter 640, New Change in the Interface. Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique. 2. Clan leader Wham also hurriedly rushed back to his clan. Leader, is Lehman really not here? Emperor Mu asked after everyone had left. What's wrong? Do you think I can defeat a third circle wizard? Emperor Mu thought to himself, that's true. If the leader could cross a major realm and defeat a third circle wizard, his worldview would probably collapse. How could a second circle wizard defeat a third circle wizard? Even if the captain broke through the legendary shackles, he would only be comparable to a second circle wizard. If he wanted to rely on his night cultivation to defeat a third circle wizard, then Emperor Mu didn't dare to imagine. Levi was too kind. He couldn't bear to completely shatter Emperor Mu's last hope. This guy still had the fantasy of catching up to Levi. After Emperor Mu left, he thought that he should go into seclusion this time and try to break through to the realm above legendary in one go. In this realm, Levi called it Bloodthirst. At that time, he should be able to fight Levi. Levi watched Emperor Mu leave. With his realm, he could naturally see that Emperor Mu's current cultivation should be at the peak of legendary, or Blood Awakening Night. However, that golden spine bone is a little strange. Forget it. This is Emperor Mu's own opportunity. It's better than nothing. To Emperor Mu, he had no choice. Levi wasn't worried about anyone else. His spiritual force entered the world of Alice's ring. In an empty space, the Silver Frost Ice Ape was sitting there alone, surrounded by a group of transcendent creatures. Levi was relieved to see that the guy was fine. He gathered all the ether stones he had obtained from the wizards from Lehman and the Alhid family and obtained a total of 100,000 ether stones. They're quite poor. There are only a quarter of Rex in all of them, Levi thought. However, it was understandable. Lehman had been at war with the two families for years, and the military expenditure was huge. If not for the fact that he had snatched many resources from a small wizard family in the early stages, he might not have been able to last long. Lehman, who was controlled by the Abyss blood, was walking step by step into the abyss that had lost its rationality and turned into a killing machine. Fortunately, the benevolent and compassionate Levi had successfully expiated Lehman and sent him to paradise. I destroyed the clan leader of one of the three great clans. For a moment, Levi was also extremely emotional. Other than the ether stone, there were some other gains. Levi was probably worth a lot of money. Levi took out his special piggy bank and threw the silver coin that Lehman had transformed into it. 2 silver, 2 bronze, and a few iron coins. Let's see what I can summon first. Until now, Levi had never used Ember Call. Let's try using iron coins first. As the power of the Death Ember surged out of the bloodline seed and circulated throughout Levi's body, Levi's left eye turned grey again. He held the iron coin in his hand and returned to the Ashen World. However, this Ashen World seemed to be a little different from before. It was more real. He looked at the wizard tower where he lived. Ashes were falling everywhere, covering the ground. The Lion King city outside was the same. The grey sky, the billions of falling ashes, the twinkling bonfires in the city, and the grey, ash-covered bay. In this empty and lonely wilderness, lifelessness was the only main theme. Levi looked at his body. It was no different from before. He tried to open the storage ring and found that ordinary rings that could hold dead things could be opened. However, those that could hold living things, be it Alice's ring or Greenfield Immortal House, did not react at all. The Ashen World, a lifeless world. Levi held the iron coin that was filled with vitality in his hand. He roamed around this dead city that was filled with ashes. Until he met a wild dog-like creature in a corner of the city. A living thing. Levi was puzzled. Now, he could confirm that the Ashen World seemed to be a real world. This world seemed to be inextricably linked to the real world he lived in. As for a possessor of the power of Death Ember like him, he could enter. The wild dog-like creature in front of him seemed to be made of ashes. It had no vitality, but it could move like a living creature. Its dark and deep eyes shone with a strange luster. Suddenly, the wild dog opened its mouth. Endless black hair spewed out from its mouth. It was wet and sticky, emitting a foul smell. A woman's face appeared from the hair and smiled. "I'm so hungry, hungry." The woman opened her mouth and made a hoarse and strange sound. Her entire body was facing up and her arms were facing down. She flipped out of the wild dog's mouth and looked up at Levi in a strange posture comparable to the mutant. What ugly thing! Levi was shocked. He threw a big fireball technique over. The flames smashed into the woman's face and roasted her. She let out a howl of pain before her howl stopped. "I'm so hungry, so hungry." She repeated the meaningless words. The fireball technique did not hurt her. Levi's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the high and mighty Death Ember dragon on his iron coin. The power of the Death Ember surged out of his body and turned into black flames. Ashes flew in the fire. Chapter 641, New Change in the Interface. Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique. 3. This power swept through and completely shattered the strange woman's face. I'm so hungry. This time, the woman completely disappeared. There was only a grey crystal left on the spot, and the ground was covered in dust. Levi looked grim. The power of Death Ember can restrain the creatures of the Ashen World. This creature just now can't communicate normally at all. How can I summon it with this iron coin? Levi was depressed. Levi looked at the crystal core on the ground. His intuition told him that the crystal core was most likely useful, but he did not pick it up. The Ashen World was filled with strangeness. It was his first time here, so it was better not to bring anything with him. If not for the fact that spider sensing had no danger warnings so far, Levi would have left long ago. He had a feeling that with the power of the Death Ember, he should be able to leave this world at any time. Levi wandered around Lion King City. He looked at the Golden Lion Castle. This majestic building was exactly the same as the one in the real world, except that it was even more dilapidated and aged. It was covered in ashes. In the castle, there were 2 burning bonfires. From the position of the bonfires, they seemed to belong to the old Golden Lion and another third circle powerhouse in the family. These bonfires are the vitality flames of the living beings in the real world. The stronger one is, the greater their vitality, and the brighter the bonfires. Levi only looked at the Golden Lion Castle from afar and did not approach it. When he wanted to approach, his hair stood on end. Spider sensing had alerted him. There's a terrifying existence in the castle. It seems to be near the 2 bonfires. This world is really strange. Let's quickly try the summoning skill and retreat. From the things on me, I should have come to the Ashen World with my physical body, not with my consciousness. I wonder if the people from the original world can see me now. Levi suddenly fell into deep thought. From the looks of it, all the buildings and dead things in his original world had appeared in the Ashen World. As for those living beings, they were bonfires or embers that decorated the Ashen World. Levi remembered that there was a wizard who was about to die next to him. Now, in his wizard tower, the bonfire seemed to be about to extinguish. After wandering in the city for an unknown period of time, Levi used the power of the Death Ember to kill many strange existences that were hostile to him. He called them Ashen Monsters. After his test, among the many methods he had, whether it was spells or ordinary physical attacks, none of them could cause effective damage to these Ashen Monsters. The effects of these attacks were often weak or simply ineffective. Only the power of the Death Ember breathing technique could completely kill these monsters. An existence that could appear on a coin was indeed extraordinary. After killing many Ashen Monsters, Levi finally encountered a relatively normal-looking existence in a small village in the suburbs of Lion King City. It was a swordsman in armor leaning against the windmill alone. The swordsman's sword was stuck in the side. He rested his chin on his hand and looked ahead, as if he was thinking. Levi's spider sensing was fine, so he asked, "May I know where we are?" The swordsman looked up, his eyes meeting Levi's. He seemed to have not spoken for a long time. After a moment of silence, he said with slight unfamiliarity, "This is Windmill Village, foreigner." Levi realized that the other party also had grey eyes. Could it be that he was also a possessor of the power of Death Ember like him? He had unintentionally come to this Ashen World. Or was this the ash creature mentioned in the Ember Call? Windmill Village did not seem to exist in the real world. Of course, there was also a possibility that it had once existed, but it was drowned in the dust of the original world's history and appeared in the Ashen World. Levi tried to take out an iron coin. At the same time, the power of the Death Ember in his body flowed throughout his body, ready to attack at any time. Once this person was hostile to him, the power of the Death Ember would erupt and kill him. So far, other than the dangerous existence of the Golden Lion Castle, all the Ashen Monsters Levi had encountered were no match for him. Basically, it could be concluded that the power of the Death Ember had a great restraining effect on the existence of the Ashen World. Foreigner, hiring the strongest grey swordsman in the Windmill Village. One iron coin is not enough. The swordsman smiled and shook his head, but he did not make a move. Levi tentatively took out 2 iron coins. "Foreigner, don't hide it. How much money do you have?" "Take it out," the swordsman said with a smile. Levi hesitated for a moment before taking out 2 copper coins and 2 silver coins. The swordsman nodded and said, "1 silver coin for each attack." At this moment, Levi smiled and asked, "How do I know if you're worth this price?" What a joke! The vitality of a third circle wizard could only be synthesized into 1 silver coin. This thing was not cabbage. I see that you're also carrying a sword on your back. I believe you're also a swordsman, right? Why don't the two of us spar? I'll let you know that it's definitely worth it to spend 1 silver coin to hire the grey swordsman Owens of the Windmill Village. The swordsman who called himself Owens stood up. His rusty armor made a scraping sound. He seemed to have sat here for a long time, causing his armor to rust. He pulled out the rusty sword and said, Chapter 642, New Change in the Interface. Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique. 4. Foreigner, the person standing in front of you is the strongest in Windmill Village, the left hand of Baron Megan, the 100 Slayers of Death, and the 3rd Echelon Grey Swordsman, Silver Sword Owens. My sword. Its name is Unyielding Silver Seat. On the rusty greatsword in Owens's hand, a silver light emerged. The rust faded and revealed the original appearance of the unyielding silver seat. There was a silver lion carved on it, looking majestic. His body emitted a mysterious grey power. At this moment, there seemed to be a different light flickering in his eyes. This was a natural swordsman. Levi knew in his heart. In the wizard world, other than him, he had never seen such a powerful swordsman. Levi had many doubts about the Ashen world. He felt that Owens was a good breakthrough point. Moreover, it seemed that Owens, like him, walked the transcendent path similar to knights. But according to Levi's perception, Owens was much stronger than a legendary Emite. Perhaps he could open up a wider path of knighthood from this person. He pulled out Frostmourne and said, The one standing in front of you is, Supreme Knight, nameless, my sword, the name of the sword, Frostmourne. Foreigner, take this. The grey airflow around Owens exploded, and his entire body turned into a grey light. The unyielding silver seat shone with silver light, looking out of place in this ashen world. The silver light tore through the grey space and fought Levi. Clang! The two swordsmen started a competition of sword skills in the open space on the outskirts of the Windmill Village. As soon as he fought Levi, Owens knew that he had met a strong opponent. Ever since he awakened the power of the primordial fire and became a grey swordsman step by step, he had never met such an opponent near the Windmill Village. The other party's sword techniques were either wide-ranging and assembled, with strange strength, or like a storm that annihilated everything, not giving anyone a chance to breathe. Levi was also shocked. He did not expect that in a pure sword skill battle, he, who had mastered the full-level Grey Destruction Cross/, and the Golden Cross/, would meet a swordsman who was on par with his sword skill. The other party clearly did not have the bloodline power of a knight, but a power that Levi had never seen before. He knew that he might have accidentally entered a new world that even wizards might not have discovered. At the very least, according to Levi's current knowledge of wizards, he had never heard of the Ashen World or Grey Swordsman. Of course, it was also possible that Levi's realm was too low and his knowledge was shallow. In short, this world should be unfamiliar to most wizards and they had never stepped foot in it. The battle lasted for a long time. Night had fallen in the Ashen World. The grey sky turned pitch black, and the last bit of light disappeared into the horizon. After countless rounds, Levi, who had the level 12 Silver Mountain Dragon and the Maya breathing technique, finally had better endurance. He would defeat this powerful grey swordsman. The grey swordsman named Owens held his sword with both hands and panted heavily. He looked surprised and didn't dare to believe it. Although you're not the first foreigner I've seen, you're the strongest foreigner I've ever seen. No wonder you can take out precious silver coins. Forget it. It seems that you don't care about my strength. You can leave. It seems that this silver coin is not something I can earn with my ability. Terrible things will appear at night in this world. It's very difficult for a foreigner like you to survive the night. Go back quickly. Owens was a little discouraged. He sat down again and leaned against the windmill like a statue. If I give you this silver coin, you can follow me out of here? Levi asked. Yes. I once followed a foreigner and briefly saw their world. It was beautiful, colorful, and full of vitality. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a place. Owens said. He seemed to be recalling the past. His face was melancholic and filled with emotions. Then I'll give you a copper coin. Can I ask you some questions? Although Levi had won, he did not show any arrogance. He still smiled kindly. You'll give me a copper coin for just a few questions? Are you lying to me? Owens asked. Levi threw a copper coin over. Owens caught it, thought about it, and said, "Ask away. I can tell you everything I know." Levi thought to himself, "Looks like I've bought enough copper coins. Where are we?" "Windmill Village, didn't I tell you?" "I'm asking, where is this world, or rather, this plane?" "I'm not sure about that. I grew up in the Windmill Village. Only when I went to war with Baron Megan did I learn about the places outside Windmill Village. There are many dangerous monsters outside the village, and the adults don't let us out. You should know the name of the city next to it, right?" Levi pointed at Lion King City and asked. "Oh, that's Megan City, Baron Megan's city. However, that place is occupied by monsters called Deathfall. The city is filled with monsters. Those guys are very difficult to kill and especially difficult to deal with," Owens said. "Megan City. It's clearly Lion King City. The Deathfall he mentioned should be those strange things I killed. It seems that it's tough for the natives of this world to kill those damned things," Levi thought. Chapter 643, New Change in the Interface. Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique. 5. You called me a foreigner. Have you met any other foreigners who are much like me? Levi asked. "I saw one a long time ago. When I was fighting outside, that foreigner seemed to be called Ash Knight." At this, Levi's heart skipped a beat. This world might be more complicated than he had imagined. It was not just the realm of the unbelievers in the wizard world. Even the human world could enter this place. It was even possible that existences from other multidimensional planes could step into this place. One of the ways to enter this place was to use the Ashen power. However, Levi's power of ashes had already fused with the power of the undying bird into the Death Ember power. Ash Knight was the ancestor of Hog, a legendary knight of the East Pole Empire. Unexpectedly, he had also been here. Where did the Ash Knight go? I'm not sure, Owens said. He has about the same strength as you, but he's a lot weaker. What are those grey crystal cores that fall to the ground after death? Levi asked. When Owens heard this, he took out a rough cloth bag and carefully opened it. A crystal core appeared in Owens' palm. This is a fallen crystal. After some dead people are killed, their power condenses with ashes as the core and turns into a fallen crystal. The fallen crystal can be used for cultivation. I can demonstrate it to you. Owens held a grey crystal core in his hand and chanted a complicated incantation. Streams of grey airflow slowly surged into Owens' body. But we seem to be the only ones who can cultivate, Owens said. I'm not sure you foreigners can use it. Levi nodded. Then what's the use of this copper coin to you? This is the coin of life. If we grey swordsmen want to break through to a higher level, we need such things. Coins of life can also be used for cultivation. The effect is better than fallen crystals. Unfortunately, in our world, there are too few coins of life. They are passed down from ancient times. I see. Thank you for clearing my doubts. Can you come back to my world with me now? Levi asked. Owens seemed to be used to foreigners like Levi. It seemed that many foreigners had been here before. Yes, I can use the coin of life as a medium to reconstruct my body. I can temporarily descend into your world. After the coin of life is burned, I will return automatically. I can't escape this world, Owens said. After communicating with Owens, Levi knew that the better the ashen coins he used, the stronger Owens would be after his descent. 1 silver coin was enough for Owens to descend to his world with 2/3 of his strength. If it was a better dollar, it could fully descend. Do I have to come to this world every time I summon you? Before leaving, Levi asked. The Ashen world was too strange. He didn't want to come anymore. Of course not. All you have to do is hold the coin of life and say the name of my sword and my real name, Unyielding Silver Seat Owens. Then I can descend. Owens said. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He seemed to want to see the outside world again. Levi nodded and waved with a smile. Goodbye, the strongest swordsman in Windmill Village. Goodbye, foreigner. You can summon me more when you get the chance. I'm very free. Don't worry about disturbing me. Owens leaned under the windmill and waved. Levi's figure turned into ashes and dissipated in front of Owens. The outside world. He muttered to himself, feeling down. Lion King City. In the Wizard Tower. Levi opened his eyes and looked at the normal mansion and the Fur clan's training outside. Algerta! Levi shouted. Master, I'm here. Algerta hurriedly jogged over. Did I do anything abnormal just now? Levi asked, confusing Algerta. Master, I don't know. You seemed to be in the wizard tower just now and didn't come out. Algerta scratched his head in puzzlement. Hearing this, Levi understood. Ever since he entered the Ashen world in the wizard tower, he had stepped into an alternate world that was related to the original world but did not interact with it. Therefore, although he was wandering around the Lion King city of the Ashen world, he would not be seen by the people of this world. That's fine, but that Ashen world is too strange. If it wasn't to experiment with the Ember Call, I really wouldn't want to stay for a moment longer, Levi muttered to himself. Then, he held an ordinary iron coin in his hand. Unyielding silver seat Owens. Then, the iron coin in Levi's hand began to burn like incense. White smoke surrounded the wizard tower. Then, the smoke gradually condensed into a small person that was only 1.5 meters tall. It was Owens, who had just parted. I say, foreigner, can't you summon me with silver coins? Owens smiled helplessly. He looked at his small body. Even his sword was taller than him. I'm just experimenting. You can go back when it's time, Levi said with a smile. He had held back. After all, he still didn't know Owen's background very well. If he harmed himself or brought disaster to the wizard world, it wouldn't be the outcome Levi wanted. He just needed to make sure that the Ember Call could be used. Levi used the time to ask Owens some more questions. Chapter 644, New Change in the Interface. Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique. 6. Owens curiously sized up the outside world in the wizard tower. In the end, he reluctantly turned into ashes and left. I'll have another trump card in the future. Owen's strength is comparable to my normal night cultivation. If he unleashes his full strength, he might have the combat strength of a third circle. Next, I'll continue cultivating and advance to the third circle as soon as possible. The next day, Levi went to the Golden Lion Castle and made his request. That was to hope that he could replicate the gasification knowledge of the Golden Lion family's spiritual force. The Jostar family had to pay their debts. Old Golden Lion kept his promise and agreed to Levi's request. However, they asked Levi not to pass it on to anyone else, and the two parties signed a connuialty agreement. Just like that, Levi obtained priceless knowledge. If he went to buy it, he would need at least 100,000 ether stones. However, he had silently saved the Golden Lion Jostar family. It was just that the old Golden Lion didn't know about it, so Levi had no qualms about taking this knowledge. After obtaining the knowledge of the gasification of spiritual force, he also had the formula for the Lake Fairy potion. Levi was only 2 conditions away from advancing to the third circle. His spiritual force had to reach 100 points and the scales of the Lake Naga. He had also asked the Golden Lion Jostar family to help him investigate the traces of the Lake Naga. As soon as they had a clue, they would inform Levi immediately. As such, Levi could cultivate in Lion King City in peace. Although the Al-Hid family tried their best to hide it, the news of Lehman's death still spread not long after. After Golden Lion Senior and clan leader Wham confirmed that the news was true, they decisively sent troops to the Al-Hid family to annihilate all the remaining survivors. At this point, the 3 aristocratic families of the Yellow Earth continent became 2 aristocratic families. The 2 families had completely divided up the Al-Hid family's assets. Levi did not participate in the subsequent revelry. At the same time, in Riptide City, the conflict between Blue Dragon Lady and Thunder Spear was still ongoing. Many Third Circle wizards had died in such an undeserved disaster, let alone low-level wizards. This was also a good thing for Levi. The military had no time to care about him for the time being, so he could grow quickly. He felt that the reason why he could escape unpunished for so long was most likely related to Huffman. Levi would never forget Huffman's kindness. 2 years passed in a flash. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1059, month of beginning. The 23rd year of the Great Expedition. Unknowingly, the 5-sector expedition had already lasted for decades. However, the outcome of the battle was far from decided. This allowed Levi to witness the cruelty and durability of the Civil War. It was the same for the civil war between the Endless Sea and the other wizards in the realm of the unbelievers. chaos. It was the only main theme of this era. However, without the Al-Hid family, the Yellow Earth continent was finally quiet for a period of time. At least, other than some small-scale Dark Wizard organizations, there were no large Dark Wizard organizations above the Third Circle level. In short, the strength of the Righteous Wizards was still far superior to that of the Dark Wizards. However, due to the influence of the Great Expedition and the unexpected Dark and Righteous War this time, the Righteous Wizard was a little passive. There was another very important reason, which was that Dark Wizards did not have any scruples and did not have a bottom line, so it was easier for them to use it. Over the years, some mortal settlements in the wizard world had been massacred by black wizards who cultivated evil spells several times. Lehman's death gave the Righteous Wizards in Area 7 a chance to catch their breath. After recuperating, under the command of the officials, they began to support the Righteous Wizards in the other districts. 69-year-old Levi lived in seclusion and silently cultivated. In 2 years, his spiritual power had reached 91 points, and his spell power had reached 2,700 points. He was getting closer and closer to the upper limit of a second circle wizard. As for the clues of the Lake Naga, he had yet to find them. Fortunately, Levi still had a few years left, so he was not in a hurry. All the spells he had mastered had already been cultivated to the limit, and he had begun to actively research new original spells. He wanted to synthesize a few more spells similar to Glacial Finger and finally fuse them into an S-grade third circle spell that belonged to him. Levi worked hard to collect them on the Path of Knights. In Alice's Ring, his extraordinary bloodline library was quite large. Gustav's blood and the three-horned dragon King's Horn were used for the golden snake breathing technique, while the dragon finch was used to cultivate the red lotus breathing technique. The ice ape and the mountain giant cultivated the King Kong breathing technique. The wind thunder winged dragon cultivated the silver mountain dragon breathing technique and the jade dragon breathing technique. What the black whale needed was still Leviathan's blood. Cultivation would be relatively slow. As for the others, such as the death ember breathing technique, because of the lack of the undying bird bloodline, they also fell into a slow state after level 12. However, overall, Levi's cultivation speed of the night breathing technique was still not slow. Another year passed. In Levi's subsequent cultivation of the breathing technique, due to the powerful blood of the wind thunder winged dragon, the silver mountain dragon breathing technique had reached level 13. After the silver mountain dragon 13 level, Levi's endurance was even longer. Furthermore, the amount of electricity produced by his silver tendon was even more intense. With every move he made, electric currents ran amok around Levi's body, making him look like a low-level thunder spear. Levi. Silver Mountain Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 13, 1/400,000. Special Effect, Mountain Dragon Spine, Level 1, Lightning Remnants. The Mountain Dragon Spine was the advanced form of the Silver Dragon Spine. It was said that the spine of the Silver Mountain Dragon was like a mountain range, endless and containing an endless stream of power. As for the lightning remnants, it was probably because the Silver Mountain Dragon belonged to the Dragon clan, which had an affinity with lightning attributes. Therefore, such a special effect was born after its advancement. This meant that other than earth, fire, wind, and water, Levi also had the frost and thunder element affinity. All the mainstream elements of the 6 major sects were gathered. However, due to the lack of high-level transcendent eagle-type bloodlines, the Maya breathing technique, which was also an endurance-type technique, was still only level 12. It was still quite a distance away from level 13. Levi calmed down and continued to cultivate. The outside world was in chaos, so he placed it behind him. A year later, Levi was 70 years old. After the Silver Mountain Dragon breathing technique, the Jade Dragon breathing technique also stepped into level 13, becoming Levi's 6th breathing technique to step into level 13. It had to be said that the secret medicine refined from the bloodline of a third circle transcendent creature was far more effective than a low-level first circle or second circle secret medicine. At the same time, Levi discovered that on the proficiency panel, behind the Blood Beast breathing technique, there was a fusion option. Levi. Blood Beast breathing technique, level 13, 25,799/400,000, usable. Jade Dragon breathing technique, level 13, 1/400,000, can be fused. There's a change in the proficiency panel. I don't need it to be maximum to fuse it now. I don't care anymore. Fuse. Levi's blood beast seed and the jade dragon seed began the fusion battle. 3 days later, Levi felt the blood-colored dragon in his heart. His face lit up. There are no more blood beasts. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 13, 25,799/400,000. Special Effects, Scarlet Poison Mist, Level 1, Scarlet Contract, Thousand Faces, Boiling Blood, Scarlet Escape. Chapter 645, Nightmare. 1. Within Levi's heart. The blood-colored dragon's expression was ferocious. Sometimes, it would dissipate into a ball of mist, and at other times, it would condense into a physical body, giving off a surreal feeling. Blood-colored scales surrounded his body as blood chi gushed out. Scarlet Dragon. Looks like it's led by the Jade Dragon Breathing Technique. This is for the best. I just need to absorb the advantages of the Blood Beast. The Blood River Wool is too strange. It's better not to have anything to do with it. Levi looked at the scarlet poison body. It had completely fused the legendary organs born from the Jade Dragon Breathing Technique with Levi's body while retaining the various functions of the blood fog body. Levi could still dissipate into a ball of blood fog, and the damage reduction effect on both physical and magical immunity still existed. Compared to the blood fog body, the scarlet poisonous body had two changes. Firstly, Levi was no longer scattered into a certain number of blood demon bats when he was attacked. Instead, he was a blood-flying dragon. Secondly, the blood fog had an additional toxic effect compared to before. The toxicity depended on the type of poison Levi's secret medicine used. In other words, after Levi transformed into a blood fog, even if he could not cast spells and relied on the blood fog to enter the enemy's body, he could still release poison to poison the enemy. The poison sac and Levi's body fused into one. Levi had completely become a poisonous man. Without deliberate control, he would continue to emit poisonous gas and radiation. It was very terrifying. Levi took out an ordinary transcendent creature, the black-horned sheep, from Alice's ring. This transcendent creature existed as food for Gustav and the others. It reproduced faster and its meat was delicious. With a thought, Levi turned into a ball of scarlet and sticky poisonous fog. The poisonous fog quickly enveloped the panicked black-horned sheep in front of him. The poisonous fog that filled the entire training room entered the black-horned sheep's body. In a moment, the black-horned sheep died under the effects of all kinds of mixed toxins, turning into a pool of blood. Even its bones melted into it. How terrifying! It feels like a villain's skill. Levi felt the power of the poisonous fog body. This method of entering someone's body to attack was unique. However, there was also a certain risk. He was afraid that some wizards would master some strange spells and completely seal themselves somewhere in his body. That would be like catching a turtle in a jar. In addition, the Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique also turned the previous blood contract into a new one. Scarlet Contract. With the scarlet blood in your body, forcefully contract your defeated opponent as your scarlet servant. The scarlet servant has absolute loyalty to you. You can control their death with a thought. The number of scarlet servants contracted depends on the concentration of scarlet blood in your body. The current number of scarlet servants contractable is 2. 1 has been used. It actually increased the number of contracts. Any defeated opponent can become my scarlet servant. This is a little abnormal. Without a doubt, the Scarlet Contract was a much higher level skill than the Blood Contract. In addition to skin, I can add new contract slots again, and there's no restriction on race. In that case, it will be easy for me to encounter powerful transcendent creatures that are not easy to tame in the future. The most terrifying thing was that the number of Scarlet Contracts could grow. This meant that Levi could contract many Scarlet Servants in the future. Too strong. As expected, the poor rely on mutation. In addition, the Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique had an additional special effect. Scarlet Escape, burn all the scarlet power and part of your life force. Increase your maximum speed by 3 times to avoid powerful enemies. The stronger your endurance, the longer the Scarlet Escape will last. After the Scarlet Escape, you will fall into a weakened state for a period of time. Good Lord, another world's blood igniting escape technique. The scarlet power was still alright. Even if this thing was burned up, the scarlet seed could slowly be born in the future. Origin life force was not an ordinary thing. It could not be recovered by relying on one's strong physique. Origin life force was life force. To a certain extent, it represented longevity. This meant that Levi would need to consume his lifespan to use the Scarlet Escape. Just like resurrection, it's a life-saving skill at critical moments. I can't use it daily unless I'm like those longevity species. Levi was now a second circle wizard and a blood knight. He felt that his lifespan should not be inferior to that of a third circle wizard, which was 500 years. It seemed very long, but as it became more and more difficult to advance in the future, 500 years was not enough at all. After all, he had already used it for 70 years. But when it's time to use it, you can't hesitate. There are always ways to make up for lifespan. There's only one life. Levi warned himself. Golden Snake Breathing Technique, Death Ember Breathing Technique, Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique. My defensive, speed, and physique breathing techniques have formed. The three attribute dimensions represented three completely different powerful dragon clans. He still lacked the strength, endurance, and perception dimensions. Levi's next step was to merge the four great breathing techniques of the strength, rune language, dimension into one breathing technique, fusing the Silver Mountain Dragon and the Maya breathing technique into one. In that case, other than the most difficult type of perception to collect, the final breathing technique of the 5 dimensions could be completely formed. Chapter 646, Nightmare 2. In the future, if there was a new breathing technique, it would also add bricks and tiles to the 5-dimensional breathing technique to check for gaps. The main body would not change much. When the perception type breathing technique caught up, he would find a suitable opportunity to assimilate the 6-dimensional breathing techniques into one and give birth to the ultimate biological breathing technique. Levi's path as a knight would be considered a preliminary success. Judging from the current trend, the closest ultimate creature was the Dragon Clan. It was even possible that the 6 dimensions of Levi's future represented 6 different powerful dragon clans. That's good too. I don't have to make myself look ugly. The dragons are quite good looking. Levi took out the rolling crystal. Unknown Dragon Clan Bloodline 12%, Red Lotus Dragon Bloodline 11%. Unknown Dragon Clan Bloodline 10%. Human Bloodline 96%. Now it's an unknown Dragon Clan. The rate at which human bloodlines are declining seems to be slower than before. This is a good thing. Levi put away the crystal. He was already 70 years old. It was estimated that he could reach the limit of a second circle senior at around 75 years old. Then, he would begin the gasification of his spiritual force. When the initial gasification was successful, he would be a third circle wizard. At that time, he could solidify the spell on his gasification spiritual power and turn it into his own innate spell. It was said that after the third circle, the main criterion for determining a wizard's strength was no longer how many spells he had mastered, but the quantity and quality of innate spells. Talent spells were almost instantaneous and consumed very little energy. This made spells an instinct for wizards, and casting spells was as easy as eating and drinking. The quantity and quality of innate spells that could be solidified depended on the degree of gasification. Normal third circle wizards could only solidify one innate spell at most. As for third circle senior wizards, they could only solidify 3 innate spells at most. Al had seemed to have just advanced to a third circle senior wizard, and his spiritual force had reached the standard. However, he had only mastered 1 innate spell. His strength could only be considered average among the third circle seniors. If he could master 3 different types of innate spells that specialized in attack, defense, control, and so on, forming a perfect combination and cycle, his strength would soar. Therefore, the gap between third circle wizards was quite big. Now, the only ones that need to attack are the Black Whale breathing technique and the Maya breathing technique. With these 2 speeds, I can immediately fuse the breathing technique. Levi had been actively searching for potion formulas from the school of spiritualism that could help the spiritual beast's bloodline advance. This way, Leviathan would be able to break through to the second circle quickly. Only then would the secret medicine be able to support the cultivation of the Black Whale breathing technique. However, he had yet to find any sorcerers from the school of spiritualism. Let's take it slow. I'll study the gasification method first and start preparing to advance to the third circle. The most important thing now is to advance to the third circle. Levi took out a memory slate. The secret technique used by the Golden Lion Jostar family to vaporize spiritual force was recorded in it. Levi fell into deep thought after reading the contents of the secret technique. The method recorded in this book was called the earth and fire gasification technique. This kind of gasification secret technique required a treasure rich in earth elemental power. Then, one would find a land of underground fire and cultivate there for years. They would rely on the earth element and the high pressure brought by the underground fire to constantly temper their spiritual force. In the end, relying on this external environment and the help of the third circle breakthrough potion, the illusory spiritual force turned into countless spiritual particles. Land of underground fire? My Black Fire Island is good enough. It's a treasure rich in earth elements. When I went to the Shadow Realm to get the stone heart for the Tower Master earlier, I left one behind. I haven't sold it yet. I didn't expect to use it here. Although the stone heart was only the heart of a first circle rock troll, the earth elemental power inside was extremely pure. Other than the earth element spirit, there should be no treasure more suitable than the rock troll's stone heart. Furthermore, with my strong body and high fire element resistance, it's not a problem for me to directly jump into ordinary magma underground fire to cultivate. I think the efficiency of gasification will also be higher than that of ordinary wizards. In that case, the only thing left to advance to a third circle wizard is the Lake Naga. Levi muttered to himself. In the following days, he cultivated quietly and did not care about the world. In this chaotic era of war, he enjoyed a rare peaceful life. The path of the four Fur Clan Knights was also advancing in an orderly manner. After Algerta advanced to a top-notch Grand Knight, it was difficult for her to make any progress. This meant she had reached a bottleneck by relying on the Frost Wolf blood in her body. Next, she needed Frost Wolf Knight advancement medicines to continue breaking through. However, Levi had yet to develop this potion. Over at the Golden Lion Castle, Emperor Mew began to enter seclusion to prepare to break through the bloodline shackles. As for the Ashen World, Levi had long put it aside. Since the last time he entered, he had never entered again. He would only occasionally summon Owens with iron coins to understand some common sense in the Ashen World. Although Levi did not want to take the initiative to enter, he felt that if this ability was used well, it could be used to save his life. That's right. By entering the Ashen World, he could avoid the pursuit and killing of powerful enemies. It was better to know in advance and be prepared. As for the fallen crystal Owens mentioned, Levi was not interested at all. Chapter 647, Nightmare 3. He was already very satisfied with his current cultivation speed. With his personality, he couldn't use an unknown and potentially risky thing like the fallen crystal. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1061, Month of Grass. The Great Expedition lasted 25 years. Riptide City. 10. Tantan Street Blue Dragon Lady Residence. The conflict between the Giant Dragon Sect and the Thunder Sect lasted for several years. They had invested countless manpower and resources. Although Blue Dragon Lady had stabilized her position and even severely injured the Thunder Spear. However, there were terrorist attacks in the city from time to time. In Riptide City, everyone was in danger. After several years of war, Huffman looked even more aged than before. There were many hideous scars on his face. He deliberately left these scars so that he would always remember the mistakes he made back then because he was greedy for small gains. Due to the war, many pharmacists had suffered casualties. Huffman had no choice but to work overtime personally to invest in the refinement of various potions. Among the pharmacists under his command, Levi had taken leave to go home and had yet to return. Now that there was chaos outside, he might be exhausted. Grim and Tommen disappeared without a trace. It seemed that they were also in danger. Living was the only dream of many wizards in this era. In a certain sea area in Area 6, near the former location of the 100-eyed demon territory. At the bottom of the deep sea, there was a hidden ancient wizard relic. As the hidden array outside the relic rippled, a wizard left expressionlessly. He was holding a wizard tool in his hand. If Levi was here, he would be able to tell that this wizard tool was a protective wizard tool given to him by Tommen's family. From the looks of it, Tommen and Grimm still died in this ancient wizard relic in the end, and they died at the hands of their teammates who were exploring together. Interesting. In their memories, they seem to have a deep impression of a wizard called Levi. The wizard muttered to himself and left the bottom of the sea. In Lion King City, Levi, who was in his cultivation state, suddenly opened his eyes. There was confusion in his eyes. He looked at the slightly trembling fur. Spider sensing was giving him a weak warning. This weak warning happened from time to time, and Levi could not be sure what it was for. After thinking hard but to no avail, Levi entered the intuition state and used perception on his surroundings. In the end, he found nothing. Maybe it's something small. I might have been too cautious, Levi muttered to herself. However, I should temporarily leave Lion King City for a period of time. I've stayed here long enough. At the thought of this, Levi immediately packed his things. Algerta, all of you enter Alice's ring, Levi said. Master, are we moving again? Algerta, who had just finished training and was panting heavily, asked as he wiped his sweat. Levi nodded. In this chaotic world, one could not stay in one place for too long. Otherwise, there would always be some indelible traces left behind, allowing some enemies with ulterior motives to discover him. A place like Lion King City might attract other dark wizard forces and get involved in the dispute again. Therefore, he wanted to travel around the Yellow Earth continent and find clues about the Lake Naga. After finding the Lake Naga, he would leave the Yellow Earth continent and head to the Black Fire Island. He would enter seclusion and prepare his gasification spiritual force to break through to become a third circle wizard. The Fur clans had nothing to say. It did not matter if they stayed in Alice's ring for the rest of their lives. Golden Lion Castle. Levi came to say goodbye. Sir Levi, it's so chaotic outside. You might as well stay in my Lion King City. Old Golden Lion smiled. After killing the Al-Hid family, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now, his spirit was much better than before. Forget it. I want to travel the continent and broaden my horizons, Levi said. Sigh, then I won't ask you to stay. Leon sighed. If Levi settled down in Lion King City, it would lessen the pressure on him. However, he knew that with the Jostar family's foundation, they would not be able to attract a wizard like Levi. In Dinos's room. Sir Levi, this is the information on the places where Lake Naga might appear. With our family's ability, this is all we can find out. Dinos handed a slate to Levi. Thank you for your help, Jostar family. Levi said solemnly. Speaking of which, is Emperor Mew still in seclusion? Dinos nodded. Teacher said that this seclusion will take at least a year to 3 years. Does this guy need so much time? I remember that I broke through easily at that time. Oh, I forgot, I'm a cheater. After cheating for so long, Levi could no longer experience the suffering of low-level wizards. He deeply reflected on his slightly arrogant mentality recently. Levi, you can't be a little proud and complacent just because you killed a few trash third-circle wizards. In that case, I won't disturb him anymore. I hope that the Jostar family will prosper. I also hope that Dinos can break through to a higher realm as soon as possible and work hard to catch up to your teacher, Levi said. Thank you. The reputation of the Lionheart Knight will resound throughout this sea one day. The Jostar family will keep their word. At this moment, Jostar was filled with determination. With a teacher like Emperor Mew and an unfathomable senior like Levi, he was full of confidence in the future of the Night Path. Chapter 648, Nightmare. 4. Fame is not necessary. In this chaotic era, survival is the most important. Levi patted Dinos's shoulder and said meaningfully. Then, he turned around and left, disappearing into the horizon. Mirror Lake. Located in the southern part of the Yellow Earth continent, there was a huge lake that was 5,000 miles long and 3,000 miles wide. A fisherman had once heard the banshee of the lake's song here. It was said that everyone who heard the banshee of the lake's song disappeared into the vast Mirror Lake and never returned. Beside Mirror Lake, there was a small city called Mist City. Every morning, a vast white fog from Mirror Lake would brush past this small city. It was rather poetic and beautiful. Outside the city, there was a small tavern. The tavern was opened by mortals and sold their own home-brewed beer. In a corner of the tavern, a white-robed old man with a head full of white hair sat there with a flushed face, drinking beer in big gulps. Cough cough. Good beer, lady boss, give me another barrel. The white-robed old man held the beer barrel and gulped it down, occasionally burping. If you drink yourself to death, our tavern won't take responsibility, the lady boss said as she glanced at the drunk old man. He, it's none of your business. I, Gerald, at my peak, drank 3 barrels of beer at once, the white-haired old man said with a smile. He was obviously bragging. Unless you're a wizard lord, how can you drink so much? Even a human's stomach isn't this big. A little girl appeared in front of the white-haired old man with a face full of disbelief. She had her hands on her waist and was wearing an apron. At such a young age, she had already started working for the tavern. Burp, the white-haired old man pinched the little girl's face. He, I'm a wizard. Don't I look like one? I don't think so. I've seen a wizard lord before. Wizards are all very serious and look fierce. You're more like a bard who likes to brag, the little girl said. Her name was Leah, and she was the lady boss's daughter. Her dream was to become a female ranger who traveled the Yellow Earth continent, but she was doing odd jobs for her mother in the tavern. Little Leah, this is called stereotyping. There are kind and gentle people among wizards, the white-haired old man said. At this moment, there seemed to be an explosion on the lake outside the tavern. Look, it looks like wizards are fighting. Oh no, there's a huge wave sweeping over. Run! Rumble! On the surface of the lake outside the window, a huge wave swept through the sky and swept everything away. Thunder rumbled loudly. For a moment, the small tavern was in chaos. Leah, come to mommy. The lady boss's expression changed as she picked Leah up. At this moment, on the shore outside the tavern, a 2-story tall wave was already crashing over. The tavern was about to be engulfed by the sudden wave. A vague and complicated syllable suddenly sounded. In the next moment, the huge waves suddenly turned into solid ice and froze. The white ice sculpture was less than 3 meters away from the tavern. Leah, the lady boss said, hugging Leah's head, her face filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. She jerked her head toward the corner of the tavern. The white-haired old man was lying on the table drunk at this moment. He was sleeping and snoring. It seems that I was overthinking. I thought that if this old man was a wizard, I could entrust Leah to him and embark on the journey of a wizard to end the wandering life of mortals. Now, it seems that he's just an ordinary person. The lady boss's heart stirred. At this moment, everyone in the tavern walked out of the tavern one after another and looked at the huge ice sculpture that was dozens of meters long and 2 stories tall. How shocking was this scene! The white-haired old man was Levi, who had come to Mirror Lake to find the Lake Naga. A few days ago, he saw a mortal tavern below and suddenly recalled his drinking days in the Shining Tavern. On a whim, he stayed here and drank a lot of mortal beer, ate mortal delicacies, and experienced the life of mortals. It's still not as tasty as the beer in the Shining Tavern. Levi licked the beer at the corner of his mouth and looked at the mortals who were admiring the ice sculptures with blurry eyes. Over the past few days, Levi had secretly tested Leah's aptitude and found that she was a rare dual elemental affinity user. Unfortunately, he had no intention of taking in a disciple. Moreover, in this chaotic era, there was not much difference between being a wizard and a mortal. They might not even be able to see the sun tomorrow. Instead of living a life of fear as a wizard, it was good to be an ignorant mortal and live a good life. During this journey, Levi felt that his state of mind seemed to be constantly settling and changing. He felt that this process seemed to help his spiritual force in gasification. Therefore, he rarely used his abilities these few days. He used the Hermit rune to block his spiritual power fluctuations. Taking the initiative to integrate into the lives of mortals, bragging and chatting with them was like an ignorant and incompetent old urchin. Spiritual force is an illusory thing to begin with. Therefore, the gasification of spiritual force also has no standard procedures to speak of. Perhaps to me, this journey of settling my mental state is also a form of cultivation. Levi called this process mortalization. He put down his strength and carefully sensed everything in the world with a calm mind. Chapter 649, Nightmare. 5. The spiritual power in his mind was no longer roiling and surging. Instead, it was as quiet as the mirror lake in front of him. My heart is like a mirror. Previously, I was still a little impetuous. I was wrapped in this era and blindly rushed forward. I lived like a robot. As time passed, I would sooner or later lose my human will and become insensitive. He did not know if any of the other wizards in this world had a similar situation as him. In short, he felt that this method should also help in the gasification of his spiritual force. Levi yawned and got up from the table. What's the matter? Why is it so noisy? Can't you let the old man sleep? Levi stretched and came to the door to look at the wave ice sculpture. This, of course, was Levi's masterpiece. During his travels, Levi created his own second ring spell using cantrips and first ring spells. Glacier Descent. Compared to Glacial Finger, which was a single target penetrative attack spell, Glacier Descent was a large-scale frost spell that could kill a large number of enemies through area of effect ice control. It was naturally not a problem to freeze the huge waves outside. On the lake outside, two wizards were fighting. They did not care about the mortals who were almost killed by the aftershock of the battle. Until they realized that the huge waves on the shore of the lake had turned into ice sculptures that shone brightly under the sunlight and emitted cold air. Only then did they know that there was actually a hidden expert in that inconspicuous mortal tavern. With the mental strength of second circle wizards, they did not sense the mental strength fluctuation of that expert at all. What did this mean? That expert's realm was far higher than theirs. He restrained his spiritual force fluctuation, which was why they could not sense it. They quickly left the tavern at the same time. They suspected that there was a third circle or even a fourth circle wizard in the tavern. The ice wall just now was just a warning. Not long after, the Mist City returned to silence. The mortals in the tavern did not know that they had survived a calamity because of Levi. All of this, to Levi, was a trivial interlude. He was almost done experiencing life in Mist City, so he came to Mirror Lake. During this period of time, he would often use his intuition state to investigate. In the end, he realized that other than some ordinary fish and some first circle creatures, there was nothing similar to Naga in the Mirror Lake. However, since there were rumors of the Banshee of the Lake singing in this place, Levi felt that it was not groundless, so he waited patiently. Ever since he left Lion King City, the sense of danger that made Levi's heart palpitate had indeed faded a little. Lion King City would definitely be in chaos in the future. As one of the most important places in the Yellow Earth continent, it was definitely a place that the Dark Wizards had to fight for. By leaving Lion King City in advance, he could avoid some possible calamities. I might as well find a place in this quiet Mirror Lake to make a cave abode and live in seclusion for a period of time. On the one hand, I can cultivate mortalization, and on the other hand, I can carefully search for traces of the so-called Banshee of the Lake. Levi's heart skipped a beat. He was like a fish, searching for a suitable place to cultivate in seclusion in the Mirror Lake. 7 days later, Levi arrived at the center of Mirror Lake. There was a bottomless trench here. Even with Levi's current intuition range, he could not detect the bottom. Moreover, there seemed to be a power in this valley that could block Levi's perception. This Mirror Lake is just an inland lake. How can there be such a trench? Levi muttered to himself. This was the first time he had discovered this place. The spider sensing did not have any abnormal reaction. Levi spat out his snake tongue and decided in his heart. The Banshee of the Lake might be under this trench. The entire Mirror Lake has been scanned by my intuition. Other than here, there can't be a Banshee of the Lake anywhere else. With this in mind, Levi equipped himself with Crimson Copper Armor, Earth Spirit Escape, King Kong Rock Body, Ashen Entanglement, and other defensive skills. Dark golden scales appeared on his body. Levi, who was fully armed, prepared to go down and take a look. Now that he had the Scarlet Poison Body and the Scarlet Escape, his life-saving ability had been greatly improved. His life should not be in danger. As Levi continued to go deeper, the light gradually faded. He mentally calculated the depth of his dive. 300 meters, 3,000 meters, 30,000 meters. I haven't reached the bottom yet. This place is deeper than some large trenches. No wonder my perception can't reach the bottom. There were no powerful creatures in the entire trench. However, the more this was the case, the more cautious Levi became. Exploring this bottomless trench alone indeed required courage. After an unknown period of time, Levi arrived at an empty sea. The magnetism and elemental power nearby are a little chaotic. It's a little like the ancient ruins mentioned in Jonah's treasure hunting log. Although Levi did not learn the handwritten letter he had obtained from Joanne, he had studied it. He had confirmed that there was an ancient ruin at the bottom of the Mirror Lake. Ancient ruins. Levi was conflicted. He wanted to go, but he did not dare to. After all, he was not short of cultivation resources now. A place like the ancient ruins depended on luck. It might be dangerous or very safe. In short, anything was possible. However, from the looks of it, there was a high chance that the Lake Naga was in the ancient ruins. If he did not go, it would not sit well with him. Chapter 650, Nightmare. 6. I'll go take a look. Yellow Earth continent is in the outer sea region, and low-level wizard organizations usually organize the ancient ruins. At most, they are mid-level, and there are very few high-level wizard organizations. With my strength, if I'm not greedy, it won't be a problem to escape if I encounter danger. Levi weighed the pros and cons before continuing to swim downwards. He activated his intuition state and used perception to detect any movement. Once the spider sensing was in danger, he would immediately retreat. In the end, he saw buildings deep under the sea. They were wizard towers of various sizes. Indeed. Judging from the size of these wizard towers, it should be an intermediate-level wizard organization's relic. Most of these buildings were intact and not damaged. There were still traces of arrays outside some buildings. Some arrays were even operating automatically. This wizard organization shouldn't have been destroyed because of the war. It might have been abandoned. Levi arrived outside a wizard tower. With his knowledge of arrays, most of the arrays here were not difficult for him. He broke the restriction array on it and gently pushed open the door of the wizard tower. The wizard tower was divided into 3 levels. Usually, this kind of small wizard tower was the accommodation of some first circle or second circle wizards. The first floor was the living room. There were some sculptures and artworks inside. These were all very ordinary items. Levi, who had gained nothing on the first floor, came to the second floor. This should be the place where the owner of the wizard tower usually studied and cultivated spells. Levi saw some specimens of strange creatures. There were frogs with human faces on their backs and hideous mermaid-like monsters. These things were lifeless and had died for a long time. Levi found a thick notebook on the desk. These were only used by ancient wizards. Modern wizards used all kinds of memory slates to replace them. Wizard David's Research Journal. Experiment Log 7, we captured some creatures from other dimensions from the entrance of the dimensional rift. Most of these creatures have strange appearances. They seem to do whatever they want. They grow without any pattern and are completely inconsistent with the rules of evolution. It's as if the monsters in our dreams often appear. Experiment Log 23, after research, we discovered that the blood of these creatures from other dimensions generally has a hallucinatory effect. Even wizards with powerful spiritual force will fall into an illusion after consuming it. Mick, the next-door neighbor, accidentally killed his mate in an illusion. Experiment Log 87. After the unified research of the organization's wizards, we have tentatively named these creatures nightmare creatures. The world they are in should be a new world that no wizard has ever set foot in. Wizards at the headquarters of the Dreamland Steeple call it the Nightmare World. Experiment Log 108. Using the hallucinatory potion researched by the nightmare creatures, coupled with a special array, it can allow wizards to enter the nightmare world. This is an epoch-making major discovery. The nightmare world is a strange and mysterious new world. It contains endless resources. This might be a world on the same level as the astral world and the underworld. Here, it seems to be able to connect to the entire multidimensional plane. If we master the method to use the nightmare world to teleport, the wizards will be able to open a new route to the distant multidimensional plane. Countless wealth is waiting for us. This is a shortcut that can greatly shorten the journey time. I have a feeling that a new era for wizards is about to arrive, and our School of Dreams will become the pioneer of the new era. Experiment Log 300, the leader of the Dreamland Steeple, the 8th Circle Wizard Daydream Wizard, has disappeared. In his empty wizard tower, a sentence echoed, "Don't walk into a nightmare ignorantly." But it's already too late. The log came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 651, Mortal Divine Refinement, 1. On the second floor of the dilapidated wizard tower, Levi looked at the wizard's notes in his hand. "Don't walk into a nightmare ignorantly," he muttered in his heart. Through this experiment log, he found out about a group of wizards from the Dreamland Steeple. From the initial joy of discovering a new world to the process of unknowingly stepping into the abyss of despair and being unable to extricate themselves. Nightmare world, is it another unknown and terrifying world? Levi realized more and more that there were too many unknown dangers in the boundless universe. Just like the dark forest, rash contact might not be a good thing. The power of the wizard civilization made the wizards of the School of Dreams lower their guard. In the end, it led to such a tragedy. The entire Dreamland Steeple, everyone who had entered the nightmare world, disappeared from the wizard world. They might be dead, or they might be struggling to survive in the nightmare world. However, one could imagine how dangerous it was to enter a world on the same level as the astral world and the underworld without any preparations. Compared to other prime material worlds, the underworld and the astral world were somewhat special. From the looks of it, this nightmare world might be the same. Levi suddenly thought of the Ashen world he had entered. Those strange creatures in the Ashen world were a little like the nightmare creatures in the wizard's research journals. Most of the transcendent creatures in the wizard world generally matched people's imagination and understanding of conventional creatures. Whether it was deathfall or nightmare creatures, their appearance and temperament were random and strange. The 100-legged giant centipede had hundreds of hands on both sides of its body. The long-haired turtle had its turtle shell covered with female long hair and the human-faced frog with a talking face on its back. That's weird. Why don't you do something better instead of studying these things all day long? Levi sighed in his heart. The Dreamland Steeple was once an 8th Circle wizard organization. It should be considered a giant in the endless sea. Such an organization was gone just like that. Of course, this spirit of exploration and seeking knowledge was not wrong. Without such a pioneer, the wizard world would have grown very much. Levi recorded the contents of the letter into his memory slate. This was precious knowledge that these wizards had exchanged with their lives. It might come in handy at some point. As for the strange nightmare creatures in the laboratory, he did not take them away. He went to the 3rd floor of the wizard tower. This was the wizard's study. No matter what, it's all knowledge. I'll take it all away. Levi left the wizard tower. He did not encounter anything valuable like a wizard tool inside. They might have disappeared together with their master. From the clues Levi had gotten, the Dreamland Steeple had 3 8th Circle wizards at its peak. In the entire Endless Sea and even the other realm of the unbelievers, there were a total of more than 50 branches. Every branch had at least one intermediate wizard. These branches were often hidden in the bottomless abysses of the underground and the seabed, as if they did not want to be discovered by the world. Under the leadership of intermediate wizards, all wizards and apprentice wizards devoted their entire lives to studying dreams and newly discovered nightmare worlds. This organization was once the leader of the School of Dreams. After the Dreamland Steeple disappeared without a trace, the School of Dreams never rose again. Now, it might have become a rare existence in the wizard world like the School of Insects. There were dozens of wizard towers in the entire underwater relic. Levi visited them carefully one by one. In the end, he still obtained some ether stones that were better than nothing. As well as some spell books from the School of Dreams, Levi chose some spells that were useful to him and planned to learn them in the future. Among them, Levi was very interested in the second ring spell, Infiltrate the Dream with the Wind. Through casting spells, he entered the target's dream with a trace of spiritual force. In its deep subconscious, it dug out some memories and thoughts from the target's dream. The School of Dreams called it the Dream Relic. Of course, these dream relics might be useful or useless. They needed to be screened. Moreover, this spell could only be cast on people whose spiritual force was far lower than his own. Otherwise, it would backfire on him. In addition, wizards could also hypnotize their targets by infiltrating dreams with the wind and implanting some psychological suggestions. This could indirectly achieve the goal of taming or purging. Interesting. Levi put away the spell book as a backup. In addition to these spell books, Levi also found a map. He spread out the map, which was also a sea map. It was exactly the same as the sea map he had once obtained. There were also words on it, right at Mirror Lake. Lost Pan's Labyrinth. Levi found many research notes in the wizard tower. Through the knowledge in the notes, he learned that Pan was a powerful existence captured by the daydream wizard of the School of Dreams in the research of the nightmare world. It seemed to be an aboriginal god from a region of the nightmare world. Of course, the gods here only referred to things like belief in totems. It could not be compared to existences like the 7 orthodox gods. Therefore, the wizards called him God Pan. He also used God Pan's Lost Cave as the code name of the Dreamland Steeple. God Pan was suppressed in the headquarters of the Dreamland Steeple. He was firmly sealed with an array and a wizard tool. Chapter 652, Mortal Divine Refinement, 2. The wizards at the headquarters discovered that the hallucinatory potion developed by God Pan's blood was especially effective. When wizards entered the nightmare world, it was different from when Levi entered the Ashen world. Levi entered with his true form. There were two ways for wizards to enter the nightmare world. The first was to enter with his true form, which was the strange dimensional rift that discovered the nightmare creatures at the beginning. However, the mortality rate of entering the nightmare world like this was too high. If his true form died, he would be completely dead. Up until now, none of the true forms that entered the nightmare world had returned. When the wizards of the Dreamland Steeple discovered the second path, they sealed the dimensional rift to prevent powerful nightmare creatures from appearing in the real world and causing trouble. The second was the creation of the Dreamland Steeple Wizard. With the help of the hallucinatory potion and arrays, he could create his nightmare avatar in the nightmare world. Then, he would wake up somewhere in the nightmare world and explore the surrounding world. The initial strength of this nightmare avatar was different. Generally speaking, the stronger the spiritual power of a wizard, the higher the level of the blood of the nightmare creature used, and the stronger the nightmare avatar used to enter the nightmare world. This way, they could explore further in the nightmare world. If he died in the nightmare world, he would only lose a little of the wizard's spiritual force. He would not let the wizard die in the real world. The resources found in the nightmare world and even the dream creatures could be brought back to the real world through the nightmare altar in Dreamscape. Therefore, after the wizards of the Dreamland Steeple captured God Pan and successfully experimented, they popularized the God Pan potion among all the members of the organization. This way, it would be convenient for all the members of the Dreamland Steeple to explore the unknown world in their best state and peak strength to find more wealth and resources. Behind this vigorous nightmare exploration journey was a hidden danger. In the end, as the leader of the Dreamland Steeple, Daydream Wizard discovered that his true form had also disappeared from the real world. From the warning he left behind, there was a high chance that he had gone to the nightmare world. His life and death were unknown. However, it was already too late. Almost all the members of the Dreamland Steeple, from wizards to apprentices, had already taken the God Pan potion and entered the nightmare world. Not long after, these members disappeared from the wizard world no matter where they were. That's horrible. Fortunately, I didn't explore it rashly back then. The ancient wizard relic I went to previously was the headquarters of the Dreamland Steeple. And there was a nightmare monster that was comparable to a high-level primordial soul wizard sealed inside. I've got to hurry up and find the Lake Naga. I must leave. I don't want to enter the nightmare world for no reason. Levi quickly got down to business. Although there were no dangerous hints with spider sensing, this place was still a little strange. His intuition state gradually swept across this wizard relic. In the end, he sensed the aura of a living creature in a cave at the edge of the relic. It's almost at the level of a second circle. It seemed to sense the arrival of a powerful enemy. When Levi arrived at the cave, a mermaid creature that looked like a human and was covered in black scales was looking at Levi uneasily. It bared its teeth at Levi, looking very fierce. Behind it was a smaller species. It's indeed the Lake Naga. To be precise, it's the Black Naga branch of the Lake Nagas. After adulthood, it has the strength of a second circle and is slightly stronger than the Grey Naga. The so-called singing of the Banshee of the lake was just the sound made by the Lake Naga when they were courting a mate. What was worth mentioning was that the Lake Naga reproduced alone and only had females. However, during the mating period, the two female Lake Nagas would fight to the death. The winner would retain her female identity, while the loser turns into a male. After the mating period, the male would become female. Therefore, in the legends, there was only the title of Banshee of the Lake, but there was no male demon in the lake. In front of the terrifying Levi, although the Black Naga mother was afraid, she still tried her best to block the Black Naga baby. The ugly and adorable Black Naga baby hid behind its mother and shivered. "Forget it, I won't kill you this time. Not only will I not kill you, but I can also give you and your daughter a safer living environment. It seems that your partner has left you. It's not easy for you to raise your descendants alone, right?" Levi said gently. Ever since he had Alice's ring, the first thing Levi thought of was not to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs after discovering about transcendent creatures. He wanted to build a perfect small ecosystem in Alice's ring. This is in line with the green concept of sustainable development. Ultimately, Levi still wanted to farm. The Black Naga's IQ was much higher than the Grey Naga's. Through nature's heart, Levi could feel that the Naga mother's mental state was fluctuating. In the end, under Levi's tyranny, the Black Naga lowered its head. After all, beside Levi stood the mountain giant and the insufferably arrogant mechanical monster. Either one of them could crush him. The Black Naga entered Alice's ring and went to accompany Leviathan and the others. Chapter 653, Mortal Divine Refinement, 3. Levi's spiritual power swept across the space. He realized that the group of transcendent creatures had surrounded the Black Naga mother and daughter again. Their expressions seemed to be saying, "You came in too. Gustav, you'll be in charge of protecting the mother and child from now on. You guys, behave yourselves." Levi's voice echoed in the space. Levi planned to wait until he had mastered the dream entry spell to see if he could enter the Black Nappa's dream and plant a psychological hint in it so that it would completely submit to him. If he could succeed, it would be easier for him to tame low-level transcendent creatures in the future. The contract slots of the Scarlet Contract were still very precious. Levi planned to leave it for transcendent creatures above the third circle. After finding the Lake Naga, Levi did not stay there any longer. He quickly retreated from this lost relic buried deep in the trench. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1061, Month of Harvest. Mist City by Mirror Lake. A blacksmith shop quietly opened. In the blacksmith shop, there was a half-naked, white-haired old man with a ruddy face and white hair. He drank beer while forging in the firelight. Clinks and clanks sounded outside the city. Opposite the blacksmith shop was the tavern. From time to time, the sound of drinking and rock-paper-scissors could be heard from the tavern. "Grandpa Keg, are you 71 years old?" Leah stood beside him, her face flushed from the firelight. "Of course." Levi, who was playing Gerald, exhaled. "Then why are you still so healthy? Are you really a wizard?" Leah asked. "Hehe, as long as you run 10 laps around Mist City and do 1,000 push-ups like me every day, you can do the same," Levi said after taking a sip of wine. Perhaps he had cultivated alone for too long and had not spoken to normal people for too long. Every day, he would accompany either the Fur clans or various transcendent creatures. Therefore, after obtaining the Lake Naga, Levi did not immediately leave Mirror Lake. Perhaps it was because of the relic under Mirror Lake, but the power of ether here was poor. There was not a single wizard organization within a radius of 10,000 miles. Because of this place was also not involved in the disputes of the dark and righteous wizards. It was very peaceful. Here, Levi lived a rare life of inner peace. In addition to cultivating, Levi began to give himself some time to experience the various aspects of life. He always felt that he should do something to further integrate into the lives of mortals. Therefore, he thought of his old profession in the human world, smithying. Levi was a blacksmith master. His level 5 maximum blacksmithing skill had been eating dust for a long time. He looked like a professional. If Mist City was the novice village in the game, then Levi was the blacksmith NPC in the novice village. There were all kinds of weapons on his shelves, including sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and everything else. Many of the designs were made according to the weapons in his memory of Huaxia. In this world, they were all special weapons. The White Wolf blacksmith shop is officially open for business. Farming tools, weapons, you name it, Levi called out with a bright smile as she patted Leah's head. From time to time, some mortals would come to look at the goods. Levi's price was not high. In any case, he did not lack money. It was purely for the sake of cultivating his emotions. Hence, the goods sold well throughout the morning. "Business is good, old Keg." The lady boss sashayed over to call Leah to lunch. He, I've got to earn some money. Otherwise, I won't be able to afford your wine." The lady boss's name was Saria. Her husband had died shortly after giving birth to Leah, and it had not been easy for her to run the bistro on her own and raise Leah. Originally, the lady boss thought that if Levi were a wizard, she would try her best to make Leah an apprentice wizard. Unexpectedly, Levi was indeed an ordinary person. He was just a little stronger than others. The problem was that no matter how strong he was, it was useless in front of Wizard Lord, even if you could lift a cow and kill it with a fireball technique. Therefore, the lady boss could not count on this anymore. She only hoped that she could live a peaceful life with her daughter by Mirror Lake. She did not know that Mirror Lake was considered a rare paradise in the chaotic wizard world. "I made a little too much for lunch. Do you want to eat?" The lady boss looked at old Keg who was smithying. Judging from old Keg's boasting in the tavern, he was probably an old bachelor who didn't even have a wife. Therefore, the kind lady boss invited Levi to have a meal together. After all, although he seemed to be in good health, he was still an old man at the end of his life. Perhaps one day, he would close his eyes and sleep forever. There's no need. I have a big appetite. That pot of yours isn't even enough for me. Levi waved her hand and let the lady boss take Leah away. He tidied up the blacksmith shop and returned to his residence. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Forging, level 5, maximum, can be fused, special effect, fine craftsmanship, wind axe. Alchemy, level 5, 13,124/30,000, can be fused. I didn't expect this forging to have a chance to fuse. This was something Levi had only discovered this morning after performing his blacksmithing work. Perhaps it was because his current forging skills were even more superior than before, so his forging skills had changed. Chapter 654, Mortal Divine Refinement, 4. Fuse. Levi's heart skipped a beat. He saw that the forging and alchemy skills on the proficiency panel had all disappeared. In its place was a brand new skill. Levi. Weapon Refinement, level 5, 13,124/30,000, Weapon Heart. Weapon Heart, you have a unique talent in alchemy, forging, weapon making, and other weapon refinement paths. Weapon Refinement. Levi was a little surprised. He had indeed obtained the Book of Starforge Runes before. It was the Book of Weapon Making. However, he only learned the rune language. He didn't learn the orthodox way of weapon making. Unexpectedly, in this mortal city, he fused the forging and alchemy skills he had obtained in the human world into a weapon refinement skill. Weapon refinement encompassed everything, including alchemy, forging, and weapon making. But that's true. To put it bluntly, alchemy is a variant of weapon making. Forging is also a prerequisite for alchemy and weapon making. I now have such a rich knowledge of forging, alchemy, and even more difficult refinement arrays. It's normal for me to learn weapon making by analogy. The combination of alchemy and forging was a pleasant surprise for Levi. There are many functions on the interface. I still need to develop them. Levi sighed. He finished another round of meditation. Levi felt a slight increase in his spiritual power. Spiritual force, 92. Spell power, 2730. I'm getting closer and closer. I'm still 8 points away. I should be able to reach 100 points before I turn 75. In the future, I might need to find a safe place and enter a relatively long seclusion. I'll strive to successfully gasify my spiritual force in one go. After this period of mortalization, Levi realized that the mental strength in his mind was much calmer than before. He had a feeling that with the earth and fire gasification technique and the lake fairy potion, he should be able to step into the third circle steadily. But there's a problem. The lake fairy potion is a third circle potion. I'm only a second circle pharmacist now. My spiritual force can't refine a third circle potion. There's no solution. Levi suddenly thought of a problem. Most pharmacists should first buy potions to let their wizard cultivation break through to the third circle pharmacist realm before refining the third circle pharmacist realm. Someone like me who wants to refine the third circle pharmacist realm with a second circle cultivation is probably dreaming. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to look for the lush forest witch or Huffman. I know a third circle pharmacist who's relatively trustworthy and has a good relationship with him. It's just the two of them. Levi calmed down and continued to cultivate. Time flew by like a white steed. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1062, month of vitality. The 26th year of the Great Expedition. Levi had completely integrated into the life of Mist City. There was always a little girl by his side, Leah, the lady boss's daughter. Gradually, old Keg's forging skills became well known in Mist City. Levi continued to live a simple and boring life. With little Leah by his side, it added some interest to his boring life. On this day, another wizard passed by in the sky. The residents of Mist City looked at the wizards flying away with envy and longing, just like the children in the countryside when they saw a plane passing by. Grandpa Keg, why can wizards fly? They don't have wings either. Levi looked calmly at the wizards who were passing by. Not long after, another wizard flew over. It seemed like he was chasing after another wizard. Not long after, Levi heard the sound of battle in the distance. When will it stop? Levi thought of Riptide City. It had been a long time since he had contacted Huffman. He did not dare to go to Riptide City to check on the situation there, nor did he know how Huffman and Grimm were doing. He wondered how Ms. Marlene and the others were doing in the Giant Tree Secret Realm. Had the Dusk Holy Temple in the human world developed? How were the Tower Master Herman and his lover far away? After mortalization, Levi sometimes thought of these fleeting travelers in his life. Levi would not forget these people who had helped him before. 93 points of spiritual force. Keep up the good work. Levi put away the crystal ball and muttered to himself. Leah, come back for dinner. Old Keg is taking a nap, the tavern's lady boss called out to Leah, who was pestering Levi for a legendary story. I'm leaving, Grandpa Keg. I'll look for you when you wake up. Leah waved and turned to leave. Once upon a time, I couldn't get used to other children calling me uncle. Now, I'm a grandfather. Alas, the journey of a wizard is really numbing. Levi returned to his home in the small city. A figure landed on Mirror Lake outside Mist City. It was a witch in a green robe. Her face was pale, as if she had just experienced a fierce battle. As she moved forward, her face kept changing until she finally turned into a witch who looked like a peasant woman. I've finally shaken off that damned dark wizard. I'll find a place to live in seclusion for a while. I'll leave after I recover from my injuries. The elemental power in this place is thin, and wizards rarely come. It's the most suitable place. Coupled with my secret technique, it should be very difficult for my enemies to discover me after I change my appearance. The witch's name was Melina. She came to the realm of Azure Cloud from the distant realm of all things. Chapter 655, Mortal Divine Refinement, 5. The realm of all things was a very small realm of the unbelievers. The dominant place was the spiritualism steeple. This was the highest school of the school of spiritualism. It was filled with wizards from the school of spiritualism. However, the realm of all things was too small. Transcendent creatures that could be contracted inside were very difficult to find, and there were even fewer that were suitable to be spiritual beasts. Melina was the third circle wizard of the spiritualism steeple. She was a double affinity of water and wind. The spiritual beast she contracted after advancing to the first circle was a Vaunclink of a six-winged sea dragon. It was a gift from her father, a fifth circle wizard. Now, her spiritual beast had reached a bottleneck, which was a third circle transcendent creature. This directly caused her strength to be stuck at the third circle, unable to advance an inch. It couldn't be helped. This was the drawback of the school of spiritualism. Of course, if it was anyone else who could advance to become a third circle wizard, as long as they did not take the initiative to cause trouble, they would be the average of any school. It was enough to be proud. However, Melina was naturally dissatisfied. Her father was a fifth circle wizard and a teacher in the Tower of Spiritualism. Moreover, the spiritual beast he contracted was a fifth circle creature called the Flame Dragon Centipede. She wanted to follow in her father's footsteps. When her father had chosen the six-winged sea dragon for Melina as a spiritual beast, he had naturally considered it carefully. As a mixed-blood dragon, the six-winged sea dragon's potential for growth was actually not limited to the third circle. When her father was traveling in the realm of Azure Cloud, he had seen its advanced body, the fifth circle transcendent creature, the 10-winged sky sea dragon king. That was an existence that stood at the peak of mixed-blood dragons. Back then, her father was only a fourth circle wizard and did not dare to approach it at all. He had only taken a glimpse and left a deep impression on him. In order to let her spiritual beast advance, Melina came to the Endless Sea. Then, not long after they arrived, the war between the dark and righteous wizards broke out. She was forced to stay in the Endless Sea. However, with her strength, she was not worried. She then set her mind at ease and searched for clues about the Dragon King in the Endless Sea. As long as she found the Dragon King, she would think of a way to obtain a drop of the Dragon King's origin blood. She could refine the Ascension Potion and let her spiritual beast break through the bloodline shackles and have the potential to evolve. However, before she could succeed, she was targeted by the Dark Wizards who were causing trouble in the Endless Sea. The other party was a Third Circle senior wizard from the Ocean School of Thought. He was the leader of the Third Circle Dark Wizard organization, Blackwater Tower. He cultivated a special poison spell and mastered the so-called Venom Body. Her spiritual beast had been poisoned during the battle with the other party. Its strength had fallen drastically and it urgently needed to recuperate. Her strength was also on the spiritual beast level, so she was chased everywhere. Now, after a series of struggles, he had finally shaken off the other party. She planned to hide in a mortal town and live in seclusion for a period of time. At the same time, she would heal her spiritual beast. The small city in front of her was not bad. She disguised herself as an ordinary peasant woman and blended into the crowd. Two wizards were hiding in the quiet little city. Levi worked day after day in the blacksmith shop, experiencing a different state of mind in the mortal world. Melina also stayed in a mansion at the end of Levi's street. That night, Levi was cultivating. His ears suddenly twitched, and he vaguely heard the sound of water splashing on Mirror Lake. The sound of water was very far from Mist City. If Levi did not have intuition, he would not have noticed it at all. Could it be that there are some changes to the wizard relic? Levi suddenly thought of the wizard relic under the Mirror Lake. He was determined to take a look. If anything happened to Mirror Lake, he would leave Mist City. Before leaving, he wanted to ask the lady boss if she was willing to let Leah become a wizard. If possible, he wanted to send her and the lady boss to the giant tree secret realm. Leah was talented and had a good personality. Levi felt that Marlene would like this little girl very much. Marlene was still an ordinary second circle now, and it was very difficult for her to advance to a third circle wizard. Her lifespan was less than 100 years. 100 years was neither long nor short for wizards. If there were no other opportunities, it was time to find an apprentice for his teacher to accompany her. Levi quickly came to the surface of the lake. He saw that the source of the sound was not the relic. Instead, it was a huge sea snake with 3 pairs of wings, playing with the water in the lake. Levi was also an expert in transcendent creatures now. He could tell at a glance that this was a 6-winged sea dragon, a third circle mixed blood dragon. Clan. At this moment, the 6-winged sea dragon was covered in all kinds of scars and abscesses. It's poisoned. Speaking of which, how can there be a third circle transcendent creature in Mirror Lake? Could it be that it has been hiding in the bottomless abyss? Levi was puzzled. He checked his surroundings with intuition. There was no one else. Since I've discovered you, consider yourself lucky. As long as you submit to me, I can heal you, Levi said to the 6-winged sea dragon in front of him. This was the third circle dragon clan. It could enrich his extraordinary bloodline library again. The 6-winged sea dragon on the opposite side looked at Levi warily. When it heard that Levi wanted to subdue it, it spat out a violent water pillar and attacked Levi. Suddenly, around Levi, layers of defensive spells were activated, eliminating the attack of the third circle transcendent creature without even using Levi's golden snake scales. Chapter 656, Mortal Divine Refinement, 6. Levi said calmly when he saw that the injured beast had not broken through his defense. It's fine if you don't want to submit, but why do you have to make a move? You were the one who attacked first. I'm just defending myself next. Raja, Bogang, Tyrant. Immediately, Levi's 3 combatants appeared behind him. Raja, who was surrounded by the power of wind and lightning, hovered in the sky and looked at the 6-winged sea dragon in front of him with disdain. Raja opened his mouth, and a lightning ball flew out, illuminating the lake and bombarding the 6-winged sea dragon. The 6-winged sea dragon was in pain. At the same time, the mountain giant Bogang also roared and directly cast a third circle spell towards the 6-winged sea dragon. In an instant, the 6-winged sea dragon was surrounded and beaten up. Levi did not make a move. He just sat there and watched the 3 of them attack the sea dragon beast. At this moment, Levi suddenly felt a sense of danger. Spider sensing warned him. There was a thud. Levi exploded decisively. He dissipated into a blood fog that lingered on the lake. The spell passed through the blood fog, diluting it slightly. Then, the blood fog condensed into a human form. Levi, whose face was slightly pale, turned around and looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared behind him. An angry-looking witch stared at Levi, her eyes threatening to kill Levi 10,000 times over. "Why did you hurt it?" she said coldly. "Is this your pet?" Levi's aura kept rising. "That's right," said the witch, showing her membership card. "Melina, Third Circle Wizard, Spiritualism Steeple. I'm sorry, this might be a misunderstanding. I thought this was unowned," seeing the membership card, Levi understood. The six-winged sea dragon in front of him was not an ownerless beast. It was most likely someone else's spiritual beast. The problem was that he did not know either. He had just used perception to confirm that there were no other wizards around before making a move. "All three of you, get over here," Levi said quickly. Raja and the others, who were fighting 3 against 1, came behind Levi. He also showed his membership card to prove that he was indeed not an evil person. Seeing that Levi had stopped, and knowing that she was no match for him, the witch did not show any mercy. She suppressed her anger and said coldly, "Forget it." Then, she silently flew to the injured six-winged sea dragon's side and used medicine to heal it. She looked worried and did not say a word. The atmosphere was a little awkward. I have some healing potions here." "No need." Levi shrugged and watched the witch named Melina heal the spiritual beast. She was a member of a high-level wizard organization. She wouldn't hold a grudge against him because of this and go back to the organization to take revenge, right? In for a penny, in for a pound? Should he kill her to silence her? If the other party was a dark wizard, Levi would not explain much. However, he was also a law-abiding citizen like her. Levi really couldn't bring herself to do it. Moreover, Levi probably could not solve the tracking method of the high-level wizard organization himself. At that time, he might get himself into trouble. Speaking of which, she's from the spiritualism steeple. She must have a potion formula that can help Leviathan break its bloodline shackles. Isn't this an opportunity? It's not easy to meet someone from the spiritualism steeple. I have to seize it. Levi calculated. After a long silence, Levi said, "Ordinary potions can't get rid of the poison in this sea dragon. If you trust me, I have a way to get rid of it. You wanted to capture my spiritual beast right from the start. How would I dare to trust you?" Melina said while holding her breath. "This is a misunderstanding. I'm a transcendent creature biologist, so when I see new transcendent creatures, I can't help but want to take them away," Levi explained. Melina did not say anything else. Levi wanted to get the potion formula from her, so he did not leave. Instead, he stood quietly in the distance and guarded her. "Why haven't you left yet?" Melina said after a while, having recovered a little. "I'm waiting for you to let me heal it." "Dream on." Levi looked at the spiritual beast. It was deeply poisoned and the poison was complex. Therefore, he knew that unless he found a specialized pharmacist who knew how to analyze the composition of the venom and study the corresponding antidote, it would be impossible to detoxify the poison with ordinary medicine. He was an expert in the use of poison and was a poison man himself. He wished he could eat more poison to strengthen his scarlet poison body. He had a say in this aspect. He knew that Melina would beg him. The next morning, the sky was bright. Melina was sweating profusely as she looked at the six-winged sea dragon which seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. This was her spiritual beast that had accompanied her since she was young. She looked at Levi, who had been sitting cross-legged the entire night to protect her. Her expression was hesitant, and her heart was constantly struggling. In the end, she said reluctantly, "You can try." Levi opened his eyes. "Because this treatment is also risky for me, I need to sign an agreement with you to ensure that we don't harm each other. In addition, I'm very interested in the formula for the medicine that the School of Spiritualism can use to break through the bloodline shackles of spiritual beasts," Levi said directly. Melina's chest rose and fell. She was furious with Levi. In the end, she said, "Sure. If you hadn't hurt it and forced it to fight, its poison wouldn't have spread so quickly. It was the one who attacked me first." After quibbling, Levi threw the contract slate over. Melina looked at it. Other than what she had just said, Levi did not set any other overboard terms, so she signed it. After the contract took effect, Levi asked Bogang and Raja to protect him from the witch's sneak attack. He turned into a ball of blood fog and entered the six-winged sea dragon's body. This, Melina did not expect Levi to heal in such a way. Half a day later, a scarlet mist that was red with a hint of black emerged from the six-winged sea dragon's body and gathered on the surface of the lake to form Levi's figure. In Levi's palm was a squirming and twisting mass of pitch-like black liquid. "This is the first time I've seen such poison. Now that I've completely expelled all the poison in your spiritual beast's body from the source level, you just have to treat its injuries well." Levi took out the container and put away the squirming black liquid. He planned to go back and study it slowly. In the future, he would make it into a secret medicine to increase the power of his poison body. Melina, who was connected to the life of the spiritual beast, blushed slightly. She could feel that the poison was gone. Now, bring me the formula, Levi said shamelessly. He always felt that he had taken advantage of others, but if he didn't, he wouldn't be Levi. Chapter 657, 5 Years, Perfection. 1. Melina looked at Levi and reluctantly took out a memory slate. Levi examined it. It was indeed a potion that could advance the spiritual beast. Ascension Potion. It was a special potion refined from the origin blood essence of high-level transcendent creatures of the same sect and other precious potion materials. This potion was a special potion. There was no distinction between numbers. The quality of the potion depended on the level of the transcendent creature's origin blood essence used. Thank you very much. This was really a misunderstanding, Levi said apologetically. Sensing Levi's sincere apology, Melina's emotions eased a little. She chanted an incantation and sent the spiritual beast into the spiritual space. Forget it. If it weren't for you, I don't know when Hydra's poison would have healed, Melina sighed. You're the first wizard from the school of spiritualism that I met in the Endless Sea. We can be considered to have gotten to know each other after a fight, Levi said with a smile. He tried his best to show a kind and sunny smile, his white teeth shining. Levi thought about it. Although he was from the Ocean School of Thought, he knew all kinds of people. Tower Master, the Ocean School of Thought switched to Alchemy, Lush Forest Witch, the Life School of Thought, Golden Lion Jostar Family, the Earth School of Thought, Huffman, the School of Ice. If he included Melina again, Levi's connections would become wider. The spiritual beast is the foundation of our school. If you hurt it, you're hurting me, Melina said. Levi smiled sheepishly. Levi, who was not good at communicating with witches, left after chatting awkwardly with Melina for a while. Melina was worried about her spiritual beast and had no time to talk nonsense with Levi. Levi happily returned home with the formula for the Ascension Potion. He began to prepare the materials for refining the potion. Other than the main origin blood essence, the other materials were also expensive. 3 days later, Levi decided it would be a waste of time to collect them, so he shamelessly knocked on Melina's door again. Beautiful lady, do you have the ingredients for the Ascension Potion other than the origin blood essence? I can buy it at the market price. Levi looked at Melina. I've only prepared 3 sets. At most, I can only sell you 1 set. After 3 days, Melina was not angry anymore, although she was still very wary of Levi. 1 set will do, Levi said. With his current pharmacy skills, it was unlikely that he would fail to refine a second circle potion for Leviathan. 15,000 ether stones per set. Deal. Nice working with you, Ms. Melina. After Levi obtained the potion ingredients, he began to refine them. The next day, a fresh Ascension Potion was successfully produced. He came to Mirror Lake and released Leviathan from Alice's ring. Young man, you're lucky to be with me. Otherwise, how could you have advanced to the second circle in your life? Levi sighed and patted Leviathan's head. Leviathan nodded and spat out a mouthful of mist, which turned into a rainbow under the sunlight. That's right. If he hadn't followed his master, he might still be wandering around in the sea. It was important to follow the right master. Come on, Levi said. I'll inject you with the drug. It's up to you to make it work. Any Ascension Potion had a possibility of failure, so the advancement this time was not 100% successful. Leviathan obediently let Levi inject the medicine. After the injection, it returned to Alice's ring and swayed in the water as if it was drunk. Levi's spiritual power was constantly paying attention to the changes in Leviathan. It kept the other transcendent creatures away from Leviathan, afraid that they would disturb its advancement. The advancement of transcendent creatures could not be completed in a day. There needed to be a transition period during this period. Levi planned to record the changes in Leviathan every day from today onwards and collect all the experimental data. Then, he would use it as a reference for other transcendent creatures to advance in the future. You must succeed. I can't live without you, Leviathan. Levi cheered Leviathan on in his heart. This was a senior transcendent creature. To Levi, no matter what powerful transcendent creature he obtained in the future, it would not be as important as Leviathan. Time passed as they waited for Leviathan to advance. Levi's state of mind was like the water of a mirror lake, peaceful and peaceful. Other than the occasional wizards flying in the sky, this kind of life could be considered peaceful. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1063, Month of Flowers. The 27th year of the Great Expedition. The battles on the front lines were mixed. There were victories and defeats. The claws of the four evil gods of chaos and the Dark Wizard Emperor were infiltrating the 5 worlds further, while the Lord of Chaos of the astral world watched everything silently. The legendary wizards had all shown their abilities and were comparable to evil gods in their human bodies. It's shameful for the Dark Wizards, led by the Dark Wizard Emperor, Asta, to betray the wizard camp. They've forgotten all the efforts Sauron has made for the wizard civilization. It's extremely stupid to drive the reverse of civilization. After the war is over, the Parliament will completely settle all the Dark Wizards during this war. They will not let any of them off. The Grand Council Chairman, the Blazing Sun God Wizard Edmund, said, hoping that the stubborn Dark Wizards would surrender as soon as possible. Chapter 658. 5 Years, Perfection. 2. Endless Sea. There was news of victory in the war between the Dark and Righteous Wizards. Black Sun Adam failed to perform the 9th Circle level up ritual and become a 9th Circle Wizard. If he advanced to the 9th Circle, it would break the balance of power in the Endless Sea, making the Star Tower, which was already exhausted, even more helpless. Upon learning of this, the Star Tower intensified its attacks on the Black Sun steeple. Failure to advance to the 9th Circle meant that one's spiritual force and even soul would be damaged. The current Black Sun Adam might be at his weakest. The opportunity to eliminate the leader of the Dark Wizards of the Endless Sea was right in front of him. In Riptide City, Blue Dragon Lady, on the other hand, stabilized her position as the city lord. Her methods were unyielding, and she displayed an attitude of a woman not inferior to a man. For some of the higher-ups who were close to Thunder Spear, they would rope them in if they could. Otherwise, they would be replaced. Thunder Spear, who had lost this battle, returned to the Thunder Dragon family and secretly accumulated new strength. The other small abyss well was finally destroyed by the legendary wizard. However, during this period of time, countless powerful demons had invaded the wizard world and hidden around people. Moreover, it was unknown if there were any new abyss wells in the undiscovered corners. The situation in the outside world changed day by day. Looking at the world, the scenery of Mirror Lake was the best. There was a light breeze, and the water was sparkling. At the bottom of the lake, there were many fishes. Levi held his wine glass and clinked it with Melina's. Melina took a sip and swallowed with difficulty. What? It doesn't taste good? Levi asked. No, I haven't had any before. Melina said shyly. Sigh, I'm so envious of a member of a wizard family like you. Levi suddenly sighed. What's there to be envious of? I'm even envious of you for having such rich experiences, Melina said indignantly. It's not the same. You were born at my finish line. Levi smiled. During this period of time, in order to obtain more knowledge about the school of spiritualism, Levi had increased his efforts to get close to Melina. Melina looked like a second-generation witch from the Ivory Tower, although she had basic caution and vigilance. However, compared to Levi, who had been through thick and thin in the human world until now, he was still a little naive. Levi and Melina's relationship had also improved greatly compared to before. Every wizard from the school of spiritualism was an expert in transcendent creatures. Levi had also learned a lot about transcendent creatures from Melina. Levi felt the breeze on his face. His spiritual force had reached 94 points. He could feel that his spiritual force had undergone a slight transformation after all these years of mortalization traveling through the Mirror Lake. At the same time, there was a sudden reaction in Levi's Alice ring. He quickly scanned it with his spiritual force and found that on the lake inside, a slender giant whale more than 20 meters long was jumping out of the sea and clicking happily. The whale song was melodious and echoed in Alice's space. Leviathan's second circle. That's great. Levi was thrilled. He immediately said goodbye to Melina, left the boat, and returned home. Melina stared after Levi, sitting alone in the boat, lost in thought. When he got home, Levi checked Leviathan's condition. He's in good health and there are no negative statuses. Leviathan's attributes are much stronger than before, and it even has a second circle spell ability. Levi recorded Leviathan's data. Then, he took Leviathan's blood sample and tested it. Ancient Dragon Whale Bloodline 20%, Dragon King Whale Bloodline 87%. Success. The bloodline contained in the blood fungus is actually the bloodline of a peak transcendent creature like the ancient dragon whale. The ancient dragon whale had the strength of a fourth circle transcendent creature when it was in its prime. If it lived long enough, some old ancient dragon whale could reach the fifth circle level at their peak. Leviathan, on the other hand, had 20% of the ancient dragon whale's bloodline. According to Levi's previous research on the bloodline density and growth limit of this mixed blood dragon clan, Leviathan might even advance to the third circle in the future, although the chances were slim. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Good job, Leviathan. Levi encouraged Leviathan as he drew a large bucket of blood. It should be enough for me to cultivate for a period of time. I'll strive to cultivate the black whale breathing technique as soon as possible. In that case, the secret medicines of the dragon demon, death ember, and Maya breathing technique need to be dealt with. Levi muttered to himself. He was not in a hurry. He would take his time. In any case, it was a victory to fuse all the breathing techniques of the 6 dimensions at the third circle wizard stage. The breathing techniques now were too complicated. There were eagles and cows. It was too troublesome to collect them. When Levi transformed all the breathing techniques into Dragon Clan type breathing techniques, he could also try to change the formula for the secret medicine to the Dragon Clan in the future. This way, he could collect secret medicines more specifically and reduce the difficulty of collecting them. Moreover, it was not a good thing to have too many bloodlines. The most ideal state was still to change to the path of the dragon race. In the future, there would be 2 bloodlines in his body, the Dragon Clan bloodline that he had created himself and his human bloodline. Otherwise, Levi estimated that his outcome might not be any better than the 100 beast berserk witches. He would become a complete monster, and it would be far-fetched to call him a wizard. Chapter 659, 5 Years, Perfection. 3. His looks would also be greatly reduced. A month later, Levi took out a bottle of viscous black asphalt-like substance from the special container. This was the poison that he had taken out from Melina's sea dragon earlier. According to Melina, this poison came from a third circle dark wizard from the ocean school of thought. The third circle wizard of the Black Water Tower, the 100 poison wizard, Clay. Although Clay was from the ocean school of thought, he cultivated all kinds of poisonous spells. He combined these poisons with the spells of the ocean school of thought and created the so-called black water spell. He even used the body refining wizard method to temper his body and cultivate the venom body. The Black Water Tower was a subordinate organization of the Black Sun Steeple. What Levi did not know was that after the Flame King Al-Hid family was destroyed, the Black Sun Steeple sent the Black Water Tower to continue the battle on the Yellow Earth continent. Melina had met with an undeserved calamity and was targeted by Clay. He looked at the poisonous substance that seemed to have a life of its own. He had once carefully observed this venom in the mist form of his scarlet poison body. These venoms were made up of countless tiny poisonous microorganisms with vitality. These poisonous microorganisms were equivalent to poisonous zergs that could invade the microscopic level. Once poisoned, if the poison could not be quickly contained and removed, it would spread quickly in the host's body. In other words, the 6-winged sea dragon had a strong physique. If an ordinary wizard did not take the antidote immediately or kill these poisonous microorganisms, they would die quickly. Clay's venom is not bad. It gave me some new inspiration. Clay was very strong. Melina, who was also a third circle cultivator, was not his match at all. Although Melina was not a senior third circle wizard, she was a disciple of a big family. Her trump cards and the 6-winged sea dragon added to her extraordinary strength. However, she was still chased by Clay all over the Yellow Earth continent and could not fight back at all. Clay can be considered a wizard who dual cultivates body tempering and wizardry. He's considered rare among wizards. His true strength should be above average among third circle seniors. In addition, he has also mastered 2 innate spells. There are still crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the wizard world. Although I've killed 2 third circle wizards, I can't let my guard down. A powerhouse like Clay can overturn me at any time. Levi admonished himself. He took out a little bit of the asphalt venom. He wanted to see if he could absorb this poisonous microorganism and turn it into a part of his scarlet poison body. Levi injected a little poisonous microorganism into his body. He constantly observed the movements of these poisonous microorganisms. Once they showed signs of breaking free from his control, he would immediately transform into the blood fog body and separate these poisonous microorganisms. The microorganisms level aberration monsters that looked like tadpoles with exaggerated bloody mouths swam along Levi's blood and tissues. Levi could clearly feel that these xenomorph tadpoles were devouring his vitality and interfering with the circulation of his organs. However, because of Levi's powerful physique and immune system, these damages were better than nothing. However, if he allowed it to develop, there would be a day when his body would be filled with countless aberration tadpoles. He would be consumed from the inside out by highly toxic microorganisms. Interesting. What a powerful poison. This is much stronger than the half-baked poison technique I cultivated myself. Clay is a force to be reckoned with, Levi commented. His entire body turned into a ball of blood fog, the poisonous microorganisms were separated and gathered together. These microorganisms were much fewer than when Levi injected them. Most of them were killed by Levi's immune system. Unless I master the technique to control these poisonous microorganisms, there's no way to rely on the scarlet poison body to forcefully fuse them. Levi could not help but shake his head after experimenting. To a certain extent, this could be considered a long-distance battle between him and the 100 Poison Wizard. Looking at it now, in terms of poison techniques, Clay was still stronger. Levi could only temporarily put away these poisonous microorganisms for future research. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1065, Month of Beginning. In a small blacksmith shop outside Mist City. Levi worked on the forging beside the fire, sweating profusely. He looked older than he had a few years ago, but he was still full of energy. Melina watched all of this with interest. "You're an interesting guy to do such hard work," Melina said. "For me, blacksmithing is a relaxing thing," Levi said. "Why don't you become younger?" Melina looked at Levi's old figure. Most witches liked to look beautiful, so witches were young and beautiful. Until the moment before they died, they would not show their old and decayed faces. Men get more attractive the older they get, don't you think? Levi laughed as she forged. "I don't think so." Melina shrugged. In the past few years, she and the six-winged sea dragon had almost recovered from their injuries. She planned to leave the Yellow Earth continent and continue searching for the 10-winged heavenly sea dragon king. Although she really wanted to take revenge on the 100 Poison Wizard, after thinking about it, she decided to forget it. She did not have the strength to do so, so she could only accept her fate. Chapter 660. 5 years, Perfection. 4. In this chaotic world, it was impossible for her to get the organization to come to the Endless Sea to avenge her. That was unrealistic. She realized that people like Levi lived a relaxed life. Apart from cultivating, wouldn't it be wonderful to do some hobbies? She thought about her entire life. It seemed that she had been arranged by her family and had never thought of her own path. In Mist City, she thought about many things. "Grandpa Keg, this is the new brew. My mother wants you to try it." Leah jogged over with a large glass of wine. Levi sniffed. "The fragrance of malt. I think I see the wind blowing the waves of malt." Levi praised from the bottom of his heart and drank it all in one gulp. Little Leah had grown a lot since Levi first came to Mirror Lake. She was now a young girl. The lady boss did not change much. Time had left some traces on her body and added a lot of charm. Levi, who had seen many beautiful witches in the wizard world, felt that such beauty was the most real. As the saying went, the most important thing is the truth. Unknowingly, he had been living in seclusion in Mirror Lake for more than 3 years. Levi could not help but sigh at how quickly time had passed. "Are you planning to stay here for the rest of your life?" Melina asked suddenly. "Maybe." Levi looked at Melina. She seemed troubled. "I plan to leave here tomorrow," Melina said, staring into the distance. "Where are you going? You shouldn't be able to return to the spiritualism steeple now, right?" Levi asked. It was quite boring without Melina and someone to talk to. "I came to the Endless Sea for a mission. Although it's very chaotic outside now, I still must continue. I can't stay in one place for a long time, especially when my cultivation hasn't improved. This place is very quiet, but it's not suitable for cultivation," Melina said regretfully. She had grown up in the family, and everyone in the family respected her because she was the daughter of a fifth circle wizard. However, she did not seem to have much to talk about. On the other hand, in this mortal town that had the aura of a marketplace, together with Levi and the mortals who were running around for their lives, she saw many sceneries that were different from those in the wizard world. Which, she surmised, was why Levi was staying. Then your mission is more important. Be careful. Levi sat at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. During his break, he crossed his legs and looked at the clouds.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Thank you. If there's a chance, you can visit the spiritualism steeple after the war, Melina said. Definitely. Melina left after saying goodbye to Levi. Before leaving, she gave Levi some of her notes on transcendent creatures over the years. In exchange, Levi gave Melina the same knowledge. I seem to have made another friend. I guess we can be considered friends, Levi muttered in her heart as she watched Melina leave. He was 75 years old. He had been cultivating for more than 60 years. He had seen so many people from knights to wizards, but there did not seem to be many who could be considered friends. I'm old. I'm actually starting to feel sad. This isn't my style. Let's cultivate. Levi got up, patted his butt, and ran home. The next day, Melina left Riptide City. Chapter 661, 5 Years, Perfection. 5. Yeah, it's time to leave. Alright, we'll pack up immediately. Master, where are we going this time? This time? I'm going home. Levi thought of the Blackfire Island. It had been many years since he went back. After tidying up, Levi tidied up the house and left. He gave the weapons that he had not sold in his blacksmith shop to some people who needed them and then went to the small tavern. It's closed. Levi looked at the closed tavern. Then, he used intuition to sweep through the entire city. There was no sign of the lady boss or little Leah in the entire city. Neat, where's the lady boss? I'm waiting for a beer. Levi looked at the old man sitting beside the tavern and asked. What did you say? Neat asked loudly. Just bask in the sun. It's none of your business. Levi searched carefully and finally found a faint trace by relying on the smell. He asked some mortals nearby. In the end, he learned that someone had seen the lady boss and Leah leaving with a mysterious man in black last night. Levi found someone to ask for a general direction. It matched the intermittent traces of his perception. His expression was calm as he walked forward. Levi had thought that he could easily catch up to the other party with mortal feet. But after flying for a while, he still couldn't find Leah with his perception. He guessed that the lady boss and Leah had most likely been taken away by the wizard. Otherwise, they wouldn't have run so quickly. That man in black should be a wizard. Maybe Leah's talent was discovered by a passing wizard. Levi analyzed in his heart. He decided to look again. If it didn't work out, he'd let it go. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. There was no need for Levi to force Leah to become Ms. Marlene's disciple. After all, she might not be willing to become a wizard. On the southern side of the Yellow Earth continent. This was Blackwater Tower's residence. This newly formed organization had been thriving in Yellow Earth continent for the past 2 years. He suppressed the Righteous Wizard Alliance formed by the 2 veteran Third Circle wizard organizations, Golden Lion and Wham, alone. The reason why the Blackwater Tower was so powerful was because of its leader. The 100 Poison Wizard, Clay. He was a dark wizard who had made countless righteous wizards tremble in fear in the Yellow Earth continent over the years. With the support of the Black Sun Steeple, the Blackwater Tower expanded rapidly and soon unified the central region of the Yellow Earth continent. This organization had a total of 3 Third Circle wizards, 2 ordinary Third Circle wizards, and 1 senior Third Circle wizard. On the way to the Blackwater Tower, an iron-winged griffin was soaring in the sky. The iron-winged griffin was a second circle transcendent creature. Although it looked like a lion and had 4 furry claws, in fact, in terms of blood relations, it was closer to a vulture or tulra or prey. This was a relatively rare second circle transcendent bird. It had powerful long-distance flying ability and extraordinary combat strength. Griffins were considered very famous transcendent creatures in the wizard world. They often appeared in the legends of bards and were as famous as dragons. Above the iron-winged griffins were silver-winged griffins which were comparable to third circle creatures and golden-winged griffin kings which were comparable to fourth circle creatures. Many wizards were proud of taming a griffin as a mount. This was a powerful symbol. On the back of this iron-winged griffin, a handsome dark wizard revealed a happy expression. He was Lint, a third circle wizard. He used to be a low-profile rogue cultivator, but now he was famous in the Yellow Earth continent. This was because he was one of the 3 third circle wizards of the Blackwater Tower, the right-hand man of the 100 Poison Wizard. I accidentally found a seedling with dual elemental affinity when I went out this time. Not bad. It'll be useful to nurture it. Lint was in a good mood. On the back of the griffin were 2 figures, one big and one small. It was the Lady Boss and Leah. The reason why he took the Lady Boss away was purely because Lint had heard that the Lady Boss was a widow. He also liked her, so he decided to take her back to satisfy his cravings. I didn't expect that the legendary wizards would do such a thing and bully the weak. The Lady Boss's heart was like dead ashes. Originally, she had wanted Leah to step into the wizard world, but from the looks of it, if the wizard world was filled with such scum, she might as well not go. You can say whatever you want. I won't be angry. The more you act like this, the more excited I am, Lint said with a smile. You should be glad that if it weren't for me, you and your daughter would have died of old age in the mortal world. How many people want to become wizards? Lint pinched the face of the Lady Boss and teased. Leah, on the other hand, was still unconscious. Shameless. The Lady Boss could not struggle. She looked at Lint with disdain. Don't judge a wizard by the morality of mortals. What wizards pursue is only knowledge and the unattainable truth. Morality is just an excuse for the weak to get trapped and protect themselves, Lint said calmly without being angry at all. The Lady Boss was in complete despair. How could she be at ease with Leah joining such a wizard organization? No wonder there were rumors that wizards were synonymous with evil and selfishness. From the looks of it, that was indeed the case. At that moment, a large hand suddenly reached out from the void beside the Lady Boss and Leah, easily tearing apart the binding force of the water current. The next moment, the Lady Boss and Leah disappeared from the griffin's back. Chapter 662, 5 Years, Perfection. 6. When she opened her eyes again, there were all kinds of ferocious and terrifying monsters above her head. They were all sizing up the mother and daughter with curious gazes. Then, the Lady Boss fainted from fright. The moment Levi attacked, the Hermit Rune had already lost its effect. Lint, who was in front, was very experienced in combat. The moment the enemy attacked, the third circle protective force field and third circle innate defensive spells around him lit up one after another. Ripples flowed, layering on top of each other, impenetrable. It was obvious that he was also a stacked armor style enthusiast. At the same time, Lint quickly pulled away from Levi and looked at Levi from afar. A third circle attack spell was already brewing and attacking Levi. Raja, Bo Gang. Behind Levi, 2 behemoths appeared. As soon as Raja appeared, he let out an excited dragon roar and rushed into the sky. With the power of wind and lightning, he charged towards Lint. The mountain giant Bo Gang blocked the enemy's attack for Levi. 2 third circle pets. Who are you? Lint's expression changed. The person who had suddenly appeared in front of him was too powerful. He had extremely powerful invisibility skills and a third circle transcendent creature as his guardian. However, judging from his mental strength, he was clearly only at the second circle. Trafficking women and children. You're really a big badda, Levi said with a dark smile. After not fighting for so long, his strength increased every day, but he did not feel anything. Levi flexed his muscles. After hiding for so long, he felt like he was about to become a robot. Facing this third circle wizard with good combat awareness, his long-lost blood was boiling. He would have a good fight. Return those 2 people to me and I can let you off. Otherwise, you should know the consequences of angering the Blackwater Tower. Lint seemed to be a little afraid of Levi and did not want to fight. He began to show the organization behind Levi to intimidate him. Blackwater Tower. I'm relieved. I was worried about wronging a good person. Various defensive fields appeared around Levi. He chanted and pointed at the sky. Metal power appeared behind him and condensed into blades that emitted a cold golden light. Second circle spell, Sword Blade Storm. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of metal flying swords tore through the air and charged at Lint. Piece of cake! You forced me to do this! Seeing that this battle was inevitable, Lint no longer hesitated. Third circle spell, Deep Water Cannonball. A cylindrical wizard tool suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, the wizard tool emitted a dark blue light. A terrifying third circle spell rushed toward Levi and arrived in the blink of an eye. The water cannon dispersed Levi's sword blade storm. The aftershock drowned Levi. Levi's protective force field shattered layer by layer, but that was all. What? Lint could not imagine that this second circle wizard could withstand his third circle spell. At the same time, he felt a sense of danger. Amidst the lightning and thunder, an ice blue sword suddenly collided with Lint's third circle protective force field and shattered it. The remaining force even pierced through his chest, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Lint drank the potion and endured the pain. He didn't know what spell Levi was using, but it didn't make sense for a second circle wizard to break through his third circle defensive field. Levi looked at the enemy who had been injured by his spell and was pleasantly surprised. Glacial Sword Finger, not bad. Levi had lived in seclusion in Mirror Lake for 5 years. From Glacial Finger, he had created another third circle spell, Glacial Sword Finger. He used this spell as his advancement to the third circle. The casting speed of this spell was relatively fast, and its power was also very concentrated. Its penetrative power was strong, and its attack strength was among the third circle. It should be at the level of Grade A. It might not be useful against large transcendent creatures. However, this third circle spell was still very useful in a battle with wizards. His third circle defensive field was easily penetrated. Mountain Giant Bogang and Tyrant Il acted as meat shields, while Raja attacked from afar. Before Levi could use his full strength, Lint was gradually overwhelmed. If you're the friend of those two mortals, you can just take them away. Why do you have to kill me? If you kill me, the Black Water Tower won't let you off. Lint was too tired to respond, so he pleaded. He realized that he couldn't even defeat this second circle wizard's pet. The other party must be a disciple of the Grand Wizard family who had gone out to train. He had kicked an iron plate this time. He was very unlucky. Levi completely ignored him and continued to use his glacial sword to attack from a distance. He was having a great time. Ever since he debuted, he had always used the path of a knight to crush his enemies in close combat. This time, he wanted to use spells to personally defeat a third circle wizard. It was for no other reason than to prove that he, Levi, was a wizard. In the end, Lint's defensive force field could no longer stand up. He had tried all kinds of methods, but this enemy was too powerful. Perhaps only the Tower Master could fight him. The great black sky curtain appeared and suppressed Lint. Levi came up to Lint. He had wanted to kill him. However, considering that he was a member of the Black Water Tower, he might have some understanding of the 100 Poison Wizard. With a thought, a scarlet mist emerged from his body and rushed into Lint's body. What? What are you doing? Lint was terrified. The next moment, the scarlet power occupied Lint's body and mind. The world in his eyes was blood red. A scarlet dragon wrapped in a bloody storm and red fog was overturning the clouds in this world, high and mighty. Then, Lint's eyes became dull. On his forehead, the mark of a scarlet dragon was faintly discernible. It's a good choice to contract a third circle wizard as a helper for the time being. Levi muttered to himself. He was still thinking about Clay's poison technique. If he could subdue Lint, he could start with him. Knowing his enemy and himself, he would never be defeated in 100 battles. Levi also found some undetectable tracking marks on Lint's body. It must be Clay's doing. However, Levi had killed many people and robbed them. He already had many anti-tracking methods for these conventional tracking marks. He turned into a blood fog and entered Lint's body, easily removing these marks. There were 2 types of tracking marks. One was for the physical body, and the other was for the soul, such as Rex's soul imprint. Levi could infiltrate his body through the blood fog and remove the former. As for the latter, he had no way of erasing it. He could only wait for the soul imprint to automatically appear after killing the enemy and be devoured by the saint scorpions. After doing this, Levi looked at the griffin on the other side and could not help but smile. The secret medicine of the Maya breathing technique has been resolved. Without guns or cannons, the enemy provided for him. Chapter 663, Third Circle. 1. As a second circle transcendent creature, the iron-winged griffin was very flustered. Because above it, a pterosaur with a wide wingspan and waving the power of wind and lightning was circling. Griffins were very intelligent creatures, which was why they were used as mounts by powerful wizards. The tactful griffin took the initiative to submit to Levi and avoid being beaten up. Moreover, even his master had been subdued by Levi. "I'll have a flying mount in the future." Lint had spent a lot of effort to get this griffin. It could be said to be the most valuable thing on him. Levi sat on the griffin. The griffin flew very steadily, and very quickly. It was comparable to some low-level wizard airships. Levi threw Lint into Alice's ring and took out his storage bags. After counting them, his gains were not bad. 70,000 ether stones and a third circle wizard tool. Other than that, there were also some spell books and casting materials from the Ocean School of Thought. Not bad, 1/6 of Rex, Levi muttered to himself. There was no need to mention the ether stones. That wizard tool was the same thing as the cannon used by Lint and Levi in the battle. There were mysterious and complicated runes solidified on it. Without appraising it, Levi did not know what it was. He only knew that it was most likely a hand cannon similar to the wizard worlds and had extraordinary power. He planned to find an opportunity to sell it for money. This kind of third circle wizard tool looked standard. It was far inferior to the great black sky curtain. Levi couldn't be bothered to use it. The cash in his pocket made Levi feel at ease. The griffin flew quickly and steadily. On its furry back, the lady boss slowly woke up. Levi had set up a small protective shield around the mother-daughter duo to prevent the griffin from flying too fast and blowing Leah down. The lady boss looked at the smiling old man in front of her. "Old Keg? Are you really a wizard?" She was in disbelief. "I already said that I'm a wizard." "You didn't believe me." Levi shrugged and said helplessly. "But how can there be a wizard living in seclusion in this small city, chatting with mortals, drinking, smithying, and farming?" The lady boss recalled Levi's actions over the years. "Wizards are humans too. As long as they do something that makes them happy, it's fine," Levi said. "Where's that person just now?" "This seems to be his mount," the lady boss asked. "I killed him." "Naturally, I took his mount," Levi said. The lady boss suddenly felt a little scared. The seemingly harmless and gentle old Keg could calmly say something like killing someone. That meant that old Keg had killed too many people, and he no longer took it seriously. "Will you punish us like him? Once bitten, twice shy." After Lint's kidnapping, she no longer had any hope for a wizard's moral bottom line. As Lint said, morality was just an excuse for the weak to protect themselves. In this world, what mattered most was strength. Wizards dominated the vast sea. They had their own circles and rarely interacted with mortals. To some wizards, those busy mortals who were busy working for their livelihoods were just ants working diligently on the roadside for food and reproduction. Therefore, it could be said that it was rare for wizards to consider mortals even after their cultivation level had increased. "You have two choices. The first is that I will send you back to Mist City. The two of you will continue to live peacefully as mortals and live an ordinary life. The other is, if Leah wants to become a witch, I can find a reliable wizard for her as a teacher. From now on, she will become an apprentice wizard and enter the magnificent but dangerous wizard world. It depends on what you choose." Levi asked. "I choose the second option," the lady boss said. "Oh, you should have just seen the ruthlessness and cruelty of wizards. I thought you were completely disappointed in wizards." Levi smiled. "I'm very disappointed in wizards, but so what? I still have to live. I remember that when I was young, very few wizards flew over Mist City, let alone saw wizards chasing and fighting in the sky. However, from time to time, wizards would pass by the sky in a hurry or fight and kill each other. We live in a small city and are afraid all day long. I can feel that the world of wizards seems to have encountered some changes, so this world is becoming more and more chaotic. We are too lowly. So lowly that wizards can decide whether we live or die at will. That's why I want Leah to give it a try. If possible, she should have the power to fight for her destiny than to do nothing. Not all wizards are like that. The reason why you can live peacefully in this small city for so long and rarely suffer from the attacks of transcendent creatures is that you've never been attacked by transcendent creatures. It's because, behind it, there's a group of wizards who consider the overall situation and protect the wizard civilization. Wizards are also humans. No one is born a wizard. The lady boss nodded. Do you still need to make a trip to Mist City? If not, I'll head straight to our destination, Levi said. There's no need. Old Keg. Wizard Lord. Realizing that calling Old Keg again might be disrespectful to the wizard, the lady boss suddenly changed her words and said with a flustered expression. Chapter 664, Third Circle. 2. There's no need to be so reserved. I'm really an easy-going person. Levi smiled. Grandpa Keg. Drowsily, Leah opened her eyes and stared at Levi, who was talking to her mother. Leah, call him Wizard Lord. You can't call him that in the future, the lady boss said. Grandpa Keg is fine. I'm used to hearing it too, Levi said. This, the lady boss did not know what to say for a moment, so she remained silent. After revealing his identity as a wizard, Levi clearly felt the estrangement between them. Levi deeply understood how Wang Duyu, the richest man in Zihong City, felt when he laid his cards on the table. As Leah laughed, the griffin disappeared over the horizon. And in the middle of the Yellow Earth continent, in the secret room of the Black Water Tower, a pool of flowing black liquid rolled on the ground. From time to time, poisonous spiders, scorpions, poisonous snakes, and other poisonous creatures would turn into a pool of pus and be swallowed by the black liquid. Then, the black liquid finally converged into an old man in black. This black-clothed old man was none other than the 100 Poison Wizard, Clay, who was like the sun in the midday sky and shook the Yellow Earth continent. He was known as the most poisonous creature in the Outer Sea region. In order to cultivate his poisonous spells, Clay had gone through untold hardships to collect all the poisonous substances in the world. With these poisonous substances, he had used the black water spell to fuse them into his body and cultivated a unique venom body. His venom body was not ordinary. It could change its shape at will like a pool of liquid. Even if half of it was cut off, the other half could be reborn. In addition, the venom body was extremely powerful and invulnerable. This was the strength of the 100 Poison Wizard. Although he was a wizard of the Ocean School of Thought, he relied on this venom body to possess stronger strength, physique and defense than ordinary body-refining wizards. Relying on his venom body and his third circle spells, he believed that he was the strongest person below the fourth circle wizard. It was also because of this that he was able to make the Golden Lion Jostar family and the Wham family panic. To him, destroying these two clans and unifying the Yellow Earth continent was only a matter of time. He would not die inexplicably on the Yellow Earth continent like that trash Lehman. Previously, the spiritual beast of the School of Spiritualisms which was invaded by my parasitic venom and must have died suddenly. It's a pity. I wanted to capture and make her my wife. Clay said regretfully. Also, the tracking mark I left on Lint's body has been erased. It looks like this guy is doomed. Fortunately, I didn't count on him from the beginning. He knows almost nothing about my secrets. Clay swallowed the poisonous bugs and squinted his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. To erase the mark on Lint's body so easily, the other party's strength must be unfathomable. Clay had no intention of avenging Lint. If he went, there was a high chance that he would be doomed. The entire Black Water Tower was just Clay's tool. As long as he was here, the Black Water Tower would be there. According to the information from the headquarters, there seems to be a lost Pan's Labyrinth in the Yellow Earth continent. I have to get my subordinates to search for it quickly. We have to gain an advantage before the Star Tower sets foot in the new dimension. If we lose one step, we'll lose every step. What Clay didn't know was that someone had already set foot in the stronghold of the Dreamland Steeple branch in the Yellow Earth continent and taken away all the research materials of the Nightmare World. And this place was at the peaceful Mirror Lake. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1067, month of vitality. Levi arrived at the Giant Tree Secret Realm. He used the communication method left by the lush forest witch to send a message and put away the griffin. Every time he came, he would change to a new mount. This was too high profile. Although the people in the Giant Tree Secret Realm were generally trustworthy, it was better to be careful. Not long after, the spatial rift in the Giant Tree Secret Realm slowly opened. This kind of secret realm that can be actively opened and closed is really convenient. In such a chaotic era, it's most suitable to live in seclusion. Levi could not help but sigh. He also had a secret realm key, but it could only be opened once every 200 years, so it had been collecting dust in his storage bag. Grandpa Keg, that's amazing. Leah's mouth was agape with excitement. The lady boss also looked at the wizard's methods enviously. A bloodline modification wizard appeared at the door. Levi showed his ID. "Hello, Sir Levi. It's been a long time," the wizard said quickly. "Long time no see. I have something to discuss with the lush forest witch." "All right, please follow me." Entering the lush secret realm with towering trees, Levi breathed happily. In a herb garden in the secret realm, Levi saw Marlene tending to the flowers and plants. "Teacher," Levi said with a smile. Marlene looked at the old Levi and was stunned for a moment. "Little old Levi, ha ha ha," Marlene said with a laugh. "Ha ha, indeed. Unknowingly, I've become an old man too." Levi sighed. "Let's go back to the treehouse and sit down." Marlene soared into the air and led the way. Levi followed closely behind Leah and the lady boss. Hearing that the second circle wizard Levi of the Grey Tower was back, Winnie, Marco, Mr. Tim, and Manla also came. Levi was relieved to see that everyone was well. Chapter 665, Third Circle. 3. After being away for so long, he was indeed a little worried. Inside the treehouse, Leah and the lady boss stood obediently beside Levi. In front of a group of wizard lords, they were as reserved as helpless kittens. "Teacher, this is a wizard seedling that I accidentally discovered. She has a dual elemental affinity. I thought that such a good talent couldn't be wasted, so I brought her back. I hope everyone can take her in," Levi said as she stroked Leah's head. Leah blushed and lowered her head, not daring to speak. She was only familiar with Levi and was very distant from other wizards. "She actually has double affinity." Winnie was surprised. A double affinity was considered a top talent in the Outer Sea region. In this day and age, it's indeed rare to see a double affinity seedling that hasn't been taken away by a wizard. "I think this little girl is quite cute." "Levi, you're so considerate." Marlene looked at Leah, who was hiding behind Levi, wondering why this strange witch was looking at her. "It looks like the little girl is very afraid of me," Marlene said with a smile. "Leah, don't be rude. Call teacher." The lady boss was perceptive enough to pat Leah on the head. "Hello, teacher. My name is Leah. I'm 12.5 years old. I like to sing and dance," Leah said weakly, grabbing Levi's robe. "All right. You are in the prime of learning and seeking knowledge. From now on, you will learn the spells of the Ocean School of Thought from me. This way, you can protect yourself and your mother in the future," Marlene said. She looked at the lady boss again and said, "Follow Winnie to report there later. In the future, you can do some chores in exchange for resources. In here, as long as you don't slack off, you'll have a better life than outside." The lady boss did not have any wizard talent. Otherwise, she could also become an apprentice wizard. With that, Levi had solved Leah's problem. "Levi, are you about to advance to the third circle?" Marlene asked. "I'm still far from it, but I believe I can advance to the third circle," Levi said confidently. "Will you still leave after you come back this time?" Winnie looked at Levi, whose hair was already white. "After some time, I want to stay in the giant tree secret realm for a while," Levi said. He mainly wanted to ask the lush forest witch about refining third circle potions. "That's good. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Relax when you need to. Rest well and don't think about taking revenge for the Grey Tower. Morpheus has the support of the Black-Eyed Crow. It is best not to provoke him even if you advance to the third circle. Although our Grey Tower has been disbanded, everyone is living well. There's no need for revenge." Marlene had known Levi for a long time. Although Levi kept many things to himself, Marlene, who had always been sensitive, could feel it. "I understand, teacher. The past is the past. The most important thing now is for everyone to live well," Levi said. "By the way, teacher, how far are you from the second circle senior realm?" Levi asked. Marlene thought for a moment and said, "I have 62 points of spiritual force now. I'm still missing 8 points. Levi was a little emotional. When he was still an apprentice wizard, his teacher had already advanced to the second circle. Now that he was about to advance to the third circle, his teacher was still an ordinary second circle. At this moment, he realized even more how terrifying his cultivation speed was with the cheat. He sighed in his heart and took out a portion of the excess meditation potion that he had previously used for his second circle cultivation. Then, he said solemnly, "Teacher, use the potion for yourself. Don't tell the others." If he could help his teacher advance to the third circle, it would undoubtedly be best if she could live for another 200 years. Even if she couldn't advance to the third circle, Levi wouldn't have any regrets if he did his best before his teacher left. "Levi, this. You have to be careful when you're outside. Don't do anything illegal." Marlene looked at the precious potion Levi had given her and couldn't help but worry. Second circle meditation supplementary potions were all very precious. Although she was a second circle pharmacist, she did not even have the corresponding potion formula. Even with the formula, with her financial resources, she could still use the meditation supplementary potion to cultivate for a long time. She guessed that Levi might have gotten these from doing illegal things, so she was naturally worried. "Teacher, don't worry. I'm still the naive and kind Levi from before. The source of these potions is definitely legal. However, the second circle meditation supplementary potion is extremely precious. You should not reveal your wealth, teacher," Levi said. He had signed a confidentiality agreement with the military. Otherwise, he would have directly given the formula for the second circle meditation supplementary potion to his teacher. Marlene nodded and suddenly sighed. Sigh. If only the Tower Master was here. He would be happy to see you now. It's fine. When I'm strong enough one day, I'll go to the Myriad Machine Plane to find the Tower Master and bring this guy who abandoned the Grey Tower back. Levi thought of the Tower Master who had eloped with his lover and was a little depressed. In the following days, Levi was not in a hurry to leave the giant tree secret realm. Instead, he stayed for the time being. He chatted with his friends from Grey Tower all night and held a bonfire ball. On the next day, he came to the tower of the Lush Forest Witch. "Please report that Levi requests an audience," Levi said to the guard downstairs. After passing the test, Levi saw the Lush Forest Witch's hairy monster with the humanoid girl's head. Chapter 666, Third Circle. 4. Before the monster could say Big Brother, he quickly left. Unlike the people in this world, Levi was traumatized by Big Brother in an anime in his previous life. Levi met the beautiful green elf in the study of the Lush Forest Witch. "I heard that you brought a wizard with double affinity." "Yes, I did. If you find such a seedling during your travels in the future, you can leave them to us if you don't want to take them in as a disciple," said the Lush Forest Witch. She was naturally more than happy to see such a thing happen. "I will, Lord. I'm here to ask for your guidance." "Of course, I will pay the corresponding price," Levi said. "If it's not something troublesome, just ask away," said the Lush Forest Witch. "I want to know how a second circle pharmacist can refine a third circle potion," Levi asked. "There are only two possibilities. The first is to break through to become a third circle wizard before refining it. There's no need to say more about this. The other is relatively rare. It requires a potion that can temporarily increase the upper limit of one's spiritual force. It is generally called the epiphyllum potion. After taking the potion, your mental strength will break through the limit of the second circle in a short period of time. During this period of breaking through the maximum, you just have to successfully refine the potion. However, the ingredients for the epiphyllum potion are relatively difficult to find, and one cannot consume too much. Generally, it is not recommended to consume it more than 3 times. Otherwise, it might affect the subsequent advancement of one's realm. Generally speaking, only ancient wizards would take the epiphyllum potion to forcefully refine third circle potions. In the modern era, under the management of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, as long as it's a potion certified by the Pharmacist Association, they can basically take it without worry. The Lush Forest Witch immediately guessed why Levi asked this. It was most likely because he wanted to refine a potion that could break through to the third circle. Levi smiled and said, "I understand. Lord, do you have the formula for the epiphyllum potion? I can buy it with ether stones." He still wanted to give it a try first. Firstly, he would be more at ease this way. Secondly, it could also increase his pharmacy level. "I do have it here, but are you sure you want to buy it?" the Lush Forest Witch asked. "Yes, I'm sure." "Fine." The Lush Forest Witch didn't expect Levi to be so obsessed with concocting potions himself. In the end, Levi spent 30,000 ether stones to buy the formula for the epiphyllum potion from the lush forest witch. Similar to the ascension potion, the epiphyllum potion was also a special potion. There was no realm difference. The quality of the potion depended on the different ingredients. Levi took a look. The ingredients for the epiphyllum potion that could be used by second circle wizards were all in his herb warehouse, except for a few missing ingredients. He had Rex's inheritance. The materials inside were so abundant that even the lush forest witch could not compare to them. After achieving his goal, he rested in the giant tree secret realm for a few days. Levi bade farewell to Marlene and the others. Before leaving, Leah was a little reluctant to part with Grandpa Keg. Levi told her to cultivate well. If she could advance to the first circle before the age of 30, he would reward her. After leaving the secret realm, Levi looked in the direction of Blackfire Island. "I'm back." 3 days later, Levi arrived at the Blackfire Island. The current Blackfire Island was not much different from before Levi left. In the cave abode, Levi met second circle wizard Gulam, who was cultivating inside. "Senior." Gulam immediately ran out eagerly with an excited expression. During the period of cultivation on the Blackfire Island, his cultivation had also improved. "Did anything happen to the Blackfire Island while I was away?" Levi asked. "No, with me guarding it, there's naturally no problem," Gulam said. "Where's Joanne?" "He was called by the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard to search for relics." Levi asked Gulam about the situation in Area 9. Currently, among the three forces in Area 9, Whale Song Island was getting stronger and stronger. It had defeated the Tower of Ocean Currents led by Lady Whitewater. Now, they could only retreat to the Tower of Ocean Currents and make their final resistance. Not only that, but Morpheus had also attacked the alliance of rogue cultivators under the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard and forced them to surrender control and submit to Whale Song Island. However, as a third circle wizard, the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard was naturally unconvinced. Both sides fought several times and each had their own victories. Now, the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard had already formed a loose alliance with the Tower of Ocean Currents to deal with the pressure on Whale Song Island. The reason why Morpheus was so fearless was naturally because of the mastermind behind the scenes in Area 9, the Black-Eyed Chromody. "Since the battle hasn't reached the Blackfire Island, I won't get involved for the time being. With my current strength, I'm probably still far from being able to deal with the Black-Eyed Crow. After the third circle, the gap between each ring is like a natural chasm. Unless I advance to the third transformation of the bloodline, I can't be a match for a fourth circle wizard. While they're busy fighting, I can seize the time to advance to the third circle so that my strength can reach a higher level. In this chaotic world, I can better protect myself." Levi asked Gulam to run errands for him. This wizard was very trustworthy. Levi asked him to guard the Blackfire Island, and he had really been guarding it until now. Gulam, a servant with 2 surnames, also knew that there was no future in following the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard. After all, the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard had many second circle wizards under him and did not care about him. Chapter 667, Third Circle. 5. If he followed Levi, he would be the founding partner. In the future, Levi would advance to the third circle. He would probably be able to get some benefits. In this way, Levi could cultivate peacefully. He arrived at the deepest part of Blackfire Island. This was the place with the densest underground fire. He felt the scorching hot air, but his body did not feel any discomfort. He felt comfortable instead because of Red Lotus' existence. His current fire element resistance was comparable to a fire element giant of the same level unless it was a burning faction spell with a higher number of rings than his first circle. To Levi, combustion spells of the same level would only cause limited damage. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1068, Month of Germinal. Year 31 of the Great Expedition. Gulam, the errand boy, finally gathered all the ingredients for the epiphyllum potion for Levi. Levi rewarded Gulam with some ether stones. He began to refine the epiphyllum potion. Levi's pharmacy was already at the maximum of level 10, which meant that he was a second circle senior. However, because his spiritual force was not up to standard, he could not break through this restriction. The refinement of the epiphyllum potion was very successful. After all the materials were used up, Levi refined a total of 4 portions. However, this potion could only be used 3 times at most. The increase in spiritual force obtained each time was only a flash in the pan. Therefore, Levi only had 3 chances to refine the Lake Fairy Potion. He needed to complete the prerequisite steps of the Lake Fairy Potion before taking the Epiphyllum Potion and forcibly refining the Lake Fairy Potion. "Come on, let's do this one time," Levi encouraged himself. On the Blackfire Island, he began the refinement of the Lake Fairy Potion. Currently, the defense of the entire Blackfire Island could be said to be impregnable. Levi's second circle maze, killing array and defensive array were set up inside. Gustav, Raja, Mountain Giant, Lint, and Tyrant Il were guarding various places on Blackfire Island. It could be said that without the Black-Eyed Crow, the configuration of Whale Song Island would not be comparable to Levi's luxurious lineup. A small Blackfire Island was comparable to a third circle wizard organization. However, the members here were not human. Under such safety protection, Levi began to refine the potion wholeheartedly. A month later, in the pharmacy room, Levi was completely focused. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Beside him, there was a jar filled with wasted medicinal ingredients. A month ago, his first attempt at refining the Lake Fairy Potion had failed. This was already the second time. If he didn't succeed this time, Levi would only have one last chance. If he failed 3 times, he could only ask the Lush Forest Witch or Huffman to refine it for him. Fortunately, he had enough ingredients for the Levi Lake Fairy Potion. He was able to withstand a few failures. In the end, after the process was completed step by step, it was time for the crucial potion fusion segment. Levi drank the Epiphyllum Potion. In an instant, his mind began to churn. At that moment, his spiritual force actually broke the limit of 100 points and even showed signs of gasification. At this moment, Levi barely had the mental strength of a third circle. He quickly chanted an incantation and began to assemble the medicine. As the light circulated, the potions in the crucible began to boil and sublimate. There were even hazy demoness songs, demon whispers, and undead roars. 3 different strange sounds echoed, disturbing one's mind. If not for Levi's strong willpower and the fact that he had gone through the experience of mortalization, it would have been challenging for him to withstand these disturbances. Finally, at the bottom of the crucible, a wisp of medicinal concoction condensed into a mini black figure. The small figure closed its eyes tightly, looking a little strange. The potion figurine suddenly stood up and spun around the bottom of the crucible like the dancer in the music box. "It's done. This potion looks a little strange." Levi looked at the potion, but he was very sure that his potion had been successfully refined. This was the Lake Fairy Potion recorded in the formula. It was normal for things that belonged to wizards to be strange. Levi was already used to it. The potion is done. The next step is the long gasification process. When I reach the last step of gasification, I'll take the Lake Fairy Potion and succeed in one go, Levi muttered to himself. In the Blackfire Island, Levi began to cultivate the earth and fire gasification technique. He breathed in the scorching hot air and held the stone heart in his palm. At some point, Levi opened his eyes and realized that there was a new skill on his proficiency panel. Levi. Underground Fire God Tempering Technique, Level 1, 1/1000. I didn't expect this gasification technique to be on the proficiency panel. If that's the case, this will be easy. I'll cultivate until my liver explodes. Levi was pleasantly surprised. However, this earth and fire gasification technique was called the Underground Fire God Tempering Technique on the proficiency panel. Just like that, Levi began the gasification process on Blackfire Island. According to the information he had gathered, the gasification process would take at least half a year, 3 to 5 years, or even 10 years. The more talented he was, the faster he could gasify. Of course, this was not absolute. Some people's gasification process was very slow, but slow work produced fine work. After the successful gasification, the quality of his spiritual force was higher than that of ordinary wizards. It was equivalent to laying the foundation for the liquefaction of his spiritual force in advance. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The Blackfire Island was peacefully hibernating on this vast sea, just like its master. In the underground fire, the earth elemental power in the stone heart in Levi's hand visibly thinned. Chapter 668, Third Circle. 6. His underground fire god tempering technique had also cultivated to level 2 in the past 6 months. Levi estimated that when he reached level R his spiritual force would be completely gasified. Looks like my gasification speed is relatively slow. It doesn't matter. Good things take time. Levi had a good mentality. After half a year, his gasification seemed to be just the beginning. In his mind, a wisp of spiritual force aura that was as thin as a cow's hair and as white as jade circulated. Billions of materialized spiritual force particles formed this magical phenomenon. It might take 3 years to completely gasify all the spiritual force. Levi estimated the current progress. I hope no one will disturb me for the next 3 years and let me advance to the 3rd circle in one go. Immortal cultivation had no time. Time passed like a white horse passing through a crack. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1070, month of flowers. The 34th year of the Great Expedition. The flames of war in the endless sea were endless, and there was no hope. Previously, after the news of Black Sun Adam's failed advancement appeared, the Star Tower sent people to attack the Black Sun steeple. However, they discovered that Black Sun Adam was still full of vigor. He had not advanced to the 9th circle at all. There was no failure, nor was he recuperating in seclusion. The previous news was just a smokescreen. The high-level wizards who went to attack the Black Sun steeple were severely injured, 1 dead and 1 injured. The 100-beast berserk which collected another portion of the miracle fruit, and its strength increased steadily, almost reaching the limit below the 9th circle. Of course, such an increase in strength also came with a price, which was that the 100-beast berserk which lost control more than once and directly attacked her allies. It allowed the dark wizards who had finally obtained an advantage to return to the pre-liberation period. From then on, the 100-beast berserk which gave up on the idea of continuing to fuse and began to nurture her team of 100 wizards and beasts. The outside world was in an uproar that never stopped. Levi, on the other hand, cultivated his underground fire god tempering technique bit by bit. Now, the stone heart in his hand had completely turned into a pile of ashes and dissipated without a trace. On his proficiency panel, the underground fire god tempering technique had also reached the maximum of level 3. Levi. Underground fire god tempering technique, level 3, maximum. At the same time, Levi's mind was also undergoing a tremendous change. A dense white fog floated in Levi's mind. It was gentle and quiet. These were Levi's gasification spiritual force. What formed this white fog were the billions of spiritual particles. It hasn't succeeded yet. I have to let my spiritual force form the unending ring-shaped vortex. Only then can I truly succeed in gasification. Levi quickly swallowed the lake fairy potion. The small black figure that kept spinning was crushed by Levi's teeth and swallowed into his stomach. Then, like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit, the medicine melted in his mouth and turned into a warm current that surged into Levi's limbs and bones. Then, the white fog formed by the spiritual force in Levi's mind surged and began to form an eye like a typhoon. Then, it slowly spun faster and faster, finally forming a stable ring cloud. It's already the 3rd circle. It's not over yet. Levi realized that something seemed to be brewing in the center of the ring. Then, an illusory building that looked like a mirage began to appear. This building was in the shape of a white tower and had a total of 3 floors. Seeing this, Levi's expression changed from surprise to ecstasy. This is the true prototype of a wizard tower. Divine Ring Tower. Chapter 669, Divine Tower. 1. The Wizard Tower. In a sense, it was the symbol of a wizard. Wizard towers were divided into broad and narrow terms. Broadly speaking, they referred to the residences of wizards. In a narrow sense, the wizard tower was essentially a self-contained wizard cultivation ecosystem. The wizard towers of some high-level wizards were often a small world. High-level wizards were the masters of small worlds. They were the ones who set the rules and ruled everything in the wizard tower. The first step for high-level wizards to build such a wizard tower was to construct a prototype of a wizard tower in their minds. It was also the Divine Ring Tower in Levi's mind. The Divine Ring Tower was similar to the Purple Mansion in some cultural symbols in his previous life. The Purple Mansion was the place where immortals lived. It was also the stage of cultivation. It was the place where the immortal in his body was hidden. Similarly, if the Divine Ring Tower wanted to retain a wizard, it needed an immortal's purple mansion in its body, and the spiritual wizard tower in its mind was born. Levi had never thought that he would be able to give birth to the prototype of the Divine Ring Tower at the Third Circle Wizard stage. As far as he knew, in the history of the wizard civilization, most of the wizards only began to give birth to the Divine Ring Tower after reaching the high level. Only some children of the elements or those with great opportunities and luck could start building the Divine Ring Tower at the intermediate wizard stage. However, considering his proficiency cheat, he should be able to become a person with great luck. At this moment, in Levi's mind, the jade-white exquisite small tower emitted a dazzling light. This small tower was completely illusory. This was because Levi's current realm was too low, and his spiritual force was far from enough to materialize the complete Divine Ring Tower. After all, the Divine Ring Tower in his mind was similar to a premature baby. Next to the small tower was the magic ring, which was also called the spiritual force ring, the soul ring, the Sauron ring, and so on. As the ancestor of wizards, the basic settings of many wizards were named after Sauron. If one looked carefully, the magic ring was like the Milky Way. It was composed of boundless spiritual energy astral particles. Every single one of them was a star. The jade-white small tower was the center of all of this. The Divine Ring Tower had endless uses. The lowest function was to rely on the enhancement and adjustment of the Divine Tower to make Levi's mental power spell casting smoother. Increases Levi's casting tempo and casting speed. For Levi, he did not need to use a magic wand to cast spells, although he did not rely on a magic wand from the beginning to the end. In addition, the existence of the Divine Ring Tower could also better protect Levi's mental strength and soul. After the Divine Tower was consolidated, it would become Levi's place of entrustment. With the protection of the Divine Ring Tower, some attacks that directly affected the spiritual force or soul would be greatly weakened. Of course, the most important function of the Divine Ring Tower was still to build Levi's Wizard Tower in the real world. After Levi built the Wizard Tower according to specific steps and methods, the Divine Ring Tower would become the control center of the Wizard Tower. Levi knew everything about the Wizard Tower with a single thought. He was the Tower Master of the Wizard Tower and the god of all wizards under the Wizard Tower system. Sorcerers who owned a Wizard Tower were also known as Divine Tower Sorcerers. The strength of Divine Tower wizards was usually far stronger than ordinary wizards. This was because their spellcasting and attacks were often enhanced by their Wizard Tower. In other words, each of their attacks slightly amplified the power of the wizards who relied on the Divine Tower to cultivate. Powerful Divine Tower wizards projected their own Divine Towers with powerful dimensional door spells to some small, ownerless plane near the wizard world. They built the Wizard Tower in another plane and used it as a foundation to lead the wizards under their command to spread out and conquer the plane, becoming the Plane Lord. Of course, this was usually a domain that only high-level wizards or even grand wizards could come into contact with. Levi's current realm was far from that level. Even if it was the smallest plane, he couldn't conquer it with his current strength as a third circle wizard. Sigh, a Plane Lord sounds great, Levi muttered to himself. His dream was to find a quiet plain and build his own wizard tower. Then, he would allocate land to farm, nurture transcendent creatures, build the Dusk Holy Temple, and silently cultivate his experience. It would be best if he had a few good friends who were also Plane Lords. If he had nothing to do, they could visit each other, play chess, and drink tea. Wouldn't that be perfect? Levi still liked to distance himself from worldly affairs because of his small farmer mentality. However, he had to end his unrealistic fantasy and return to reality. No matter what, with the Divine Ring Tower, Levi's starting point was higher than many third circle wizards. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Meditation Art, Level 8, 1/100,000, Ether Dominance. Pharmacy, Level 11, 234/300,000. Level 8 of the Ether Meditation Art. He has officially stepped into the third circle ordinary realm. My pharmaceutical skills, which have been stuck for a long time, have also broken through to level 11 and reached the third circle pharmacist realm. What a rich harvest! Levi was in a great mood. However, breaking through to the third circle is later than I imagined. I'm already 80 years old. Levi looked at his old and frail self in the mirror. A new realm, a new atmosphere. I've broken through to the third circle. There's no need to be like this anymore. The age spots and wrinkles on Levi's face had all faded. Chapter 670, Divine Tower. 2. Previously, he had mainly pretended to be old to survive in the mortal world. Now that he no longer needed to become immortal, he naturally had to return to his favorite appearance, which was a young man. Looking at the well-defined and handsome young man in the mirror, Levi felt like a school kid. His well-proportioned and powerful body was not weak at all. It was not an exaggeration. "I'm quite handsome," Levi praised himself. The great black sky curtain danced around Levi like a black snake. Levi's spiritual force had reached 101 points. Every time he broke through, not only would his spiritual force increase by 1 point, but the quality of his previous spiritual force would also increase. Therefore, after the third circle, the upper limit of spell power represented by 1 point of spiritual force became 40 points. Levi's spell power had already reached 4,000 points. This allowed him to use the great black sky curtain more smoothly than before, and his spell power was no longer so scarce. After the third circle, the main spells that I've mastered need to be updated and iterated. Levi opened the interface and prepared to study the direction of learning spells after the third circle according to his current spell system. Besides the third circle Glacial Sword Finger, Levi had mastered the following second ring spells on the proficiency panel. Earth Spirit Shield, King Kong Rock Body, Crimson Copper Armor, 5. Fireballs Technique, Spider and Scorpion Song, Thunderbird, Sword Blade. Storm, Glacier Descent and Dream Infiltration Wind, a total of 9 types. Of these 9 second ring spells, other than the newly learned Dream Infiltration Wind, the other second ring spells had all been cultivated to the limit. Dream Infiltration Wind was an auxiliary spell. Although it was only a second circle spell, even if Levi became a fourth circle or fifth circle in the future, he could continue to use this spell. Among the 3 defensive spells, the Earth Spirit Shield was Levi's second circle defensive field. After advancing to the third circle, it also temporarily served as a defensive field function. When Levi obtained a better third circle spell, he could replace it. Although the King Kong Rock Body and the Crimson Copper Armor were only second circle, they had been cultivated to the limit after all. Coupled with Levi's Ether Dominance's special effect, they could still be used at the third circle stage. After the third circle wizard, the difficulty of obtaining spells became higher and higher. This caused most third circle wizards to still mainly use second ring spells. Third circle spells were all his trump cards. Thunderbird and 5 Fireballs technique could both be cultivated to the advanced version of third circle spells, but Levi didn't have the corresponding spell model Crystal Ball. From the looks of it, finding or creating a third circle defensive spell as my defensive field should be the most important thing. I'm not in a hurry for anything else. After the third circle, the core is the cultivation of innate spells. How to solidify spells on the magic ring is the most important. The power of innate spells is powerful, and they can be instantly cast. It's not something ordinary spells can compare to. Therefore, in the third circle stage, there were 2 important criteria to differentiate between ordinary third circle and third circle seniors. The first was the standard of spiritual force. 101-140 was an ordinary third circle spiritual force. 141-200 was a third circle senior. The second criterion was the number of innate spells one could master. If one mastered an innate spell, they could only be called a third circle ordinary wizard. Even if one's spiritual force reached the standard of a senior, if one didn't solidify a second third circle innate spell, they would only be a fake senior. For example, Lehman was one such example. This kind of third circle senior was usually not recognized by the public. And once he mastered the second innate spell, he could be called a third circle senior wizard. As for how many third circle spells he had mastered, it was no longer a symbol to distinguish between ordinary third circle spells and senior third circle spells. This was different from the previous low-level wizards. Learning 5 third circle spells was not as good as mastering an innate spell. Of course, for wizards, the more third circle spells they mastered, the better. However, everyone's energy was limited. How to maximize their strength within a limited period of time was also the focus of a wizard's consideration. Therefore, after the third circle, the wizards spent most of their time thinking of ways to solidify third circle spells on the magic ring, forming innate spells, and then constantly cultivating innate spells. Some wizards would only cultivate one powerful innate spell in their entire lives, and they would only be able to use one move. And third circle senior wizards who mastered 3 innate spells were also called 3-talent wizards. Such wizards were rare in the third circle. Theoretically speaking, if he mastered 2 innate spells and raised his spiritual force to the maximum of the 3rd circle, he would be able to advance to the 4th circle. An innate spell was powerful, but at the same time, it meant that it was difficult to master. It had a high requirement on the spellcaster's spell talent. Many wizards were actually forced to advance to the 4th circle after mastering 2 innate spells because of time constraints and other reasons. Only those with great perseverance and talent would stay calm and master 3 innate spells before advancing to the 4th circle. Levi definitely wanted to master 3 innate spells before advancing. This was because, in the entire intermediate wizard stage, there were 3 innate spell slots in each ring. In theory, a 5th circle wizard could master 9 innate spells under the maximum state. They were called 9 talent wizards. Chapter 671, Divine Tower. 3. If he advanced without 1 in each circle, it meant that after advancing to a high-level wizard, Levi would have 3 fewer innate spells than a perfected 9 talent wizard. This would definitely be extremely disadvantageous in a battle with wizards. The effect of an innate spell was equivalent to a bunch of ordinary spells. Moreover, the power of innate spells could continuously increase with the advancement of the wizard realm. Even the innate spells mastered during the 3rd circle could be useful in Levi's 9th circle wizard realm. Without the proficiency panel, Levi might have advanced to the 4th circle with 2 innate spells like other wizards in a hurry. Since there was a cheat, he had to do it perfectly. There could be no regrets. This was Levi's thoughts and attitude. Of course, the choice of innate spells was the same as the 3rd circle defensive field. There was no rush. This choice could not be changed. Levi was not in a hurry. She would choose slowly in the future. He stood up and stretched his muscles. He had been in seclusion for several years and was completely isolated from the world. He did not know how the outside world was doing. His spiritual force almost covered the entire island. After discovering that there was nothing abnormal, he heaved a sigh of relief. I have to say, the Blackfire Island is really a good place. Levi arrived outside the cave abode. Kulam left a message for Levi as he was not on the island. It was said that something major had happened when the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard summoned all the 2nd Circle Wizards. According to the scouts, Whale Song Island was about to launch its final attack on the Tower of Ocean Currents. Lady Whitewater asked the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard to gather all the experts above the 2nd Circle and head to the Tower of Ocean Currents to discuss how to deal with the aggressive enemies. Levi looked at Kulam's message, his heart calm. Morpheus, that old thing. With Levi's current state of mind, he no longer had that extreme hatred for the so-called Whale Song Island. However, if he did not settle the scores and settle the previous grudges, he felt that his thoughts were not smooth. After all, Whale Song Island had almost killed him. From the age of 10 to the age of 80, I didn't seem to have done anything spectacular, much less take revenge. No, I have to take revenge against Morpheus. I can't give up. Levi muttered to himself. He had once regretted not killing the wild-born knight himself because he was too cowardly. Such a tragedy could not happen again. Even with the support of the black-eyed crow, Levi felt that this old dog might not be able to jump around for long. Sensing Levi's exit, the transcendent creatures scattered all over the Blackfire Island ran towards him. Come, follow me to meet an old friend. Levi's heart was cold, and his expression was calm. The transcendent creature army had all entered Levi's Alice's ring. Then, he rode his griffin and flew towards the Tower of Ocean Currents. Area 9. Ocean Current Island. A storm was brewing. In the sky, dark clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. On the sea, the waves were surging, and the cold wind was roaring angrily. Busy figures were setting up various arrays to make final preparations for the upcoming battle. Tower of Ocean Currents. At the top of the tower, 2 3rd Circle wizards stood proudly. One of them was wearing a tight white robe. She had a graceful figure and was flirtatious. Her golden curly hair was charming. The other was an old man in a grey robe with deep eyes. They were Lady Whitewater and the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard. These two were the only 2 3rd Circle wizards in Area 9's Righteous Wizard Camp. Extreme Fire, the upcoming battle concerns the life and death of our Area 9. You won't disappoint me, right? Lady Whitewater's expression was proud and aloof, like a proud and independent white narcissus. Don't worry. At a time like this, I'll do my best. Next, I'm looking forward to the performance of White Narcissus, one of the 24 flowers. The extreme fire ancestral wizard grinned and was calm and confident. He naturally had his trump cards to survive until now as a rogue cultivator. Like Violet Witch and Rose Witch, Lady Whitewater was also one of the 24 flowers, a dual elemental affinity. It was also because of her that Area 9 managed to withstand the attack from Whale Song Island. The 24 flowers had varying strengths. The strongest among them had the strength of a 5th circle wizard and was only slightly weaker than the flower witches before they reached the advanced level. The weakest one was Violet, who was only a 2nd circle senior. As the reputation of the flower witch rose, so did the reputation of the 24 flowers. Their beauty had their own unique characteristics, and they also had their own unique temperament. Moreover, there were all kinds of sex inside. They were mysterious, elegant, and powerfully confident. In the Tower of Ocean Currents alone, Lady Whitewater had many admirers. Not long after, the entire Ocean Current Island entered the highest state of martial law. There were 2 third circles and more than a dozen 2nd circle wizards gathered here. Almost all the high-end combat power in Area 9 was gathered here. There were as many as 50 official wizards, plus those apprentice wizards. There was an army of about 1,000 wizards guarding this place. This meant that the truly decisive battle was about to arrive. After an unknown period of time. On the surface of the sea in front of Ocean Current Island, the sea was rolling. In the waves, a huge sea beast in the shape of a toad was floating. On the head of the toad, a white-haired elder in a whale-patterned robe was standing there with his staff. His gaze swept across the entire place, and he couldn't help but smile. It seems that our Whale Song Island indeed has spies from the Tower of Ocean Currents. The two of you are well prepared. Chapter 672, Divine Tower. 4. It takes one to know one. I know that there are spies from Whale Song Island in the Tower of Ocean Currents. Didn't you come prepared? Lady Whitewater sneered. Humph, that's right, Morpheus sneered. He said confidently, I'll give you another chance. Join Lord Black-Eyed Crow and you'll obtain a chance to be a human again. Our Wizard Liberation Alliance is not like the Wizard Council, where we fight and kill for no reason. As long as you sincerely join us, everyone can abandon the past and become the same person. If you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being impolite. Morpheus was very confident. He was a veteran third circle wizard. Just a while ago, with the help of the Black-Eyed Crow, he successfully mastered the 2nd innate spell and advanced to a third circle senior wizard. In addition to the 2 innate spells, he had mastered a total of 4 third circle spells. He also had the third circle wizard tool bestowed by the Black-Eyed Crow. Therefore, his strength was above average among the third circle wizards. Of course, this was not enough reason for him to be so confident. After all, be it Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard or Lady Whitewater, they were not ordinary people. As the maid of the Flower Witch, Lady Whitewater didn't lack third circle spells and wizard tools. The reason why she dared to come was definitely because she had helpers. She suddenly smiled and said, "Friends, come out." On the sea behind Morpheus, wind and clouds surged, and 2 figures appeared on the top of the huge waves. One of them was tall and 2 stories tall. His entire body was covered in pitch-black scales, and he had a long tail behind him. His ink-black tongue was flickering. Evil Dragon Wizard, Dulgo. Madame Bai Shui was shocked, as if she recognized this person. Whitewater, who is this? Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard asked telepathically, his heart pounding. Evil Dragon Wizard is a dragon descendant. He was once a member of the Dragon Descendant Priory of the Endless Sea Branch, but because of his lewd nature, he wanted to violate the Blue Dragon Lady, who had yet to rise back then. In the end, after the Blue Dragon Lady advanced to the 5th circle and became a high-ranking member of the Dragon Descendant Priory, she threw him into Abyss City's prison. Unexpectedly, this terrifying and abnormal fellow escaped. It seems that this evil dragon wizard has sided with the Black-Eyed Crow. Dulgo is a third circle dragon descendant wizard. As far as I know, although he only mastered 1 innate spell, because of his dragon descendant identity, his true strength is not inferior to a senior wizard who has mastered 2 innate spells. There might be a fierce battle coming up. Extreme Fire, get ready. Lady Whitewater's expression was solemn. Damn it, even the dragon descendant wizards are here, right? Didn't the dragon descendant priory declare permanent neutrality? Are they not going to care about Dulgo? Extreme Fire cursed silently. And the most terrifying thing was that there was another powerhouse beside him. It was a bald wizard in a black robe. This wizard looked young. Judging from his spiritual force fluctuation, he wasn't even at the third circle level, but he was on par with Morpheus and the others. Lady Whitewater did not know this person either. She only knew that this person definitely had an extraordinary background. He, this is Lady Whitewater, one of the 24 flowers. She's really beautiful. Lady Whitewater. Whitewater, could it be what I'm thinking? The evil dragon wizard looked down at Lady Whitewater and smiled wretchedly, revealing his perverted temperament. Watch your mouth, or you'll die a horrible death, Lady Whitewater said coldly. Dolgo, I'll leave this woman to you. I'll deal with that old man. Morpheus, you hold the line, the bald wizard said confidently. Sure, let me see how powerful your diamond dragon fruit is. Brother Dial looked at the bald wizard meaningfully. This bald wizard was a miracle wizard. As a miracle wizard, it was obvious that he had some skills to be able to survive until now. After all, everyone wanted to kill the miracle wizard and take his miracle fruit for themselves. They're stubborn. Looks like they plan to die on Ocean Current Island today. Then I'll have to trouble the two of you. I'll hold the fort. With the two of you taking action, I don't think I need to do anything, Morpheus said with a smile. As a cunning old fox, he couldn't wait for the two of them to test the other party's strength. Since they wanted to take the lead, let them go. Morpheus sneered in his heart. On the other side, the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard and Lady Whitewater looked like they were facing a great enemy. Their respective protective force fields lit up and flickered with the light of runes. I've already survived the terrifying nightmare world. There will be no problem with such a small scene. Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard encouraged himself. On the other side, the Miracle Wizard could no longer hold back his urge to attack. Ever since he obtained the Diamond Dragon Fruit, he had rarely lost. In front of his indestructible diamond body, all enemies were like chickens and dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. He shouted, and the runes on the surface of his body flickered. Waves of 7-colored power circulated in his body. A diamond-like luster began to appear on his body. He had turned into a diamond-carved monster. His robe had already been torn apart by his expanding diamond body, revealing his firm chest. On the other side, the evil dragon wizard also put on his third circle defensive field. With a thought, he activated his innate spell. Black flood water swirled around him, as if countless undead and water ghosts stretched out their pale claws in the flood water and wailed. Chapter 673, Divine Tower. 5. The evil dragon wizard cultivated the innate spells of the Ocean School of Thought. He relied on his dragon descendants' talent to convert the enemies he killed into servants and hide in the black flood water, waiting for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow to the enemy. Lady Whitewater waved her hand, and an incomparably holy waterfall made of pure white water soared into the sky. It tore through the air and attacked the evil dragon wizard. As for the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard, he took out an ancient oil lamp. In the oil lamp, there was a lamp that was like a bean and emitted a weak flame. As the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard chanted, the flames became bigger and bigger. They burned fiercely and turned into a skeleton giant made of flames. The giant waved its flame whip and fought the bald wizard's diamond body. In addition, the battle of the second circle was about to begin. Kulong was also fighting with all his might. His enemy was a second circle wizard from Whale Song Island, and his strength could not be underestimated. In an instant, the entire tower of ocean currents fell into chaos. The sounds of battle and the booming of spells joined together. The light of an array soared into the sky, and the shockwave of the alchemy cannon swept in all directions. Some transcendent creatures cultivated by wizards also joined the battle. The largest third circle wizard war in Area 9 was currently happening. On the edge of the war, Morpheus watched coldly from the sidelines. He was looking for a suitable opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Lady Whitewater or the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard. In the distant deep sea, a mighty army was advancing in the direction of ocean-flowing island. These troops were of all shapes and sizes. They were all from the Sea Clan, and there were many powerful sea beasts among them. In front of the army, a burly giant sitting in a luxurious carriage had a cold expression. His body was covered in dark blue scales. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and revealed a sinister smile. This time, Morpheus, let's see who can save you. This Sea Clan giant was none other than the Sea Clan expert who had attacked Whale Song Island during the last sea beast tide and almost wiped out this organization. Baron Deep Sea, Baghdad. After such a long period of hibernation, he had returned to take revenge. This time, Morpheus was doomed. At the end of the Sea Clan team, a huge dragon king whale mixed in and swam forward with the army. Levi, who was hiding his aura in the dragon king whale's mouth, looked puzzled. Why did the Sea Clan appear again? Levi could sense that at the center of the Sea Clan army, there was an expert who could give him a sense of danger and make the spiders constantly warn him. According to his knowledge of the Sea Clan, it should be the Sea Clan Baron. It was very likely that he was the lord of all the Sea Clan in Area 9. Interesting. It's getting confusing, Levi muttered to herself. The more chaotic it was, the better. This way, Levi would be able to take advantage of the situation and get rid of Morpheus. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Levi had a plan in mind. This time, not only did he want to kill Morpheus, but he also wanted to use his Scarlet contract to contract that Sea Clan Baron. Once he subdued this Sea Clan Baron, Levi would be able to subdue an entire Sea Beast army and Sea Clan. In this way, Levi would have a hidden trump card in the Endless Sea. No one knew the situation of the Endless Sea better than these Sea Clan. These guys would become Levi's eyes and ears. It was extremely convenient to collect resources and information. As for Lint, Levi did not intend to keep him. He knew very little about the 100 Poison Wizard and was useless to Levi. For safety reasons, he could just kill him directly. With that thought in mind, Levi quietly followed him. On the battlefield, Morpheus had found the right moment and was ready to attack. With a thought, streams of seawater surrounded the sky and converged, forming a giant whale that was about 100 feet long. The giant whale emitted a terrifying energy and charged towards the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard who was fighting the Bald Wizard. The Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard cursed. Morpheus, this old thing, did not have any wizard ethics. It was naturally more and more difficult for him to deal with two third circle powerhouses alone. Although that miracle wizard was not a third circle wizard, his diamond body could actually resist a third circle spell for a moment. With this unparalleled defense and powerful strength, the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard could not take down the other party for a while. He looked at Lady Whitewater anxiously. She was a member of a high-level wizard organization, so she must have some trump cards. The key to this battle still lay with Lady Whitewater. In the battle between Lady Whitewater and the evil dragon wizard, she barely had the upper hand. Her powerful third circle wizard tool surrounded her and protected her. Streaks of white light formed by innate spells tore through the wind and waves, shattering the defensive field of the evil dragon wizard. His dragon scales cracked and blood flowed. However, this fellow was laughing more and more arrogantly. He groaned and looked like he was enjoying himself. "Continue whipping me, don't stop, Lady Whitewater." This made Lady Whitewater's face turn red and cold. She wished she could immediately kill this lecherous evil dragon descendant. Just as Morpheus was casting an innate spell in the distance, the sea suddenly exploded, and a dark blue figure hidden in the seawater shot towards Morpheus like a cannonball. He punched in the air, and the wind from his fist tore a passage on the surface of the sea, directly bombarding Morpheus' defensive field. With a crack, the force field shattered. Morpheus was scared out of his wits. He suddenly remembered the fear of being dominated by the Sea Clan Baron. Chapter 674, Divine Tower. 6. Another one? Are you done? There are so many human wizards. Are you not letting me go? Morpheus was speechless when he saw the hideous and terrifying figure. He, Morpheus, how have you been? Baron Deepsea's fist came again, and Morpheus' force field lit up. At the same time, the second defensive field formed by the innate spell lit up. With 2 layers of defense, Morpheus could finally withstand Baron Deepsea's punches. Not bad, Morpheus. Your strength has improved again, Baron Deepsea said with a cold smile. Why are you chasing after me? Morpheus couldn't help but ask. That's incorrect. Everyone here will die today. It's just that you'll die first. Baron Deepsea's tone was insolent. Morpheus' innate spell was activated, and light erupted with terrifying might. Baron Deepsea might be extremely strong and invulnerable, but he couldn't take it head-on. The Sea Clan army attacked at the right time, putting a lot of pressure on him. Gentlemen, let's end this quickly. Come here and help me kill this sea clan. Morpheus shouted. The battlefield was in chaos. Lady Whitewater and the extreme fire ancestral wizard were also puzzled. The sudden appearance of the sea clan made them heave a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they began to worry. After the sea clan dealt with Morpheus, they would definitely come and find trouble with them. There was no doubt about it. The flames of war turned from a war between two sides to a chaotic battle between three sides. Both the dark and righteous wizards suffered heavy losses. Baron Deepsea came this time to take advantage of the internal strife among the wizards to defeat all the human wizards in Area 9 in one fell swoop. There were not many such great opportunities. Everyone, I suggest that we join forces to kill this sea clan first. At this time, we should unite against the outside world. Seeing that he was about to be suppressed by Baron Deepsea again, Morpheus' eyes moved. He wanted to cooperate. Lady Whitewater looked hesitant, clearly considering whether to agree to Morpheus' request. No, that old ghost Morpheus doesn't have good intentions. There's a high chance that he invited this sea clan. Whitewater, don't fall for it, the extreme fire ancestral wizard hurriedly said. Lady Whitewater was shocked. Yes, how could there be such a coincidence? The sea clan was definitely a trick designed by Morpheus. She definitely could not agree to it. Morpheus couldn't voice the bitterness in his heart. Although he had just advanced to a third circle senior, he had also mastered 2 innate spells. However, Baron Deepsea had been in the Sea Clan Baron realm for hundreds of years and had the bloodline of the Sea Clan's emperor. His brute force was stronger than most body-refining wizards. Coupled with the siege of so many Sea Clans, Morpheus was about to collapse. Damn it, I have to retreat first. As long as I'm alive, there's hope. Morpheus took out his spherical third circle wizard tool. The wizard tool flashed with light and there was a bang. He activated the wizard tool at high speed and directly made it self-destruct. Terrifying shockwaves swept out, and all the nearby sea clans were annihilated. Even Morpheus' own sea beasts were blasted into minced meat. Baron Deepsea, who was at the center of the explosion, had all his scales blown up. His flesh was badly mutilated, and he turned into a blood giant. He endured the pain and looked at Morpheus, who had already fled far away. His eyes were cold. I'll take revenge for today in the future. Morpheus didn't care about his 2 teammates anymore. Baron Deepsea's sudden appearance disrupted his plan. Morpheus quickly fled and was about to disappear without a trace. Raging flames suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea in front of him. They rose and the seawater turned into white fog that rushed into the sky. A majestic monster with 3 heads and 6 arms, clad in golden armor and wrapped in hellfire stood between the heavens and earth as the insufferably arrogant 9 swords slashed down. Morpheus, who was running for his life, did not even know what was going on. He was directly shattered and turned into ashes. Levi, who had gotten his revenge, looked at the silver coin that appeared in his hand. Unyielding silver seat, Owens. He chanted an incantation. A grey swordsman in rusty armor slowly appeared behind him and stood side by side with him. You've finally summoned me. Tell me, who is my target? Owens scanned the battlefield with an excited expression and slowly drew his sword. Levi had been busy breaking through in seclusion and had long forgotten about Owens. He was bored to death in Windmill Village. Now, he could finally come out for a breather. Attack him. Levi pointed at the mangled Baron Deepsea and said calmly. Morpheus' trump card had almost been used up by the Baron. It did not take much effort to kill Morpheus. There were so many people at the scene. What Levi was really afraid of was the ugly Sea Clan expert. Chapter 675, Fusion. 1. On the surface of the sea, the waves roared angrily. Baron Deepsea spat out a mouthful of burnt blood. He stuck his hand into his chest and pulled out a trident that was about 20 feet long. This scene was extremely strange. He opened his wide mouth full of sharp teeth and looked at Levi with a terrifying smile. You have guts. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared from Levi's sight. Levi's spider sensing flashed wildly as he activated his intuition state. The next moment, a trident pierced through the void in front of his chest and attacked quickly. There was no way to dodge it. Bang! Before the trident could hit Levi, boundless blood fog exploded and filled the sea. Baron Deepsea's face froze as he looked at the trident in the air. The blood fog suddenly dissipated and gathered above his head to form a giant that was 20 feet tall and burning with flames. The giant waved the flaming greatsword. Grey destruction cross/. Boom! Baron Deepsea was hit by a terrifying force, and he blocked it with his trident. He was smashed into the bottom of the sea. There was a whoosh. Baron Deepsea had just appeared when a flash of silver light tore the world apart like lightning. Silver sword 8 spinning slash. Unyielding silver seat Owen's sword slashed at Baron Deepsea's chest. Crack! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. However, the terrifying muscles clamped tightly onto Owens's sword. Baron Deepsea sneered with an arrogant expression. He struck Owens in the chest. Like a cannonball, Owens was sent flying hundreds of meters. If Levi hadn't used the great black sky curtain to drag him back, who knew where he would have flown to? Owens's figure began to fade. He was Levi's body that had been reconstructed with the vitality of the silver life coins. Baron Deepsea's single strike stunned Owens. "Foreigner, your strength is enough to be called an expert in Windmill Village." Owens wasn't too afraid. Anyway, it didn't matter if he died in the foreign world. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. He brandished his greatsword again. As the greatsword spun, his entire body turned into a spinning top or a windmill. A tornado wrapped in seawater swept up on the surface of the sea. Silver sword windmill slash. Every strike of Owens's had a name. It was similar to the Black Tiger Fort. They were both powerful moves and did not have any basic attacks. Levi had experienced this when she fought Owens before. He was just like a young brute, shouting his moves and fighting all day long. At the same time, the Sea Clan experts under Baron Deepsea, Blade King Vandro, and Ghost Claw Butcher Jin led their subordinates to attack Levi. "Raja, Bo Gang! Take them down!" Levi was not in the mood to fight these small fries. As soon as the two behemoths appeared, the world changed color. Many Sea Clan experts began to run back, scattering like birds and beasts. Who would have thought that this person in front of him had 3 circles under him, and 2 of them at that? With the 2 generals under his command, Levi was able to engage in a real battle with the Sea Clan Baron. At this moment, the Sea Clan Baron was panting. He could not control his bloodthirsty and excited expression. In his eyes, there was only Levi, the enemy that had made his blood boil again. As for Owens, he was instantly killed by Baron Deepsea and had already returned to the village. Before he left, Owens said fiercely, "Foreigner, don't run. I'll come back again. Or come to the entrance of Windmill Village and fight me quickly." This guy claimed to be the strongest person in Windmill Village and was purely bragging. Levi was speechless. He had wasted 1 silver coin. Of course, Owens was not useless. At least before he died, he had made the Sea Clan Baron's injuries worse and completely angered this Sea Clan powerhouse. Levi and Baghdad looked at each other for a moment before they disappeared. Their physical bodies were too fast. The speed at which they erupted within a short period of time was even faster than the escape techniques of some wizards. Boom! On the surface of the sea, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Levi had already put away Frostmourne. Golden scales covered his entire body, and layers of defensive field protected him. Golden revolving divine palm. The enemy was too strong. Levi did not use his wizard abilities at all. He had just advanced to the 3rd circle wizard realm and did not have any innate spells. He only had a realm in the path of wizards, so his strength was average. It was not a problem for him to deal with ordinary 3rd circle wizards. However, facing this Sea Clan Baron who could hang Morpheus up and hammer him, Levi knew that he still had to use the path of a knight. Besides, Levi hadn't used his full strength in a long time. He also wanted to take this opportunity to test his strength. Compared to the Sea Clan, which also focused on physical strength, who was stronger? Elbow, leg, palm. The 2 colossuses fought on the surface of the sea. Wherever they passed, huge waves were cleared and water splashed everywhere. The Sea Clan, who had unintentionally gotten involved in the battle between the 2 sides, also died tragically on the spot. The rumbling sound of flesh colliding was like thunder that lingered in one's ears. Ha ha ha! Interesting. It's been a long time since I've met a human wizard who can fight me in close combat. Baron Deepsea's wild laughter echoed in the sea. Levi remained silent. He and Baron Deepsea were both naked and looking at each other with grave expressions. It couldn't be helped. In such intense close combat, ordinary clothes, even special robes, couldn't withstand it. Levi finally knew how important it was to have a pair of Hulk's underpants. Chapter 676, Fusion 2. Thankfully, he had transformed the blood fog into a blood-colored armor that enveloped his body, preventing him from running around naked in broad daylight. On the other side, Lady Whitewater also used her true trump card. A spell that looked like a man-eating flower blooming in the sea with a diameter of 100 feet suddenly took shape and sealed the evil dragon wizard inside. The third innate spell. You actually mastered the third innate spell. The evil dragon wizard sealed in it had a terrified expression. In the battle just now, he thought that Lady Whitewater had only mastered 2 innate spells. He did not expect her to be a rare 3-talent wizard. Such strength was top-notch in the third circle. Lady Whitewater's face was pale. It was obvious that using the third innate spell consumed a lot of energy. This was the third innate spell, Gluttony Flower, that she had just mastered not long ago. It could seal enemies and completely refine them. In the man-eating flower, countless pale liquids with strong corrosion gushed out like a sudden tide, quickly drowning the evil dragon wizard. As soon as the white liquid touched his body, he felt his scales begin to soften and melt bit by bit, as if he had fallen into the most terrifying acid. I originally wanted to give it to Morpheus, but since you took the initiative to seek death, I won't be stingy. Lady Whitewater's face was cold and arrogant, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. This Dolgo had humiliated her in every way possible, but she was determined. If it were any other witch, they might not be able to withstand it. In the terrifying corrosive liquid, Dolgo kept struggling, trying to break through the seal barrier of the gluttony flower, but to no avail. Lady Whitewater continuously injected spell power into it, strengthening the seal of the gluttony flower and increasing the gushing power of the liquid. It didn't take long for the corrosion to leave behind only some scales and bones. She looked at all of this coldly. You're asking for trouble. She looked at the battlefield of the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard and realized that the bald wizard had already fled when he saw that something was wrong. Now, he was nowhere to be seen. The Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard's old face was covered in sweat and his spiritual force was exhausted. As expected of Lady Whitewater. Even powerful dragon descendant wizards are not your match. The Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard hurriedly smiled. Lady Whitewater, on the other hand, had asked the other second circle wizards to clean up the battlefield. Now that Morpheus was dead, one of the 2 helpers died and the other ran away. Extreme Fire, follow me to the front to take a look. That unknown wizard seems to be fighting the Sea Clan, said Lady Whitewater. If she called the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard, they could take care of each other. Now that she didn't know if the other party was friend or foe, it was a little risky to go alone. The Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard nodded and drank some potion to recover his spiritual force and physical strength. Then, he rode a beam of light and flew forward. Before long, they arrived at the intense battlefield. 2 giant-like muscular monsters were using heaven and earth as the battlefield and the sea as the background. Their fists collided, and every time they collided, terrifying explosions sounded. This is a body-refining wizard. The Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard said subconsciously. It's possible, but it feels like another power, Lady Whitewater muttered to herself. She recalled that her master, the Flower Witch, had used the power of a legendary knight in her early years. That feeling was somewhat similar to the person in front of her. Of course, Levi's current knight realm had long surpassed that of a legendary Emite. Therefore, even Lady Whitewater, who was very familiar with the Flower Knight, found it difficult to associate Levi's power with that of a knight. In her opinion, the person in front of her should be some body-refining wizard. Unlike ordinary wizards, body-refining wizards had too many unorthodox methods. The most mainstream and fastest ones were bloodline modification wizards. However, the strength of such wizards was generally average. In addition, there were many strange body-refining paths. They were all very remote and very few people learned them. After all, body refining was not the right path for wizards. The fact that there was not a single body-refining wizard among the current legendary wizards and great wizards was proof. The paths and factions that could not step into the path of grand wizards and legendary wizards could be classified as unorthodox. The venom body refinement technique of the 100 Poison Wizard was one of them. Therefore, even Lady Whitewater, who was experienced and knowledgeable, could not explain Levi's current situation. She only thought that it was an unknown body refining path. Whitewater, should we attack? The Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard asked. There's no need for that for the time being. This body refining wizard is very powerful. He probably doesn't need our help. I'm just afraid that if we help him, he won't appreciate it. Moreover, we don't know if the other party is a dark wizard. It's not appropriate to help the Sea Clan or him. Let's wait and see, Lady Whitewater said. The Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard nodded in agreement. Not long after, the two of them left this place and headed for Ocean Current Island to prevent other enemies from ambushing them again. On the other side, Levi and Baron Deepsea's battle had reached its climax. His 9 swords form had long dissipated. The Sea Clan expert's body, which was even more terrifying than a third circle defensive spell, was already bleeding profusely. Baron Deepsea had already gone crazy. Under Levi's crazy attacks, he felt unprecedented pressure. Bang! Levi's punch, which contained the power of the golden revolving slash, completely penetrated Baron Deepsea's body and came out from his back. The Baron Deepsea hugged Levi and tore his golden scales apart with his terrifying claws. He even tore Levi's flesh and blood apart. Then, he kicked Levi away. Chapter 677, Fusion 3. However, under the effect of the Death Ember power, Levi's body quickly began to recover. We don't seem to have any grudges, Baron Deepsea said while panting. It was obvious that he did not want to fight anymore. This was the first time he met a wizard below the 4th circle who could defeat him head-on. Submit to me or die. Levi did not waste any more words. He had relied on his powerful endurance and physique to gain the upper hand. Naturally, he would not stop here. You. That's right. Arrogant. Baron Deepsea suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. With him as the center, endless seawater rolled over and surged into his deep abyss mouth. His body began to swell like a balloon. In the end, a 10-story tall seawater giant stood on the sea and roared at the sky. The giant looked like a shark. Its mouth was full of saw-like teeth, and there were fins on its back. This was his trump card. Forcing me to expend my royal bloodline, your death is already a foregone conclusion. The Sea Clan had 4 emperors. One of them was the emperor of the Shark Clan, the Giant Tooth Emperor. Baron Deepsea, on the other hand, was from the Shark Clan, and he had a faint trace of royal bloodline. His father was the illegitimate son of the current Giant Tooth Emperor. The royal bloodline in his body was very weak. Every time he activated it, it would decrease and his strength would decrease. Therefore, he rarely used it. This time, they had to use it because of a human third circle wizard. This was undoubtedly a humiliation. The sea giant carried the power of 10,000 caddies of seawater. The wind from his fist swept over, bringing with it a huge wave. Levi took a deep breath. Giant whale. His sea-swallowing whale body began to expand again. He wanted to test the limits of the giant whale form. A huge amount of energy flowed into the giant whale, and Levi expanded crazily to 50 feet tall before stopping. As for Levi's giant whale form, the increase in strength had already surpassed twice, nearly 3 times. At the same time, red lotus blood was burning fiercely, the flames on Levi's body were even more threatening than before. The strength rune flashed. His strength had already reached an unprecedented peak. He shot out and collided with the sea giant. The water and fire song played on the sea. White smoke rose into the air. In the end, after an unknown period of time, Levi stopped, gasping for breath, and poured a huge amount of food into his mouth. Below him, the sea giant had been completely torn apart, and a broken body floated on the sea. Dead? He's not dead. There's still a trace of life left. He called Bogang and Raja over and killed Lint instantly after he cancelled his Scarlet contract. Then, the Scarlet contract was used on the Sea Clan expert again. Not long after, the mark of the Scarlet Dragon appeared between that expert's eyebrows and gradually disappeared. As expected, he's not dead. The Scarlet contract can't contract dead things. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. Levi temporarily sent the severely injured and unconscious Sea Clan expert into Alice's ring and instructed Raja and Bogang to watch him closely. If the other party had any ulterior motives, he would kill him directly. Levi looked at the current situation. The remaining Sea Clan and sea beasts had long fled this sea area and were nowhere to be found. It doesn't matter. After that Sea Clan expert recovers his strength, these Sea Clans can still gather again. Levi cleaned up the battlefield and left. Now that Morpheus was dead and his revenge had been avenged, his thoughts were clear. I believe Morpheus' death will alarm the black-eyed crow behind him. I have to be careful next. Levi headed towards the Blackfire Island. The battle with the Sea Clan's experts had exhausted too much of his stamina. He had even used the Red Lotus blood, causing him to be a little weak. There's always someone better than you. There's no shortage of experts in this world. This battle made Levi realize something. Even though he had the cultivation base of a third circle wizard in the realm of a first order blood knight, he was not invincible under the fourth circle. Previously, he could easily kill third circles because of the sneak attack effect of the Hermit rune. If it was a head-on battle, it would be much more tiring. Of course, what Levi didn't know was Baron Deep Sea was already a peak-level Sea Clan Baron. He was not far from becoming a fourth circle duke. Therefore, Morpheus, who had just mastered 2 innate spells, was still no match for Baron Deep Sea. After Levi left the battlefield, Lady Whitewater and the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard arrived at the battlefield with lingering fear. That person just now actually defeated that Sea Clan. His strength should be close to the fourth circle, Lady Whitewater said. The younger generation will surpass us. The Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard sighed. Be it Lady Whitewater or the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard, they both knew that either of them might not be a match for that Sea Clan expert. However, from the looks of it, that person shouldn't be a dark wizard. It's very likely that he's also a hidden nomadic wizard. If there's a chance, we can invite him to our alliance. That way, we'll be more confident in dealing with the Black-Eyed Crow's crazy revenge in the future, Lady Whitewater said. Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard shook his head. According to my observation, this person should not join our alliance. After sensing our existence, he did not take the initiative to come and greet us. Instead, he quickly left the battlefield. Clearly, he is very wary of us. Chapter 678, Fusion. 4. Lady Whitewater looked into the distance with a long gaze. That makes sense, but if there's a chance, I still want to try. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On the Blackfire Island, Levi's weakened state had long passed, and his condition had reached its peak again. The spoils of war from the previous battle had also been counted, with Morpheus as the leader, as well as the other dark wizards killed by Bogang and Raja, and the spoils of war of the Sea Clan. Levi seized a total of 150,000 ether stones. That was only 1/3 of Rex. The weakness of the Outer Sea region's third circle organization was evident. The long-term war had consumed a lot of ether stones. Of course, including other wizard tools, spell books, casting materials, and so on, it could also be converted into a lot of money. All in all, it was definitely profitable. Dark wizards were still Levi's biggest source of income. No matter how much money he made legally, it was still not as fast as killing and arson. So far, Levi had nearly 400,000 ether stones. He planned to find time to return to Riptide City to see the situation there and consider buying some spell models to study. Now, Levi was sitting cross-legged in the cave abode. In front of him, a tall Sea Clan member covered in hideous wounds stood there. Levi's healing potion and the powerful physique of the Sea Clan had basically healed the Sea Clan's injuries. Their strength had also almost recovered. After Levi's interrogation, he learned that the Sea Clan's name was Baghdad. Furthermore, he was indeed the fierce person who almost destroyed Whale Song Island during the Sea Beast Tide. Baghdad, return to the sea and continue to be the lord of the Sea Clan. Wait for my orders, Levi said. Yes, master. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. All right, you may leave. With Levi's permission, Baghdad left the cave abode and jumped into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Levi asked Baghdad to go back and gather the Sea Clan in the 9th region. At the same time, he also arranged for more sea beasts and Sea Clan scouts to keep an eye on Whale Song Island and Ocean Current Island. He didn't lack third circle helpers. He lacked an organization that could help him gather information and clues. The Sea Clan was undoubtedly a good choice. Next, let's see what the Black-Eyed Crow will do next. Morpheus is dead, and he has one less general. I wonder if he will be desperate. However, the two people from Ocean Current Island, Lady Whitewater and the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard, are not ordinary people. Perhaps they also have a fourth circle wizard behind them. Otherwise, how can they resist the black-eyed crow? Levi did not greet the two third circle wizards from the Tower of Ocean Currents. However, he had used perception from afar and could tell that Lady Whitewater's spiritual force fluctuations were extremely vast. They were both at the third circle, but the other party's spiritual force was much stronger than his. She should be close to the 200 maximum. Perhaps Lady Whitewater had already mastered a fourth circle spell. Lady Whitewater seems to be one of the mates of the Flower Knights. I've already seen 3 of the 24 flowers. To be honest, the maids of the Flower Knights are indeed very beautiful. Violet's tranquility, Rose's passionate moves, White Narcissus's coldness. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If I married the Flower Knight and obtained the 24 flowers, I would really make a killing. I wonder which wizard will benefit from a proud daughter of heaven like the Flower Knight. Levi's imagination ran wild. In any case, it couldn't be him. He was only a third circle wizard. The difference in strength and status between him and the Flower Knight was too great. He had just gotten rid of the low-level wizards of the Endless Sea, and she was already at the top of the Endless Sea. They were not of the same level. In addition, Levi was not interested in matters. Rev. Therefore, Levi did not have any improper thoughts about the Flower Knight. He had a clear understanding of his position. It's better to cultivate my experience honestly. Only the proficiency panel is my only family. It's also my only reliance in this chaotic world. Levi calmed down and continued to cultivate. After his third circle wizard realm stabilized, he planned to leave Area 9. There was no way for him to improve if he stayed here. He needed a wider stage. As for where to go next, Levi had not thought of it yet. This would depend on the future war situation. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1070, Month of Northern Wind. In Area 10. In a sea surrounded by black fog, an island emitting a deathly aura sat there. On the island, there was a lone wizard tower. A wizard in a black robe walked out of the wizard tower with a gloomy gaze. I just went into seclusion and Morpheus, that bastard, died. To think that I even bestowed him with a wizard tool and sent people to him. He was incompetent and ruined everything. His death is not worth pitying. This wizard was the fourth circle wizard, the black-eyed crow Modi. A fourth circle wizard's status in the Black Sun steeple was not low. Modi was also sent by Black Sun Adam to the Outer Sea region to organize the Dark Wizards in Area 8, Area 9, and Area 10 to wage war against the Righteous Wizards. Currently, Area 10 had already been taken down by the Dark Wizards. In Area 8, only some small wizard organizations stubbornly resisted and fought guerrilla warfare. All that was left was Area 9. The Black-Eyed Crow originally thought that Area 9 was the easiest to take down. After all, he had killed the supervisor of Area 9, Rick. However, he did not expect Morpheus to be able to play such a good card to this extent. Chapter 679, Fusion. 5. A figure quickly flew over and knelt in front of the Black-Eyed Crow. It was the bald wizard who had escaped. Are the Dark Wizards in Area 8 ready? The Black-Eyed Crow asked coldly. Yes, Lord. They are ready, said the bald wizard. I'll take action personally this time. I want to see how difficult Area 9 is. After saying that, the black-eyed crow transformed into a black crow and rushed into the sky, leaving. Sensing that the expert had left, the bald wizard heaved a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the Sea Clan and that human wizard who suddenly appeared, this operation would have been successful. It's all Morpheus' fault. He's useless. He abandoned us and escaped alone. He deserved to die. However, with Lord Black-Eyed Crow personally taking action this time, Area 9 should be stable. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1071, Month of Germinal. It was the 35th year of the Great Expedition. On the Blackfire Island, Levi woke up from his seclusion. Just now, the Sea Clan came to report. There was a fourth circle expert who killed his way to Ocean Current Island. Ocean Current City was breached, and the Wizard Tower was destroyed. Lady Whitewater and the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard fled with heavy injuries and were nowhere to be found. The other wizards suffered heavy casualties and fled for their lives. The entire Area 9 had fallen. This fourth circle expert was the Black-Eyed Crow, Modi, who had come out of seclusion. There's nothing left of Area 9? I thought there was a fourth circle righteous wizard behind Area 9. Looks like I was overthinking. Levi suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Now, the Dark Wizards had completely taken control of Area 9. This meant that his Black Fire Island would no longer be as safe as before. Dark Wizards could find the Black Fire Island based on the clues left behind by the sea map. If they discovered him on the Black Fire Island, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. In Area 9, Levi was not afraid of the others. He was just worried about the black-eyed Chromody. He was definitely not a match for a fourth circle wizard. Levi could not even break through his fourth circle defensive field. Not to mention, even the weakest fourth circle wizard who had just stepped into this realm had mastered 2 innate spells. It's time to leave Area 9. Levi sighed inwardly. A few days later, Kulam also ran back to the Black Fire Island. When he saw Levi, he said dejectedly, "Senior, Area 9 is gone." "I see. What are you going to do?" Levi asked. I want to follow you, Senior. The Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard's whereabouts are currently unknown, and the Nomadic Wizard Alliance in Area 9 has completely collapsed. The other Second Circle Wizards are either dead or running. I, Kulam, am willing to do your bidding, Senior. I only hope that you can take me in." Kulam said with a sincere expression. "All right, sign this contract." "I only need loyal subordinates," Levi said calmly as he threw out a contract slate. Kulam was very nimble, so it was not a bad idea to take him in. After all, his subordinates from the Fur clan were often not as convenient as human wizards. Kulam looked at the contents of the contract. The content was very harsh. For a moment, he hesitated. In the end, he thought about it and signed it. No matter what, judging from the time he had spent with Senior Levi, this senior was still worth following. To Levi, the contract slate was definitely not as secure as his Scarlet contract. However, Kulam's strength was average, so Levi was not afraid that he would cause any trouble. Just like that, Levi began to quickly pack up the things on the Black Fire Island and prepare to move. The first was the medicinal herbs. He had transplanted the medicinal herbs into Alice's ring, and Levi had specially cultivated dozens of acres of medicinal fields inside. Then, he removed all the arrays. There was a high chance that he would not return here in the future. He could not waste these arrays and let others. The puppets, the living dead, and Levi's transcendent creatures all entered Alice's ring. Kulam looked at everything in front of him and was shocked. How big was Levi's storage space? He could even put away those behemoths. It was indeed unfathomable. In the end, Levi cleaned up all traces of his life on the Black Fire Island. He also destroyed the cave abode and integrated it into the magma underground fire. "Get ready to go," Levi said. "All right, Senior." Kulam was about to enter Alice's ring when he heard a voice. "Senior, wait for me." A first circle wizard rushed over, panting. His figure appeared in the light. It was ruin hunter Joanne. "Joanne? Aren't you with the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard?" Kulam asked. "That's right, but the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard said that he wanted to temporarily leave Area 9 to avoid danger. He asked me to find a place to hide and wait for him to return. I'm a first circle wizard. Other than the Black Fire Island, there's no safe place on the sea, so I came to seek refuge with you. Senior, I'm a ruin hunter. I can help you search for relics. Please bring me along," Joanne said with a bitter smile. Levi was amused, but he still took out the contract slate. "Sign it and I'll take you with me." Joanne was also a talent. There was no harm in bringing him along. Anyway, with Alice's ring, it was not a problem to bring more servants. Of course, for these people, this meant they were betting their lives on Levi. Once Levi was in danger, they, who were in Alice's ring, would not be spared. In the sky, Levi took one last look at the sea in Area 9. Chapter 680, Fusion. 6. Let's hope the war is over by the time we return. Area 9 was where Levi had first entered the wizard world. Here, he got to know Marlene and the others, became a legendary wizard, and became an official wizard. He had also spent a long time here. Now that he was leaving, he was indeed a little reluctant and emotional. "Let's go." He did not linger. He sat on the back of the griffin and left the Black Fire Island. The Black Fire Island stood quietly in the sea. Time flew by, and a year passed. On this day, a black-robed wizard came to the sky above the Black Fire Island. He looked at the empty island below. The fire elemental power here is not bad. It can be used as the base of the Black Crow Tower in the future. At this point, Area 9 had completely fallen and became a subsidiary area of the Black Sun Steeple. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1073, Month of Beginning. Yellow Urtun Continent. Rogue Rift. This place was plagued by wind and disasters all year round, and there were very few people there. Levi had just finished cultivating the Maya breathing technique in a hidden cave in one of the canyons. Another level 13 breathing technique. Next, I can begin the great fusion between Maya and the Silver Mountain Dragon. I wonder what this dragon and eagle will become. It had been 2 years since Levi left the Black Fire Island and fled to the ends of the earth. He was not in a hurry to go to Riptide City, instead, he went to the Yellow Earth continent. On the way, he thought of an excellent place to live in seclusion and cultivate. That was the Rogue Rift that was plagued by wind disasters. Considering that his Maya breathing technique was almost at the maximum of level 13, he came here without hesitation and began to cultivate the Maya breathing technique in peace. Just like that, 2 years passed in a hurry. In the past 2 years, his cultivation of the meditation art was average. Without the third circle meditation supplementary potion, coupled with the third circle, cultivation became more and more difficult. Even Levi's current elemental affinity talent had only increased by 2 points of spiritual force in 2 years. On average, it increased by 1 point per year. This meant that if he wanted to reach the limit of 200 points, it may take 100 years in the absence of other bonuses. It was already not bad to be able to step into the fourth circle before the age of 200. Of course, this speed was not slow. To other wizards, it could even be described as very fast. It was just that Levi was used to the rocket-like speed before the third circle. Now that it had slowed down, he was slightly unused to it. In addition, in the past 2 years, the Divine Ring Tower in Levi's mind had also been constantly solidifying. However, the changes were too small. It was better than nothing. The current Divine Ring Tower was only an incomplete product. Other than increasing Levi's casting speed, the other effects could not be displayed. Haste makes waste. Levi was already delighted that the Divine Ring Tower was born in advance. He believed that as his spiritual force grew, the effects of the Divine Tower would be displayed bit by bit. At the very least, according to Levi's knowledge, solidification of innate spells and ordinary spells on the Divine Tower would be much more powerful than magic rings. Therefore, Levi was still looking forward to the subsequent performance of the Divine Tower. He threw away all distracting thoughts. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Maya breathing technique, level 13, 1/400,000, can be fused. Special effect, unending body, level 1, wind abandonment. Silver Mountain Dragon breathing technique, level 13, 34,567/400,000, can be fused. Special effect, Mountain Dragon Spine, level 1, lightning remnants. A dragon and an eagle, wind and lightning. Fuse. Don't disappoint me, panel. With a thought, the seed of Maya and the seed of the Silver Mountain Dragon in Levi's heart jumped up one after another. Carrying their respective vast power, they collided with a bang. Wind and lightning surged, and the small world in Levi's body changed color. Countless lightning bolts and violent winds wreaked havoc in his body, causing Levi to convulse uncontrollably. It feels so good. A month later. In the cave of the Great Rift. As expected of the endurance breathing technique. It took a month to complete the fusion. The pale Levi heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself. He had personally witnessed Maya and the Silver Mountain Dragon, these two long-lasting beasts, fight for a full month without sleep or rest. The other bloodline seeds had also watched the show for a full month. In the end, the two giant beasts disappeared without a trace and merged into one, at Levi's current heart. A pure white dragon with eagle wings, eagle claws, dragon head, dragon scales, and dragon tail floated in the void. The dragon body of this dragon was pure white and flawless. Its wings were wrapped in strong winds and lightning, as if it was the ultimate evolution of the wind thunder winged dragon. It had also bought the plus version of the wing fashion in the game shop. As expected, it's still the Dragon Clan. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 681, Sky Dragon. 1. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Sky Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 13, 34,567/400,000. Special Effect, Sky Dragon Pillar, Level 1, Wind Thunder Remnants, 3000 Fallen Feathers. Sky Dragon. Levi's heart skipped a beat. It seems pretty good. He looked at the skill introduction. Sky Dragon Pillar. The Sky Dragon is the ruler of the sky and the messenger of lightning and wind. The power from the spine of the Sky Dragon gives you the endurance and tolerance of a young Sky Dragon. The Dragon Pillar contains a trace of the wind thunder power of the Sky Dragon. It can increase the power of your wind and lightning related spells. The increase in endurance and the increase in the power of the spells of the Storm faction and the Lightning faction, Levi muttered in his heart. The spine in his body was bright silver and emitted a luster. Surging energy circulated in it endlessly. As for the second Wind Thunder Remnants, it was a fused version of the Wind Abandonment and Lightning Remnants. At the same time, it increased their affinity with the Wind Lightning element. The third special effect made Levi's eyes light up. 3000 Fallen Feathers. Unfurl your Sky Dragon wings and expend all the Sky Dragon power to launch all the feather swords to attack all targets within the attack range. Levi arrived at the Rogue Rift. He ignored the wind disaster in the rift and swam in it to his heart's content. He felt that he had transformed into a wind elf and was less affected by the violent wind. This should also be thanks to the Sky Dragon breathing technique. At the same time, a pair of dragon wings containing the power of wind and lightning appeared behind Levi. At this moment, the dragon wings closed and wrapped around Levi. On the surface of the dragon wings were 3000 feathers that were as white as jade. The feathers emitted a metallic luster, like sharp swords. 3000 fallen feathers. Levi willed. The Sky Dragon bloodline seed erupted. The power of the Sky Dragon in Levi's body surged into the wings on his back. Then, the feather swords trembled continuously and emitted a buzzing sound. 3000 fallen feathers. Levi spread his wings. 3000 Deo feather swords had to be reduced. All of them scattered in all directions. Swoosh! It was like the true return of myriad swords. Countless feather swords shot out, blasting the cliffs on both sides of the Rogue Rift until they were full of holes. Mountain rocks shook and dust flew, dissipating in the great hurricane. When the dust settled, Levi looked at the potholes on both sides. The power of this attack is not inferior to a ranged third circle attack spell at all. Levi was pleased with himself. This should be the spell-like ability brought about by the Sky Dragon breathing technique. Every attack was comparable to an ordinary third circle spell attack. The disadvantage was that these attacks were not under Levi's control. The trajectory of the attacks was too scattered and extremely energy-consuming. Once used, the Sky Dragon bloodline seed would enter a deficit state for a period of time and could not be used normally. No matter how powerful it is, this move is really cool. Levi clicked his tongue in admiration. In the future, he would also be a man with handsome long-range attacks, instead of relying on transforming into monsters to fight hand-to-hand. He returned to the cave abode. Currently, among the 6 dimensions, his defense, physique, speed, and endurance had all reached the small accomplishment realm. Golden Snake, Death Ember, Scarlet Dragon, and Sky Dragon, the embryonic form of the 4 great dragon clans, had already appeared. Now, he only needed to combine the strength dimension into 4 to create the 5th dragon clan. In a short period of time, Levi's goal of fusing the breathing technique would be completed. As for 6th dimension perception, this could only be left to fate. Perhaps in the future, if he was lucky enough to get a legendary perception breathing technique, his perception would soar to the sky in a single step. Levi used the rolling crystal ball to test his blood. Then, he discovered that other than a small number of bloodline components, the rest of the bloodline components were all from the unknown dragon clan. It could be seen that the database when Madame Rolling created the rolling crystal could no longer key DUD with Levi's evolution. It was worth mentioning that Levi still had a total of 95% of the human bloodline. After such a long period of mutation, he was still an absolute human. This was indeed a happy thing. It's time to leave. I've had enough of this god-forsaken Rogue Rift. Levi flew into the sky and looked down at the entire Great Rift. Then, he left without looking back. He was already 83 years old. However, compared to his lifespan of at least 500 years, he had only walked less than 1/5 of his life. This was the charm of cultivation. Before leaving the Yellow Earth continent, Levi came to Mirror Lake and revisited the old place. Now, this place was still quiet. The residents of the small city were still living the same life as before. They were busy and calm. As for the wizard relic under Mirror Lake, Levi did not go there again. He had already plundered all the knowledge related to the nightmare world from the relic. Regardless of whether he could use it in the future, it was better to be prepared. Not long after, Levi arrived at Lion King City. It had been more than 10 years since they last met, and he wondered if Emperor Mew had broken through. Lion King City. Golden Lion Castle. Compared to before Levi left, the entire city was even more depressing and desperate. The pressure from the Black Water Tower gave the Golden Lion Jostar family no chance to catch their breath. Hearing Levi's arrival, a trace of spirit finally appeared on old Golden Lion's weathered face. "Quick, invite Levi in." He stood up. "Sir Leon, how have you been?" Levi smiled and said confidently. Now that he had advanced to the third circle, he was already on the same level as old Golden Lion. Chapter 682. Sky Dragon. 2. Sir Levi, it's been over 10 years since we last met. Your strength has improved again. Leon felt that Levi was different from before and was a little shocked. He knew that Levi had advanced to the third circle. Levi did not deliberately hide his cultivation level. Although it was difficult for the children of chaos to advance to the third circle when he was almost 100 years old, it was not impossible. Besides, other than his good friends in the Grey Tower, no one knew what kind of talent he had. "Sir Leon, where's Emperor Mew?" "I didn't sense his aura," Levi asked. "Emperor Mew, he's missing." Leon seemed to have expected Levi to ask this. He sighed and said, "Missing? That's right. A year ago, Emperor Mew suddenly went crazy and attacked the people of Golden Lion Castle. I stopped him, but he was no match for me, hence he left Golden Lion Castle. Until now, his whereabouts are unknown n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. What? Emperor Mew lost control." Levi's expression changed. Could he have become a lunatic knight? That shouldn't be the case. As a legendary knight, Emperor Mew wouldn't be so affected by his beast nature. It must be the golden spine bone. There's something wrong with this thing. Levi guessed. Emperor Mew had also shown Levi the golden spine bone. At first, Levi thought that it was a legendary organ left behind by Golden Knight Gregor. Later on, he thought that something was wrong. The legendary organ of the golden horn breathing technique should be the horn on Levi's forehead, not the golden spine bone. Coupled with the fact that the golden spine bone seemed to show some independent consciousness, he guessed that the spine should be a parasite. It was similar to the venomous microorganism he had obtained. It parasitized the host's body and transformed into a part of the host, giving the host transcendent power. Levi did not persuade Emperor Mew to give up on the spine. Thinking about it from another perspective, Emperor Mew had finally come to the wizard world. He had no wizard talent, no proficiency panel cheat, and only had the cultivation of a knight. In this world, he could be said to be inconspicuous. To Emperor Mew, this golden spine bone was his proficiency panel. It was his only reliance in this wizard world where experts were as common as clouds. Emperor Mew must have known that there was something wrong with the spine, but he had no choice. "Sir Leon, Dinos isn't here either?" Levi asked. Leon said tiredly, "Dinos went to look for Emperor Mew." According to the information from Dino's investigation, Emperor Mew should still be in the Yellow Earth continent. It seems that he has caused many murders and panics in many places. Leon was already tired. With external and internal troubles, his third circle wizard's shoulders could not support this family anymore. "I got it," Levi said calmly. Then, he left Lion King City. Leon gave Levi some clues. They were all possible locations where Emperor Mew might have appeared that Dinos had investigated recently. Levi was going to look for it. His team members might have transformed into monsters and become a threat to the mortals and wizards on the Yellow Earth continent. As the leader, he had to resolve all of this. Find Emperor Mew. If there's no way to salvage the situation, kill him. Levi sighed. After many searches and investigations. 3 months later. In the end, Levi met Dinos, who was chasing after Emperor Mew in a small city in the middle of the Yellow Earth continent. This city was called Sand City. It was a city controlled by the Black Water Tower. Seeing Levi's arrival, Dinos was overjoyed. He seemed to have rekindled hope. "Captain, you're finally here." "Teacher Emperor Mew, he lost control," Dinos said. "I got it. It's probably because of something inside him," Levi said. "I saw with my own eyes that there was a hideous golden centipede behind Teacher Emperor Mew. The centipede had pierced deep into his flesh and blood, and its tentacles had even pierced into Teacher Emperor Mew's head. It seemed to be controlling every move of Emperor Mew," Dinos said with lingering fear. "That's the golden spine bone. It's something Emperor Mew found in the place where a legendary knight died. It should be some kind of transcendent parasitic creature," Levi said. "Previously, I thought this was Teacher Emperor Mew's legendary organ. I didn't expect it to be a parasitic creature. Where is Emperor Mew now?" Levi asked. 3 days ago, Emperor Mew attacked a dark wizard stronghold in Sand City and killed 3 first circle wizards and even a second circle wizard. Then, he was caught by a third circle wizard who happened to be on his way to this stronghold. He should be brought to the Black Water Tower now. I'm guessing that Teacher Emperor Mew has temporarily awakened his rationality, so he deliberately attacked the Dark Wizard stronghold so that the Dark Wizards could capture him and prevent more innocent people from being killed because of him," Dinos said. Levi rested his chin on his hand in thought. It seemed that Emperor Mew had become a legendary knight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill a second circle wizard. Of course, it was also possible that the power of the golden spine bone had awakened, giving Emperor Mew the strength to kill a second circle wizard. "What's the name of that third circle wizard? Where is the Black Water Tower?" Levi asked. "That third circle wizard is called Yefa. He's a wizard from the Ocean School of Thought. It's said that he's the brother of the Tower Master of the Black Water Tower. In the past 10 years, this pair of brothers led the Black Water Tower and fought many battles with our 2 families. We lost more than we won. We were no match for the Black Water Tower. Our families are planning to leave the Yellow Earth continent," Dinos said. Chapter 683, Sky Dragon. 3. "Dinos, go back to your family first. Sir Leon is also worried about your safety. I'll bring Emperor Mew back." Levi patted Dinos' shoulder. The fact that Dinos was able to look for Emperor Mew after he lost control proved that this young man's character was not bad. "Leader, let me go with you. I'm also a member of the Twilight Knights. I want to participate in such a mission," Dinos said with anticipation in his eyes. "You're too weak. There are many experts in the Black Water Tower. If you go, you'll be courting death. If I don't save you, my leader will be heartless. If I save you, you'll drag me down," Levi said calmly. He would not force his subordinates to send meaningless heads. He was a person who liked to develop quietly. Before his group members grew up, he hoped that his group members could be like him and learn to lay low and silently become stronger. Dinos was speechless. He didn't know what to say. However, Levi was right. He was only at the first circle realm now. He would be useless even if he went to the Black Water Tower. "Go back to your family and cultivate well. Try to break through the legendary shackles or become a second circle wizard as soon as possible. In addition, I plan to attack the Black Water Tower. I hope to obtain the help of your Golden Lion Jostar family and the Wham family. After you return, convey my thoughts to your father. If they want to completely uproot the Black Water Tower, the 3 of us will gather in the center of the ancient forest," Levi said. Dinos was shocked. "Captain, are you sure you can destroy the Black Water Tower? The Tower Master of the Black Water Tower, the 100 Poison Wizard, is very powerful. It's said that he's in the top 100 of the Outer Sea Region's Dark List and is ranked 78th. The so-called Outer Sea Region Dark List was actually a list of the top 100 black wizards active in the Outer Sea Region drawn up by the Star Tower according to the bounty. Basically, the top 100 dark wizards in the Outer Sea Region were all third circle dark wizards. Only a very small number of them were low-level wizards. These low-level wizards might have mastered some extremely heaven-defying weapon or tool. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to enter the top 100. The entire Outer Sea Region was divided into more than 240 regions. Area 9, where Levi was located, was only a tiny part. Levi had heard of this ranking before. A third circle wizard like Morpheus was not on it at all. The black-eyed Chromody from Area 9 was on the rankings. He was temporarily ranked 8th with the cultivation of a 4th circle wizard. It could be seen how ferocious he was. The Outer Sea region had the Dark List, while the Inner Sea region had the Savages list. The Dark Wizards on the Savages list, who were only intermediate wizards and above, were basically the leaders of the evil forces active in the inner circle of the sea. Those on the list were all 4th circle wizards. The first on the Savages list was Black Sun Adam, and the second was 100 Beast Berserk Witch. The wizards on the Dark List and the Savages list were criminals that everyone wanted to kill. If a wizard killed one of them, he could use the token to exchange for a generous bounty in the Star Tower. Clay was ranked 78th on the Dark List, which meant that he was indeed capable. Of course, Levi dared to make a move after careful consideration. Dinos left. He wanted to return to Lion King City and inform his father of Levi's intentions. Levi left Sand City and headed for the ancient forest. Speaking of the 100 poison wizard Clay, he suddenly remembered the witch Elena, who had lived together in Mirror Lake for several years, more than 10 years ago. He did not know where this friend was now. "I'll take this as revenge for Elena," Levi muttered to himself. With his strength and the 2 clans, it was not a problem for him to destroy the Blackwater Tower. The Blackwater Tower had not destroyed the 2 families for more than 10 years. From this, it could be seen that although Clay was powerful, he was not completely crushed. As long as it was not a 4th circle wizard, Levi could fight it with his current strength. Moreover, even if he could not defeat them, he could escape with the Scarlet Escape. Whether it was for his personal gain or to save Emperor Mew, Levi felt that he had to take down the Blackwater Tower. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1073, Month of Flowing Fire. Levi conserved his strength in the ancient forest and adjusted it to its peak. In Alice's Ring, Mountain Giant Bo Gang, Wind Thunder Winged Dragon Raja, Tyrant Il, and the other powerful subordinates were already prepared. In addition, Levi could use Gustav, Skin, Kulam, the Dragon Finch, the Saint Scorpions, the red-faced sea ghost spider, and so on. There was also Owens from the Windmill Village. As for Baron Deep Sea, Levi did not plan to bring him along this time. Firstly, it would be easy for him to expose his Sea Clan's trump card. Secondly, the Sea Clan's strength would be greatly reduced once they were on land. Without the sea to rely on, Baghdad's strength would be directly cut in half. Unknowingly, I'm already an army by myself. With a divine weapon like Alice's Ring, I can totally raise a mobile combat force. Anyway, Alice's Ring is so big, and I have nothing to do. I might as well build a few battle groups that belong to me. The first battle group, the Transcendent Creatures Battle Group, can be called the 100 Beast Battle Group. No, it has the same name as the 100 Beast Berserk Witches Battle Group. It was better to call it the 1000 Beast Battle Group. The main force of the 1000 Beast Battle Group is Transcendent Creatures. Currently, it is led by the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon Raja and the Mountain Giant Bo Gang. The second battle group, the Knights Battle Group, has yet to take shape. The 4 fur clans under my command are not even legendary knights. As for Emperor Mew or Dinos, they could not possibly live with me in the ring for the rest of their lives. After all, the members of the Twilight Knights are not my servants or slaves. In the future, the Knights Battle Group that I carry with me should still be dominated by the slave knights of the fur clans. Chapter 684, Sky Dragon. 4. The third battle group, the Steel Battle Group, is mainly made up of alchemical creatures. When I have the chance, I'll buy more alchemical creature blueprints and hire some alchemical wizards to develop more mass-produced alchemical creatures. Different alchemical creatures will be reasonably matched to form my Steel Battle Group. These 3 battle groups were Levi's initial plan. He wasn't acting on a whim, but considering that he had already given birth to the Divine Ring Tower. In the future, he would build his own Wizard Tower. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the Divine Ring Tower's trump card. The Wizard Tower needed the corresponding guards and strength to form a battle group to guard the Wizard Tower in advance. It could be considered a precaution. Moreover, if Levi wanted to explore other planes, he could not be alone. To become a Plane Lord, one had to have their own forces and army. Many other wizards used their families as a link. If Levi did not have a family, he would establish his own centralized battle group. They relied on battle groups to rule and manage their own plane. Levi was a Plane Lord. If an enemy invaded, he would give the order and the various battle groups would attack to suppress the enemy. I can start the 1000 Beast battle group now. Let those transcendent creatures train and familiarize themselves with each other and learn how to fight in a team. Transcendent creatures, especially different types of transcendent creatures, fought on their own. Therefore, training these guys to cooperate was indeed a problem. However, Levi was not in a hurry. The nurturing of battle groups and forces was a long-term and huge project. There was no way to see any benefits in the short term. While waiting for the two families to reply, Levi cultivated alone in the ancient forest. At the same time, in the Black Water Tower, in Clay's laboratory, a monster was sleeping inside a large transparent container. The monster could vaguely be seen in human form. It had a back with hideous centipede-like scars. Two sharp tentacles pierced into the monster's head. Emperor Mew's appearance could be vaguely seen on the monster's face. It was precisely because of the golden spine bone that Emperor Mew lost control. Clay was flipping through the information at this moment. Wizards were a group that liked to study, and Clay was even more so. Being able to create a venom body refinement technique was enough to explain everything. However, Clay's research was very unpopular. He was holding a yellowed ancient book and reading the information on it seriously. The name of this book was The Tomb of Fireflies. The author was unknown. He was suspected to be from another plane. In the vast land of darkness, there were too many planes. Although the wizard civilization controlled 50 planes, it was still only the tip of the iceberg compared to the entire land of darkness. There were many planes near the human world and the wizard world that had yet to unveil the mystery. There were also countless planes of various sizes or plane fragments hidden in the darkness. Clay had been studying this ancient book all his life. This was because this ancient book introduced a transcendent system that was completely different from the wizard civilization. If his venom body could be cultivated, it would be inseparable from this ancient book. And now, he had even obtained a new spoil of war. Thinking of this, Clay looked excitedly at Emperor Mew in the transparent container. On the surface of Emperor Mew's body, a golden centipede that looked like it was made of gold poked its head out. Its strange gaze met Clay's. A real totem insect. I didn't expect there to be such a strange thing in the wizard world. Even in its original world, this was a rare totem insect. Someone gives me a pillow when I'm sleepy. If I can refine this totem insect and light up my totem light, my strength will make a qualitative leap. Clay's laughter echoed in the wizard tower. Month of the Furnace. Levi, who was cultivating in the ancient forest, suddenly felt an aura approaching. He opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Here we go. Not long after, 3 powerful auras descended. They were the 3 third circle wizards from the Golden Lion Jostar family. And the Wham family. Old Golden Lion looked at Levi and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Sir Levi." Levi smiled and said, "It's fine." Clan leaders, are you ready? Golden Lion nodded. Originally, we had already decided to leave the Yellow Earth continent, but it's our last resort. Now that we have your help, after our discussion, we might as well fight to the death with the other party. Now that the wizard world is in chaos, there is no absolutely safe place. If we leave the Yellow Earth continent, we have no better place to go. Furthermore, our foundation is here, it is too difficult to leave. I heard from Golden Lion that your strength is extraordinary. Now that I see you, you should have just stepped into the third circle wizard realm, clan leader Wham asked hesitantly. That's right, Levi said. I wonder how confident you are in taking down the Black Water Tower. Clan leader Wham asked. Clearly, he was not confident. Seeing how confident old Golden Lion was, he thought Levi was at least a third circle senior wizard. After sensing Levi's mental energy fluctuation, it would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. If everyone tries their best, I have an 80% chance of destroying the Black Water Tower, Levi said. Chapter 685, Sky Dragon. 5. 80%. Both Old Golden Lion and Wham sounded incredulous. To be honest, the combined strength of the 3 of them could barely match the 100 Poison Wizard. If not for the fact that the 2 clans had their own trump cards, the Black Water Tower would have taken them down long ago. Yes, Levi said. He had only dragged the other 2 families along for the sake of stability. In fact, he could kill the 100 Poison Wizard alone. However, it was a little risky. If something happened, it would not be worth it. With more people, they were stronger. With the addition of 2 big families, he was confident. What do you think, clan leader Wham? Old Golden Lion looked at him. He had decided to fight to the death. After such a long battle, he was already numb to it. Instead of cowering, it was better to fight to the death. After hesitating for a moment, clan leader Wham finally sighed and said, "Let's fight. If this drags on, we'll also be worn down to death by the Black Water Tower. Now, the Star Tower has no time to care about us. There's still no response to our request for help. We have to save ourselves. Wham family, let's go to the Black Water Tower." The clan leader said loudly. "Listen to my gale. Listen to my gale." The members of the Wham family roared angrily, their auras rising continuously. On the other side, the members of the Jostar family were not to be outdone. Ever since the war between the dark and righteous wizards, they had been at war for more than 30 years. No matter what the outcome of this battle was, it was better to take the initiative to attack than to sit and wait for death. "Then let's go." With that, Levi's griffin flapped its wings and flew into the sky. The mighty teams of the 2 families also followed. Inside the Black Water Tower, Clay was still studying the totem insect. He planned to completely destroy the 2 families after refining the totem insect. Suddenly, Yefa's voice was heard. "Brother, the alliance army of the 2 clans is coming to the Black Water Tower." "What?" Clay's expression changed slightly. "These 2 families actually dare to take the initiative to attack me? They're going to make their final struggle," Clay said with a sneer. "Originally, I wanted them to jump around for a while longer. Since they took the initiative to come up and die, don't blame me. Prepare to fight." Clay put away the ancient book and put on his robe. In the shadows around the wizard tower, poisonous microorganisms that looked like asphalt quickly surged over and entered Clay's body. Crackling sounds came from his body, and his bones exploded. His entire body emitted a black iron color, like a steel body. "It's been a long time since I've exercised." Clay flew out of the tower. Behind him, wizards from the Black Water Tower appeared in the air. These black-robed wizards were well-trained and uniform. They looked extraordinary. The 3rd circle array around the Black Water Tower also lit up. Yefa stood beside his brother and calmly looked at the approaching army in the distance. Clay said loudly, "Clan leaders, what rare guests." His expression was calm, as if victory was in his grasp. Golden Lion and clan leader Wham's expressions were solemn. "Let's see who's stronger. Today, either our 2 families will die or your Black Water Tower will perish." Golden Lion said calmly, as if he had already accepted it and ignored life and death. "Blind confidence is equivalent to death." Clay sneered. He waved his hand, and the wizards under him began to cast spells in unison. Then, water arrows cut through the sky and shot towards the enemy camp. Clan leader Wham took out his 3rd circle wizard tool. The war drum sounded, and the wind roared. The wind blew away these attacks, and some of them shot into the camp and were resolved. "Attack the attack array with all your might first." After Old Golden Lion finished speaking, he raised the 3rd circle wizard tool sledgehammer and smashed it down. A terrifying shockwave swept out and spread to the grand array, causing the 3rd circle array to tremble. "Kill!" Yefa's innate spell was activated. Waves swept through the air like an inverted sea. The innate spell 3 scroll cloud waves. Behind Clay, poisonous water surged, and countless asphalt-like poisonous water mixtures were extracted from his body. He turned into a poisonous ball dozens of meters in diameter and charged through the sky. The defensive field of the wizards involved would soon collapse and be devoured by the poisonous water. Clan leader Wham fought Yefa, while the 2/3 circles of the Golden Lion Jostar family fought Clay. Black Water Tower. Clay's laboratory. In the void, a ball of blood fog appeared and condensed into Levi's figure. It was Levi, who had used the Hermit Rune and Scarlet Poison Body to infiltrate this place before the battle started. His main goal was to save Emperor Mew. With the 2 large families dragging Clay outside, he easily found Emperor Mew. He looked at Emperor Mew in the transparent container. At this moment, Emperor Mew seemed to have completely transformed into a monster. Levi did not open the container. He directly emptied the equipment in Clay's laboratory along with Emperor Mew and placed them in Alice's ring. Clay immediately sensed Levi's movements. He, who was fighting the old Golden Lion, was shocked and furious. Clearly, he did not expect someone to infiltrate his laboratory under his nose. Damn thief! The equipment in the laboratory, including a lot of data in the equipment, was very important to Clay. The next moment, something that made Clay even more desperate happened. The black water tower completely cracked and collapsed. Smoke filled the air, and flames soared into the sky. When the dust dissipated, in the fire, a golden giant wrapped in hellfire held a great sword and fused with the three-headed and six-armed phantom behind him. It stood proudly in the air. Chapter 686 Bug Luminist 1. My tower. Clay was furious, smoke practically coming out of his 7 orifices. He was out there fighting with people, only to find out that his home had been stolen. After calming down, Clay chanted an incantation. His body split into 3. Transforming into 3 smaller venomous spheres, 1 large and 2 small. In a moment, these venomous spheres coalesced into 3 identical clones of Clay. Innate spell, Venomous Doppelganger. This was an innate spell Clay had created by combining his venom body and the water duplication spell from the Ocean School of Thought. Relying on the powerful regenerative ability of the venomous microorganisms, he created 2 identical clones, each with half the strength of the original. Of course, this inevitably weakened his own strength, but surrounded by attackers, he had no choice. With the power of the venomous doppelgangers, he was more than capable of dealing with the Third Circle wizards from the 2 rival families. The enraged Clay had to deal with the body-refining wizard in front of him first. The flaming sword struck the venomous sphere Clay had transformed into, splitting it in half. The venomous sphere split, and Clay's laughter echoed from within. If that's all you've got, you might as well die. The venomous sphere quickly approached Levi, transforming into a venomous spear in Levi's hands, its tip gleaming with a cold light. Clay had mastered the venom body to an extraordinary level, capable of transforming into various weapons at will using his spiritual force. Boom! As the sky resonated with a loud noise, Levi turned into a blood fog, diffusing in mid-air, his laughter echoing from within. Petty tricks! Clay's eyes emerged from the venomous sphere. Interesting. If you're willing to hand over your body refining techniques, I might give you a painless death later. Otherwise, a myriad of poisons will invade your body, and the suffering will be, tisk, quite exquisite. Clay was not alarmed but rather delighted. Being a venomous body refining wizard himself, he had a profound understanding of the body refining path. The wizard in front of him undoubtedly shared the same background. Well, that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. The blood fog enveloped the venomous sphere. What are you doing? Clay's shocked voice came from within the venomous sphere. Eating you. The blood fog rolled, revealing Levi's ferocious face. Black venom and blood fog entwined, clashed. Every crimson particle forming Levi's blood fog body infiltrated the body of the venomous microorganisms. At the same time, the venomous microorganisms continuously devoured the blood fog. Within the blood fog, electrical currents occasionally surged, thunder filling the air. Clay's painful screams echoed from within, "You actually electrocuted me." Levi and Clay fought tenaciously, their battle taking place on a microscopic level. To bystanders, it seemed like a mass of blood fog and a cloud of darkness constantly merging and absorbing each other. Before long, within the enveloping blood fog, a somewhat diminished venomous cloud struggled to emerge. It transformed into a black streak of light, rapidly moving away from the blood fog. Clay's somewhat pale face appeared, and his entire countenance seemed to have aged considerably. That cursed blood fog had nearly drained his stamina. The blood fog also contained potent toxins, wearing away many of his venomous microorganisms. Seeing the relentless pursuit of the blood fog, Clay quickly summoned back his 2 clones, merging them into his main body. Then his figure began to solidify, transforming into a dark demon crafted from obsidian. A third circle defensive field materialized. The blood fog outside the field was blocked. The demon chanted an incantation. Innate spell, Water Screen Prison. A cage materialized in the heavens and the earth, imprisoning Levi's transformed blood fog within. The blood fog collided inside but couldn't break through. Clay breathed a sigh of relief, sneering, "In the end, my skills prevail." The water ball formed by the water screen prison continuously contracted, compressing the blood fog. Eventually, within the blood fog, Levi's figure became visible. He felt the inexhaustible compressive force from all directions within this water sphere. He seemed like food vacuum sealed in plastic, the pressure making his bones creak, and blood appeared to seep from his body surface under the high pressure. No wonder he's a dark list powerhouse. Levi watched the scene without panic. He sucked in water, rapidly expanding his size. His bloodline Dharma body behind him, empowered by the 9 swords, continuously attacked the cage formed by this innate spell. Crack, crack. Before long, under Levi's immense strength, the water screen prison was shattered. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Clay's expression changed slightly. The spell power within him circulated, and the second water screen prison took shape. However, this time, Levi wouldn't give him another chance. The great black sky curtain unfolded and swept directly toward Clay. Clay dodged, and simultaneously, sharp spikes protruded from the surface of his demon body, seemingly emerging from the water ripples. Go! Hundreds and thousands of black poisonous spikes shot towards Levi. Crackling sounds echoed as these spikes were blocked by the great black sky curtain. Even those that weren't blocked couldn't pierce through Levi's defense. The giant descended like an overwhelming force, striking towards Clay. Clay's venomous body transformed into a black giant shield, resisting above his head. Bang! The giant shield cracked, dispersing into venom that merged into his body. Levi directly blasted Clay underground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Chapter 687, Bug Luminist. 2. Countless corrosive venoms filled the deep crater, and swarms of bug-like creatures, resembling ladybugs, emerged, flying into the sky, emitting a foul odor as they attacked Levi. These were Clay's own cultivated lower-tier Zerg, the 7 poison ladybugs. They were a combination of 7 deadly toxins he had collected, refined, and improved. According to Clay's estimate, his 7 poison ladybugs should be among the top 120 in the Zerg rankings, making them exceptional lower-tier Zerg. Tens of thousands of 7 poison ladybugs, like a vast cloud of insects, obscured the sky, producing a buzzing sound comparable to a locust invasion. They're actually from the school of insects. Levi's mind stirred. Most insects were weak to fire, so he infused them with hellfire and cast a perfected second circle spell. 5 fireballs technique. 5 suns appeared in the sky. The flames scorched, causing the poisonous bugs to fall one after another. With Levi's ether dominance talent and the hellfire enhancement, his 5 fireballs technique was far more powerful than the conventional version. The remaining poisonous bugs were frozen by Levi's glacier descent. Meanwhile, Saint Scorpions had appeared on the battlefield, devouring the poisonous bugs. Some Saint Scorpions were bitten to death by the bugs, while others died from poisoning after consuming them. By the time all the poisonous bugs were consumed, Levi's Saint Scorpions were reduced to less than 5,000. During their peak, there were over 20,000 of these Saint Scorpions. Now, less than a quarter remained, showcasing the potency of the poisonous ladybugs. Turning misfortune into a blessing, these Saint Scorpions quickly developed resistance to the toxicity of the bugs. Some even absorbed the toxins to enhance themselves. If they survived, this would greatly assist Levi in breeding even more powerful Saint Scorpions. Levi believed that, after this transformation, the Saint Scorpions had a chance to advance to middle-grade insects. Seeing that even the hidden trump card within himself, the poisonous bugs, was useless, Clay couldn't help but feel desperate. Today, he unexpectedly encountered another version of himself in the world. The other person was also a body-refining wizard, proficient in poison arts, and kept poisonous insects. Damn it! My Zerg! Clay shot forward, and the black demon appeared in front of Levi. He was becoming somewhat insane, directly engaging in close-quarters combat with Levi. Boom, boom, boom! Levi's golden-armored divine figure clashed with Clay's black demon in mid-air. Golden scales fell off, and the venomous body began to dissolve. Both of them were body-refining wizards, and now they unleashed their true powers. Seeing Levi's fierce attacks, Old Golden Lion and Wham were both amazed. Wham finally understood why Levi was so confident. The opponent turned out to be a rare and powerful body-refining wizard, not inferior to the 100 Poison Wizard. The fighting style of these two was too unconventional for them. With Levi dragging the 100 Poison Wizard, they quickly surrounded and overwhelmed Yefa, who succumbed to the assault. After achieving victory, the 3 Third Circle Wizards joined in attacking the 100 Poison Wizard. Under the siege of so many people, Clay couldn't hold on for long and was eventually defeated by Levi. The venom body exploded, dispersing in all directions. Destroy all of this venom, or clay may potentially resurrect, Levi said. A series of third circle spells rained down, painting the sky with vibrant colors. Levi's blood fog dispersed, covering a wide area. All the venomous microorganisms were enveloped in the blood fog and eventually absorbed. Levi's figure reappeared, asking, "Have all the other venoms been eradicated?" "They have all been annihilated." Old Golden Lion and the others now regarded Levi with the utmost respect. Levi's intuition state was TI-111Y activated. Frowning, he sensed that there were still some escaping venomous microorganisms within a range of dozens of miles, hiding in concealed places. His figure disappeared from the scene. Not long after, Levi confirmed that all the venomous microorganisms had been collected, and he sighed in relief. "This 100 poison wizard is truly troublesome," Old Golden Lion remarked. "Even with so many people, it took great effort to barely kill him. If it weren't for Sir Levi, even with more third circle wizards, it would have been challenging to completely eliminate him. Powerful individuals on the dark list are indeed not easy to deal with, but they are still within my expectations," Levi analyzed in his mind. He still had many trump cards left, like Bow Gang, Wind Thunder Winged Dragon, Red Lotus Form, and more. The current enemy, however, was somewhat special. Clay's mysterious abilities couldn't be solved with brute force. Initially, Levi planned to use his scarlet poison body to extract all the venomous microorganisms from Clay's body. Without the venom body, Clay would be just a normal third circle wizard in terms of strength. However, Clay quickly sensed something was wrong and forcefully broke through Levi's blood fog blockade, denying Levi any opportunity. With the leader of the Blackwater Tower resolved and the addition of Levi and the other third circle wizards, the remaining minions were completely wiped out. The tumor entrenched in the central part of the Yellow Earth continent was finally uprooted. "Thanks to Sir Levi, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although we only destroyed one Blackwater Tower, addressing the symptom rather than the root cause, obtaining a brief respite is not easy," Old Golden Lion expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Yet, Sir Levi, which wizard organization are you from, and where do you practice?" Clan leader Wham inquired. Chapter 688 Bug Luminist 3. I was once part of a wizard organization, but it has long been annihilated by dark wizards. Now, I am just a nameless wanderer, a nomadic wizard with no affiliation, sighed Levi. Alas, this war has turned many into nomadic wizards. Countless wizard families have been destroyed, and people are scattered, seeking refuge everywhere, Old Golden Lion remarked. Sir Levi, do you have any plans for the future? Wham asked. I may leave this outer sea region and head to the inner sea region or the Star Sea to seek a way of survival, Levi replied. The Endless Sea is currently in continuous warfare. The inner sea region and the Star Sea may have even stronger enemy forces, and the situation of the war could be more severe. Sir Levi, please be cautious, Wham warned. Yes, I heard that high-level wizard organizations in the inner sea region have been annihilated. It's truly unimaginable. Only a primordial soul wizard managed to escape, leaving the wizard tower completely destroyed. A single primordial soul cannot endure for long in the material world. If they can't find a suitable body, doom awaits him, Old Golden Lion recalled recent intelligence, his expression heavy and filled with resignation. For the powerful beings in the outer sea region like them, high-level wizard organizations and primordial soul wizards were unimaginable existences. Such formidable figures came perilously close to falling, revealing the brutality of this war. Keep in mind that this war had only just begun a few decades ago, and high-level wizards had already perished. The future might see this war persist for hundreds of years, and during this time, no one knew how many powerful wizards in the wizard world would fall. After the war, the eagerly awaited distribution of spoils followed. Levi only took Clay's storage bags. The rest, including the minions, Yefa's storage bags, and other assets of the Blackwater Tower, were left for the two major families to divide themselves. The distribution of benefits was the easiest stage to stir conflicts. However, the two families had no complaints about Levi taking Clay's storage bags. After all, as long as they weren't fools, they could see that Levi had made the most significant contribution in this battle. Without Levi, they wouldn't have stood a chance against the Blackwater Tower. Even if Levi took a portion from the remaining loot, they wouldn't have objected. Actions spoke louder than words. The strength Levi displayed, even if only the tip of the iceberg, was enough to awe the two major families and earn their respect. In such chaotic times, one couldn't simply evade challenges, sometimes, it was necessary to flex one's muscles to avoid trouble. Evasion was not the goal but merely a means. It needed constant adjustment and progress with growing strength. The members of the two major families were decent individuals, and naturally, Levi wouldn't act too harshly. In all things, it was essential to leave room for reconciliation and future encounters. Although Levi's current strength was not inferior to the two major families, these families had deep roots in the Yellow Earth continent, being the rulers and local authorities of the entire Outer Sea region's Area 7. Maintaining good relations with the two major families also provided Levi with a retreat route. After the distribution of spoils, Levi temporarily returned to Lion King City. He took out Clay's storage bags, and on these bags, there were some complex restriction arrays. Fortunately, Levi, being a second circle array wizard, had a thorough understanding of this aspect. Otherwise, for other wizards without the corresponding spells, it might be impossible to open the storage bags. Levi felt fortunate that as his realm improved, the enemy's storage bags were often no longer standard. Many were customized with solidified miniature arrays, requiring different activation spells for each storage bag. The way of the array wizard was profound and extensive, and as one's realm increased, the effects became more pronounced. It was said that some powerful battle groups within the Pan-Plane Wizard Council utilized massive war arrays refined by array wizards as the foundation, forming formidable battle formations. Relying on the advantages of battle formations and overwhelming numbers, there was once a battle group that, with a demigod-level multidimensional plane master comparable to a ninth circle wizard, annihilated a battle group. It could be said that arrays, especially military arrays, were treasures that could overcome the strong with the weak. Unfortunately, my book of cipher is only the first volume. I don't know where the second and third volumes are now. Levi sighed with regret. Although he hadn't heard of Master Cipher, he was undoubtedly a hidden master of arrays. His book of cipher, even with just the basic first volume, provided Levi with profound knowledge and theories on array foundations, benefiting him greatly. Levi withdrew his attention. Clay had many storage items, most of which were casting and experimentation materials. Only this item with an array restriction caught Levi's interest. Upon opening it, the first thing that caught his eye was a mountain-like ether stone. So many, Nov, L, B //JNN. Levi counted them. A whopping 300,000 ether stones. Goodness, there were even 3/4 of a Rex. Levi was surprised. So far, Rex held the top spot in Levi's underworld wealth ranking, serving as a unit of measurement. Meanwhile, Clay ranked second. In terms of strength, 3 Rex were no match for Clay. However, due to Rex's role as a pharmacist supervisor, he became the wealthiest among the Third Circle wizards killed by Levi. Chapter 689, Bug Luminist. 4. 700,000 ether stones, just a step away from reaching 1,000,000 ether stones, becoming a millionaire. Exciting, Levi felt a small surge of excitement within him. With 700,000 ether stones, he could do many things. Of course, he wouldn't spend this money recklessly. On the one hand, he needed to purchase various wizard knowledge. On the other hand, he needed to prepare for the construction of his own wizard tower. Building a wizard tower in the true sense was a massive project that required a vast amount of ether stones. From construction blueprints, main project materials, to various energy conversion arrays, control arrays, practice arrays, defensive arrays, transmission arrays, spatial arrays, and more, it all required a considerable amount of money and involved various professional fields. Many wizards subcontracted different parts of their wizard towers to specialized wizard tower construction organizations. Thinking about building his own wizard tower, Levi immediately had a new goal to strive for. This was similar to buying a house in his past life. Without a bit of pressure, life lacked motivation, and one might as well lie flat. In addition to ether stones, there were some spell books in Clay's storage bags. Following the principle of collecting and enriching his knowledge base, Levi took them all. Most of them were low-level spells, but what caught Levi's attention were 3 third circle spell crystal balls. These 3 third circle spells were Water Doppelganger, Water Screen Prison, and Venomous Body. 2 of them, Water Doppelganger and Water Screen Prison, were even solidified as innate spells, making them formidable. The last one, Venomous Body, was a spell that incorporated venom into the caster's body, enabling toxin-infused attacks. Not even a third circle wizard tool. This old guy is really stingy, Levi shook his head, unable to help but sigh. Clay, relying on his powerful physique, didn't even bother preparing a third circle wizard tool. What's this? In a corner, Levi discovered a rare book cherished by Clay. The Tomb of Fireflies. Levi looked at the cover, the author of the book was not mentioned. He opened the ancient book, finding a memory slate sandwiched in the first page. Levi probed with his spiritual force and discovered that the memory slate contained Clay's reading notes and research logs. After a quick scan, a pleasant surprise appeared on Levi's face. Within the memory slate was recorded a body refining technique that Clay had created himself. Named Mixed Venom True Form, Clay created this body refining technique by combining the third circle spell Venomous Body with the knowledge from the Tomb of Fireflies. Clay, with limited elemental talent, aimed to enhance his strength through body refinement. The Tomb of Fireflies was a book Clay obtained in a tomb in the mundane world about 300 years ago when he was still a mortal. He carried this book into the wizard world, and throughout his life, he researched the knowledge within it. The memory slate was the culmination of Clay's wisdom throughout his life, making it invaluable and his most precious possession. Through the Tomb of Fireflies, Levi glimpsed a whole new world. It was said that in the land of darkness, there existed a plane known as Uther. This plane once gave birth to a glorious human civilization, similar to the wizard civilization, where noble spellcasters known as arcanists thrived. Later, it established a vast human empire that ruled over the entire plane, the Otharian Empire. At its peak, the Otharian Empire boasted several powerful arcanists comparable to grand wizards. The ruler of the Otharian Empire was even proclaimed the Arcane Emperor, claiming an affinity close to that of a divine being. Had it continued to flourish, the Otharian Empire might have evolved a comprehensive arcane system, akin to the wizard civilization, progressing to a realm comparable to legendary wizards. However, the glory of the Otharian Empire was short-lived, disappearing due to a catastrophic event. A disaster swept through the empire, brought about by terrifying monsters invading from the land of darkness. These monsters were predominantly insect-like creatures, possessing peculiar and eerie abilities. The arcanists of the Otharian Empire referred to these insects as terror bugs. The terror bugs exhibited bizarre abilities, with 12 monarchs among them, known as king bugs, and a singular entity referred to as the mother bug. The nascent arcane civilization had not yet fully developed when it was extinguished by the civilization of the terror bugs. Although the human civilization of the Otharian Empire left a spark in the subterranean world, the arcane legacy was incomplete, leading to a continuous decline. In the era of the book's compiler, most surviving arcanists were comparable to low and intermediate level wizards. High-level arcanists, comparable to primordial soul wizards, were almost extinct. Until a prodigious arcanist discovered a new transcendent path. Bug Luminist, also referred to as the Totemist. What was a Bug Luminist? This arcanist believed that onlf terror bugs could stand against terror bugs. Embracing these creatures into oneself, harnessing their power to combat them, defined a Bug Luminist. If one couldn't defeat the enemy, one could join it. With the currently incomplete arcane system, there was no doubt it couldn't contend with the pinnacle of the terror bug civilization. Chapter 690, Bug Luminist. 5. Therefore, he refined the arcane into a totem art. Then, he sought newborn terror bugs or insect eggs. Using a special purification elixir, he cleansed the negative energy from the bodies of the terror bugs, turning them into unconscious, computer program-like totem insects, also known as rule bugs by some. Relying on the art and elixirs, he transplanted the totem insects into the body, illuminating the totem light within. Continuously using various precious materials, elixirs, and one's own bloodline to nurture the totem insects. Ultimately, achieving the seamless fusion of totem insects and oneself. The strength of the totem insects represented the strength of oneself, and the advancement of the totem corresponded to one's own progress. This approach was more thorough than the spiritualism school in the wizard world. Essentially, it was akin to how a knight utilizes the strength from the bloodline of a transcendent creature to gain transcendent power. After reading through it, Levi felt a profound impact within. Learning from others' experiences can enhance one's own knowledge. The Totemist system provided Levi with considerable inspiration. For example, the elixir they developed that could cleanse the negative energy and side effects from terror bugs, transforming them into unconscious, program-like entities with only transcendent power, the rule bugs. Purification elixir, that was undoubtedly a great thing. If Levi were to study it, perhaps he could apply similar methods to his own bloodline. By doing so, he could rid his bloodline of the beastly nature and any imprints that the primordial ancestor hidden within the bloodline might have left. These were potential hazards of the bloodline path. Just because Levi was fine now didn't mean he would be in the future. As his bloodline evolved further, there was a risk of reverting to a primal state in the future. Would the eventual Levi still be himself? Levi didn't mind turning into a monster, but the premise was that his consciousness remained as it is now. On the path of a knight, Levi's greatest concern was losing his own consciousness entirely and becoming a puppet for some primordial ancestor. Even with the breathing technique Great Fusion, after all the mutations, there would inevitably be risks. The origin of the Imite remained elusive throughout. Levi sometimes felt that the path of a knight might be a conspiracy by some powerful entities. Therefore, he needed to break free and carve out his own path. The totemist's path showed Levi a new world. Setting aside the mature wizardry path, my path as a knight should be based on knights, continuously absorbing and learning from the strengths of other transcendent systems, gathering knowledge, while simultaneously refining the Imite's path. Correcting mistakes promptly and not being confined to a single approach. Previously, he had been cultivating experience with single-minded focus, which was not wrong. The proficiency panel could accomplish many things, for instance, breaking the bloodline restrictions, fusing the strengths of different skills, and creating new abilities. However, he needed to have first-hand resources first. The proficiency panel could achieve all of this on the condition that Levi acquired more knowledge and molded that knowledge into skills on the proficiency panel. Then, the proficiency panel could assess, analyze, and even self-evolve. Levi had a moment of enlightenment. The proficiency panel was definitely not static, but how did it evolve? Levi didn't understand it in the early stages, but as he progressed to the realm of a third circle wizard and a blood knight, he had a rough guess. The evolution of the proficiency panel was linked to Levi's expanding horizons, realms, and the increasing quantity and quality of knowledge he possessed. It adjusted and optimized itself step by step, resembling a growing computer program. Levi felt a sudden clarity. He still knew too little. Desperate illiteracy, that phrase perfectly described himself. In the future, he would have to spend more time on research, learning, and broadening his horizons. It was no wonder that many high-level wizards, after gaining the ability to travel between planes, would choose to leave the wizard world, risking their lives to explore different worlds. They recorded their observations, experiences, and feelings in various travel logs. The universe was vast, and the truth was infinite. Wizards often said, the true truth is unattainable. Everything wizards do is merely an approach. It's an endless pursuit that's always getting closer but never quite reaching. The path of a knight was no different. There was no absolutely perfect method. What Levi could do was to use the panel to refine his system as much as possible. The road ahead is long, I will seek with my own efforts. These words from the ancients were so apt. Levi put away the Tomb of Fireflies. What a good book! He couldn't help but sigh. Such a good book belongs to me by right. So far, Levi had acquired inherited knowledge from books such as Book of Cipher, Ruin Hunter Jones' Treasure Hunting Log, and the Book of Starforge Runes. These are all treasures. Levi activated all the arrays in his wizard tower, opening the restrictions as well. He took out the container with Emperor Mew and the set of experimental equipment. In addition, there was another container containing a large mass of wriggling black asphalt. These were the toxic microorganisms expelled from Clay's body after his death. This type of microorganism was something Clay, the little genius, had developed based on the knowledge of a totemist. A low-quality version of the totem insect, cultivated by himself using various toxins and materials. Chapter 691, Bug Luminist. 6. Clay referred to them as the toxic swarm. These creatures were communal life forms, in a constant state of death and division, much like human cells, metabolizing at an exceptionally high rate. Therefore, Levi needed to consistently feed them large amounts of toxins or flesh to ensure the vitality of the toxic swarm. Otherwise, without a continuous source of energy, these undead beings would eventually wither away. Although they were a low-quality version of the totem insect, it had to be admitted that Levi was quite impressed by the power of this toxic swarm. After parasitizing a host, the toxic swarm could give birth to a venomous body impervious to blades and spears. It could transform into a terrifying poisonous cloud that devoured everything. Moreover, it could induce the host to undergo a splitting rebirth. However, each regeneration required a substantial amount of energy. Initially, Clay had planned to use self-detonation to merge his flesh and soul with the toxic swarm. He intended to rely on the swarm to devour a town of mortals and, in turn, regenerate using the energy obtained from them. Even though this would result in a decline in realms, at least it would secure his life. It's akin to a low-quality scarlet poison body, Levi evaluated in his mind. Levi planned to keep the toxic swarm for an extended period, awaiting a thorough understanding of the mixed venom true-form body refining technique. He hoped to subdue it, enhancing his capabilities in the process. Of course, the immediate priority was to see if he could rescue Emperor Mew from the accursed control of the totem insect. According to Clay's research, the so-called golden spine bone was actually known as the golden aberration insect, a type of terror bug that frequently parasitized powerful organisms. This particular insect had likely been partially purified by the bug luminist but not entirely cleansed. Levi speculated that the generations of golden blood in the golden family might be linked to this golden aberration insect. The terror bug probably parasitized the youngling of the golden horn beast, storing some golden horn bloodline in the process. Upon possessing the ancestor of the Gregor family, the golden aberration insect fortuitously endowed the Gregor family's ancestor with bloodline power. The so-called golden horn breathing technique likely originated from that period. Thus, the golden blood was, in reality, the blood of the golden horn. The golden aberration insect played a crucial role in creating and perpetuating the golden family throughout the generations. Gregor might have realized this, setting sail into the distant seas, far away from civilization. With Gregor's demise, the golden aberration insect was buried in the deep sea, steadily weakening until Emperor Mew's arrival provided it with an opportunity to possess him. This entity undoubtedly possessed intelligence, using the allure of the golden bloodline to lead Emperor Mew step by step into the abyss, under its control until Emperor Mew lost control. With Emperor Mew's realm, he stands no chance against this golden aberration insect, even if it appears to be weakened and in its youngling stage. According to the book, as of the time the compiler wrote it, the bug luminist civilization had evolved to the 9th level in the multidimensional plane, a standard set by wizards to assess the strength of different systems in the multidimensional plane. Wizard civilization, surpassing the 9th level due to the birth of legendary wizards, and the abyss were exceptions. Referring to the wizard civilization system, the 9th level equated to the standard of a 9th circle grand wizard. The compiler, likely a powerful but nameless figure who had traveled from the wizard world to the Otharian plane, stated that the bug luminist categorized the strength of totem insects based on the terror bugs level system. Worker bugs, soldier bugs, general bugs, king bugs, and the superior mother bugs corresponded to the low level, intermediate level, high level, grand wizard, and legendary tiers of the wizard civilization. The golden aberration insect fell under the general bugs category, with its youngling stage starting at level 1 and its strength potential ranging from level 6 to level 8. In other words, if a bug luminist chose the golden aberration insect as their totem insect, they would initially possess strength equivalent to a first circle wizard. Through potions, materials, and totem arts, the bug luminist had the potential to advance to a realm comparable to a high-level wizard. Unlike spiritual beasts, totem insects could evolve ton-run devouring one another. The 12 king bugs and mother bugs that devastated the Otharian Empire emerged from the carnage of their own world. For totem insects, the strength ceiling could be shattered, albeit through a challenging process. After making the necessary preparations, Levi focused his attention on Emperor Mew within the container. He opened the vessel, removing the suppression imposed by Clay's specially crafted liquid. The golden aberration insect immediately revitalized, seizing control of Emperor Mew, who leaped out aggressively towards Levi. Before Emperor Mew's fist reached Levi, Tyrant Il swiftly caught and restrained him. Bang! Mechanical roars. Flames ignited. Tyrant Il executed a powerful shoulder throw, slamming Emperor Mew to the ground. The golden aberration insect grinned maliciously as golden energy poured into Emperor Mew, covering him in a radiant golden glow. I once thought this was the divine power of the golden horn breathing technique. Alas, it turns out you were behind this mischief, Levi remarked. Personally intervening, Levi's scaly hand gripped the golden aberration insect on Emperor Mew's back. Chapter 692, Bug Luminist 7. This entity rooted itself within Emperor Mew, seemingly merging with him. Levi was concerned that directly pulling it out might harm Emperor Mew. Fortunately, Clay had long prepared a potion capable of separating a totem insect. Pressing Emperor Mew against the wall with tremendous force, Levi caused the wizard tower to tremble. If Levi's arrays hadn't reinforced it, a standardized wizard tower for residents might have collapsed. Then, he injected the entire bottle of potion into Emperor Mew. Accompanied by Emperor Mew's agonizing screams, Levi showed no mercy. The golden aberration insect knew it would face dire consequences once outside, so it stubbornly resisted leaving. Levi continued the injection. Upon completion, he sneered and transformed into a blood fog, entering Emperor Mew's body. He observed numerous golden blood vessels resembling puppeteer's strings deeply embedded in every inch of Emperor Mew's flesh, even reaching his brain and heart. Thank goodness my blood fog form is a natural surgeon. The blood fog transformed within Emperor Mew's body into extremely fine, miniature blood blades. These golden blood vessels were swiftly severed, one after another. After a while, Emperor Mew finally stopped struggling completely. His back was riddled with densely packed cavities, golden light emanating from within. During this period, his body had nearly been completely devoured by the golden aberration insect. I wonder if he can still survive. Levi grabbed the golden aberration insect that was lunging at him, attempting to enter his own body. What audacity! Parasitizing my team members is bad enough, and now you dare to infest me. Levi was feeling quite annoyed at this point. This creature had nearly killed one of his team members. He forcefully crushed the golden aberration insect in his hands, causing it to crack and spew golden fluid under Levi's immense strength. Get in there! Behave yourself, and once I develop the purification elixir, you'll be at peace, Levi said sternly. Levi placed the golden aberration insect into a specially crafted container prepared by Clay, sealing it along with the toxic swarm. His blood fog worked diligently within Emperor Mew's body, repairing his internal organs as much as possible. This function was a recent discovery for Levi. He could partially transform his blood fog form to mend his own wounds and, naturally, enter someone else's body to facilitate repairs. For legendary knights of Levi's constitution, such injuries were inconsequential and easily healed. However, Emperor Mew, being a strength-type legendary knight, though much tougher than an average person, was still uncertain to survive such severe injuries. Regardless, Levi had administered his best potions to Emperor Mew. As a team leader, his care for his members was indeed rare. After completing these tasks, Levi settled Emperor Mew and began his own cultivation while awaiting Emperor Mew's recovery. At the very least, Emperor Mew still showed signs of vitality, and Levi believed he could pull through. Upon waking up, Emperor Mew might feel a mix of relief and confusion, finding that the support of his golden spine bone was gone. Time passed quickly, 3 months in the blink of an eye. During this period, Levi split his time between cultivation and studying Clay's notes and the Bug Luminist's book. His main focus was the formula for the purification elixir. Some ingredients were common in the wizard world, but the rest seemed exclusive to that world. This somewhat dampened Levi's enthusiasm, as he had initially intended to thoroughly research totem insects. Now it seemed he had to postpone that plan. The 1074th year of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of grass. 6 months after the fall of the Black Water Tower, the Black Sun Steeple did not dispatch any new dark wizards to the Yellow Earth continent. Their resources were stretched thin, and they were no longer determined to conquer the Yellow Earth continent. As a result, the Yellow Earth continent and Area 7 were temporarily secure, avoiding the fate that befell Area 9. Within Lion King City, the once despairing atmosphere began to dissipate. The Old Golden Lion hosted several banquets to express gratitude to Levi. Levi easily obtained a copy of the Golden Lion breathing technique from the Golden Lion Jostar family. However, it was evident that this breathing technique was not the perception type Levi urgently needed. Nevertheless, collecting a breathing technique that could advance to legendary status was always a positive outcome. By the end of the month of grass, Emperor Mew finally woke up. Chapter 693, The Deo of Humanity. 1. Lion King City. In Levi's Wizard Tower laboratory. Emperor Mew's eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at the white wolf girl in front of him. Algerta? Why am I here? I remember being controlled by the golden spine bone. Wait, where's my golden spine bone? Emperor Mew suddenly stood up. The pain in his body made him moan uncontrollably. Algerta hurriedly said, "Your injuries have just healed. Master stitched you up a lot. You can't move, or it will collapse." What happened to me?" Emperor Mu calmed down and asked. "You'll know when Master comes," Algerta said. Levi had already walked in. "Commander." Emperor Mu got off the bed and came to Levi. "You haven't recovered from your injuries yet. Don't be too agitated. Tell me if you have any questions," Levi said. "Commander, did I lose control?" Emperor Mu asked. "That's right. You killed someone in the Golden Lion Castle and Sir Leon chased after you, so you disappeared. It seems that you really don't remember anything." Levi's eyes were calm as he explained what had happened in the past. Sigh. "There's indeed a problem with the golden spine bone. I previously felt that there might be a problem with it, but I was hoping for a fluke. From the looks of it, relying on external objects is ultimately an unorthodox method." Emperor Mu sighed. "I've already taken away the golden spine bone and placed it in a special container. It's best if you don't touch it in the future. This thing is very strange. I see that you're not far from breaking through the shackles of legendary. Next, you only need to complete a complete transformation of the life seed and you can begin your new journey as a Emite. Cultivate in peace in the future. If you lack resources, you can tell me," Levi said. After all, he had taken Emperor Mill's things. It would be unreasonable not to compensate him. "Thank you for saving my life, Commander. I was blinded by the golden spine bone and made a huge mistake. I wonder if the Wizard Council will punish me next." Emperor Mu was worried about the innocent people he had killed. Although he was ruthless, he was not someone who killed indiscriminately. "That's all right. The Golden Lion Jostar family can help you settle it. Moreover, you've killed many dark wizards. You've made up for your mistakes," Levi said after thinking for a while. "Thank you, Commander. Continue to recuperate." Levi left the lab. 3 months later, Emperor Mu's injuries were completely healed. His strength had also returned to its peak. On a sunny afternoon, after Emperor Mu finished cultivating the breathing technique, he felt as if a layer of shackles had been broken in his body. A feeling of enlightenment surged through him. Thick golden fur grew crazily on the surface of his body before returning to his body. The Saint Ape seed in his heart had undergone a transformation and become a bloodline seed. This meant that he had finally broken through these bloodline shackles and stepped into a brand new realm. After learning of this news, Levi immediately met Emperor Mu, who had broken through. "Commander, give it a try." Emperor Mu's face was filled with excitement as he unleashed a torrent of energy from his palms, causing the wind and clouds to change color. Good timing. Levi caught Emperor Mu's palm lightly and exerted force. Emperor Mu was sent flying hundreds of meters away, hitting the wall of the training ground and leaving a huge mark. Emperor Mu was dumbfounded. He could not figure it out. "Commander. I want to confirm. Are we in the same realm now?" Emperor Mu looked like he was doubting his life and couldn't help but ask. "No, my realm is above yours." Levi smiled mysteriously and turned to leave. He came here mainly to see the changes after Emperor Mu's breakthrough. Just as he had expected, the life seed had transformed into the bloodline seed, and the bloodthirst had been formed. Emperor Mu looked at Levi's back and fell into deep thought. Then, he stood up. "Why should I compete with the leader? I'm a member. I should compete with Dinos, who is also a member. I'm going to fight with Dinos now." Emperor Mu had figured it out. This teacher came to Dinos. Dinos was also training hard at this moment. When he saw the high-spirited Emperor Mu, his expression changed. "Teacher, you broke through." Emperor Mu smiled confidently and said, "Come try out for yourself." Dino's golden mane appeared and transformed into a majestic lion. Assembled attacks swept towards Emperor Mu. Emperor Mu shouted and suddenly exerted his strength. Then, he struck out with his palm. Dinos flew away like a kite with a broken string. "Did you see that? This is the power of breaking into the legendary realm, the Bloodthirst Knight." Emperor Mu was excited, but he pretended to be calm. In the eyes of others, it was impossible to break through to legendary. Now, Emperor Mu had become the second knight to break through to legendary. Dinos refused to believe it and attacked Emperor Mu again. Dense fist shadows covered the sky. After Emperor Mu broke through to legendary, his physical fitness in all aspects improved again, especially his main strength attribute. He easily deflected Dinos's attacks and sent Dinos flying. Dinos finally knew that Emperor Mu had indeed broken through. He was extremely excited, which meant that he could also break through the legendary barrier in the future. Of course, it's fine as long as our Twilight Knights and your father know about this. As for the others, there's no need to publicize it. We're still a startup team. We'll attract the wind when we're tall. You know what I mean, right? Emperor Mu said. Chapter 694, The Dao of Humanity. 2. Teacher, I understand. Dinos smiled. After showing off to Dinos, Emperor Mu went back to consolidate his realm. He had always thought that he needed the golden spine bone to break through the shackles of legendary. From the looks of it, it was the golden spine bone that restricted him and trapped him. Now that he had broken free from the shackles and gained enlightenment, it was refreshing. Ha ha ha! Emperor Mu's laughter rang, giving off a carefree feeling. This is really something worth laughing about. I can't fall behind either. When Dinos returned home, he immediately went into seclusion. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1075, Month of Germinal. To the Endless Sea, there were no 4 seasons. However, in the Peacock Kingdom in the human world, it was the month when the grass grew and the birds flew. About 50 years ago, in the year 1038 of the Holy Brilliance Calendar, a terrifying dark event happened in the Emerald Kingdom. Because the faith of the people of the kingdom was not loyal enough, the 7 deadly sins were born and rampaged in the world, causing demons to arise and blood to flow like a river in the Emerald King City. The arrogant and extravagant Emerald Kingdom had died in the demon invasion, and the kingdom's fortunes had run out. Later on, the Church of Holy Light took over the government until a Grand Duke family in the south defeated many competitors and took over the capital. In 1040 of the Holy Brilliance Calendar, the era of the Peacock Kingdom began. The founding monarch of the Peacock Kingdom, the Great Duke of Peacock, died of a serious illness in 1070 of the Holy Brilliance Calendar. The eldest son, Boyka, succeeded to the throne until today. The Emerald King City had long been renamed the Peacock Capital. The statue of the Emerald Dragon in the middle of the capital had also been changed to a 5-color peacock that spread its wings and soared into the sky. This was the symbol of the Peacock family. 5-color peacock. In the legends, the 5-color peacock's body shone with a sacred 5-colored light. Wherever it passed, it illuminated everything. Even the Emerald Dragon known as the multi-element green light was not worth mentioning in front of the 5-colored divine light. It was obvious that this was a myth adapted by the Peacock family to promote their orthodox position as the replacement for the Jade Dragon family. There was no need to say whether it was true or false. The Peacock family was the most talked about family. 10 years ago, a legendary knight appeared. This might be the only legendary knight born in the past 100 years, from the end of the Emerald Kingdom to the establishment of the Peacock Kingdom. Besides, this legendary knight was also a female knight like the goddess knight who went missing next door. This legendary knight was Denise, the sister of the Peacock King. The legendary Divine Light Knight. Unlike her brother, the Divine Light Knight, Denise, was not in the mood for politics. Since she was young, Denise had traveled around the 7 kingdoms with a Grand Knight Master to cultivate the path of a knight. It was precisely because of this seriousness and talent that Denise was able to break through to the legendary level and become the only legendary knight in the history of the Peacock family. At this moment, sun was setting. The faint golden afterglow shone under the city wall of the Peacock capital, looking dreamy and charming. On a small road in the suburbs outside Peacock City, a group of people was sending him off. King Boyka, who was dressed in casual clothes, looked at his valiant sister in front of him and sighed. Sigh, if it weren't for my lack of talent as a knight, I would rather let you be the king and let me be the legendary knight. As a great man, it's a good thing to become a legendary knight. Boyka's expression was complicated. There was envy and unwillingness. Denise was wearing the mithril armor called Immovable King by Master Golden Warhammer. At her waist was the scimitar Flying Yaksha made by Master Golden Warhammer and mixed with luminant gold. She patted her brother's shoulder and said, "Brother, govern the country well. The Peacock family has never had its current glory. I believe in you." "Sister, are you really going abroad? It's said that there are terrifying existences from the outer realm lurking in the sea. Danger lurks everywhere. Even a grand knight might die in the sea if he rashly steps into the sea," Boyka asked. His position would be even more stable with a legendary knight, so he didn't want his sister to leave. However, from the looks of it, his sister was still unwilling to stay in the capital for another moment. When I traveled around the 7 kingdoms, I heard many stories about legendary knights. Snowflake Knight, Flower Knight, Golden Knight, Lionheart Knight, Ash Knight. These names shone like stars in the history of the 7 countries. I have followed in their footsteps since I was young. I longed to become a legendary knight. It wasn't until I reached this level that I realized that being a legendary knight doesn't seem to be the end. My brother, you were born to be a king. I'm different. I'm just a woman. My ambition is not here. Father left the country to you. I hope you won't disappoint him and become a great king supported by his people. Denise, the divine light knight, turned around and rode away without any hesitation. She turned her back to the king and waved. Your Majesty, please leave. Denise's teacher had been a knight since she was young. After an unknown top-notch grand knight finished speaking, she rode her horse and chased after him. Looking at his sister's back as she left, King Boyka looked a little sad. Let's go. Leaving this place is also a form of protection for sister. He looked at the cathedral in the center of the peacock capital with a complicated expression. In the wilderness, Denise and the old knight passed by Flower City. After disguising herself, she went to the Shining Tavern and rested for the night. Chapter 695, The Deo of Humanity. 3. It's really uncomfortable to stay in the capital, Denise muttered to herself. Ever since she learned that the disappearance of those legendary knights in history might have something to do with the church, she felt a sense of urgency after she advanced to a legendary knight. Her goal was to stay away from the church and find a quiet place to cultivate peacefully. She gently wiped her precious armor and scimitar. This was a set of equipment, the immovable king armor and the flying yaksha blade. It was the last masterpiece of the golden warhammer master that she had spent a lot of money to buy at the auction. It was also the masterpiece that she was most proud of in her life. Although she did not understand the meaning of immovable king and flying yaksha, it didn't matter. The words golden warhammer carried a lot of weight. According to unreliable news, Master Golden Warhammer might have already passed away. After all, 60 years ago, he was already famous in the human world. At that time, he was already a master. This meant that he was probably around 50 years old when he became famous. Now that time had passed and he was more than 100 years old, even a grand knight's life was almost coming to an end. It had to be known that in this era, due to famine, plague, natural disasters, and man-made disasters, the average lifespan of mortals might be less than 40 years old. When Denise was traveling around the 7 kingdoms, she had once come into contact with a legendary knight of the East Pole Empire, Hog. The family of Nighthog was once the famous Ash Knight of the East Pole Empire. From Nighthog, she learned something else that shocked her. Nighthog had once received guidance from a peerless expert. It was precisely because of that expert's guidance that he was able to break through to the legendary knight realm. That expert killed the powerful primary blood clan as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. That expert had already cultivated the path of knights to an unprecedented level. He had broken the shackles of legendary. This greatly shocked Denise, who had just advanced to legendary and was quite proud of herself, and further confirmed her guess. A legendary knight was not the peak of the path of a knight. Denise asked Nighthog how she could find this senior. Hog only shook his head in an unfathomable manner and said, "Senior is elusive and never reveals his true form to the world. It is impossible for one to meet Senior. If fate is on your side, you can naturally meet him. However, if you want to find an opportunity to break through the shackles of a legendary knight, my answer is on the sea. Follow Storm City and walk forward on the sea to find the giant whale. Enter the Devil's Sea. You might gain something there." Nighthog's words were deeply imprinted in Denise's heart. The answer is out at sea. In the mysterious and vast outer sea region, there was an unknown secret hidden there. Legend had it that due to the convergence of the heavenly spheres that was rarely seen in 10,000 years, many creatures from foreign planes, such as the Blood Clan, Blue Frost, werewolves, and sea monsters caused some disasters on the sea, began to appear. In the human world where wizards were extinct, these things caused a lot of trouble for the Church of the Seven Nations. Some evil god churches also appeared one after another. On the Seven Kingdoms continent, there was the Church of the Moon God, the Death Society, the Werewolf Brotherhood, and so on. In a city near the Outer Sea region, a faction called the Holy Snake Guild had also appeared. It was said that this faction believed in a god from a different plane. The believers of this god were some lizardmen and nagas. They had already infiltrated the Outer Sea region and caused a lot of panic. Therefore, Denise might indeed face some risks if she went to the Outer Sea region. However, this could not stop her. I must find the place that Nighthawk mentioned, the Dreamland of Nights. Outside the window, the moon was cold. 10 years ago, the city lord of Flower City, Baron Levi, passed his title to his son, Baron Reed, because his life was coming to an end. He traveled alone. Currently, Baron Reed was in the castle, munching on a piece of bloody bread. The so-called Baron Reed was Andrew. It was just to prevent the residents of Flower City from being suspicious. As the war between the dark and righteous wizards broke out, Andrew hadn't mailed a letter to Levi for a long time. He had accumulated a lot of breathing techniques. Although he could not mail them over, he still helped his master collect breathing techniques in various ways as usual. This had become Andrew's habit. It was hard to change. The next day, when Andrew was reading the latest documents as normal, the sheriff rushed over. City Lord, a murder happened in the city last night. It's suspected to be caused by dark creatures. Now that the human world was attacked by unknown monsters, everyone was already used to it. Be it the Blood Clan, werewolves, undead, ghouls, etc. The church classified these horrifying creatures as dark creatures. I'll go take a look. Andrew's expression was serious. In the past few years, under his governance, Flower City was one of the cities with the least attacks from the dark creatures in the Peacock Kingdom. Storm City was the same. However, it did not mean that there were none. Occasionally, some ignorant monsters came to Flower City to cause trouble and were killed by Andrew. If Andrew couldn't win, he would summon the Blood Knight and Black Knight. The two of them had both broken through the legendary barrier and were top-level powerhouses hidden in the human world. There was nothing they couldn't solve. Chapter 696, The Deo of Humanity. 4. Of course, the ceiling premise was to exclude giants like the church. In a mansion, Andrew saw the family of 3 that had been killed by the dark creatures. Their corpses were incomplete, leaving only some bones stained with flesh and blood. Andrew carefully searched for clues. Finally, he found a strand of curly black hair in a crack in CNE Grauna. Was it werewolves? Or ghouls? These 2 dark creatures might drop their fur. Of course, it could not be ruled out that it was done by other humans. Andrew identified the smell and left with a dark expression. Damn it, there's a smell of urine. Who dropped this fur? Andrew was depressed. He quickly threw the curly hair away and went to wash his hands. He continued to search for clues. He had to find that damned murderer. Whether it was werewolves or ghouls, they were all terrifying monsters and had the strength of a legendary knight. Some powerful existences might be as terrifying as the primary Blood Clan. Just like that, a month passed. It was another quiet and peaceful night. In a dilapidated aristocratic mansion on the outskirts of Flower City, a foul smell permeated the air. On the surface, this mansion looked ordinary, but if one came to the basement of the mansion and passed through a dark and deep tunnel, they would come to a catacomb with ghost fire flickering. In the catacombs, green candles burned all around. Many naked men and women were having an unsightly gathering here. White flesh swayed and bumped, and a strong smell filled the air. Everyone, stop for a moment. Stop what you're doing. Bats flew over and gathered to form a young Blood Clan man. Upon seeing this Blood Clan man, these men and women stopped one after another. A haggard-looking old man got up from a beautiful woman and put on his wizard robe. He smiled strangely and said, "We can have more gatherings like this in the future." I, Black Bone, like it very much. This was a wild wizard from the School of Death in the human world. He had returned from the wizard world a long time ago. Now, he was living in the human world and mixing with dark creatures. Other than that, there were werewolves, ghouls, Blood Clan members, and evil witches. All in all, they were not ordinary people. As for this young Blood Clan, he was the Felmicity family's primary Blood Clan, Marshal. He was also the organizer of this gathering. Their organization was called the Dark Fairy Tales Tea Party. These supernatural existences were evil villains in some fairy tales. Because of the Church's suppression, existences like us have no choice but to live in the darkness. Now, the dark wave has recovered further, and our era is approaching. The purpose of my Tea Party is to let us minorities, these loose individuals, form an unbreakable alliance. With the demonic feast alliance as the core, we will gather everyone and fight against the damned Church and those meddlesome human knights and rangers. We are vilified by them as dark creatures, but no one was born to be dark. We were forced to hide like street rats in a dilapidated ancient castle, in the basement, in the dirty and smelly sewers. We were treated as villains in fairy tales by those weak mortals. We are the noble transcendent existences. We should be the masters of this world. This world was wrong. It needed to be adjusted to the right track. The lives of minorities are also lives. The evil witch of the Black Forest once wanted to be the kind Snow White, right, Snow White Witch? Marshall looked at the black-robed witch in the corner. Who was wearing crystal high heels and had her slender white legs draped over a male prostitute. She was Teresa, a witch from the Frost faction. The witch licked her red lips and said with a smile, "Isn't that so?" Teresa was the illegitimate daughter of a king of the Gaia kingdom. She had an old-fashioned and miserable past. Later, she accidentally inherited the Frost faction and became a witch. Therefore, we need to cooperate and not fight alone. That way, we will never be able to defeat the Church. Next, the Church of the Moon God will carry out a series of activities in the Seven Kingdoms. Those who are willing to join us can stay here. Those who don't want to, leave on your own. Today's gathering will be a memory for the future. Marshall smiled like a gentleman. After a while, the Snow Witch, the Black Bone Wizard, the Werewolf, and the Ghoul did not leave. That's great. I'm very happy that we can reach a collaboration. Everyone can also introduce some like-minded friends to join us and work hard for our great career. Just as Marshall finished speaking, she frowned. Suddenly, the door to the catacombs was slammed open. A cold-looking blood clan appeared. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I didn't expect to catch a bunch of big fish just by catching a small shrimp. Andrew threw a young werewolf on the ground. The werewolf had already turned into a dried corpse. Where did this inferior blood clan come from? Marshall looked at the dead young werewolf on the ground and couldn't help but look at the werewolf who was gnawing at a prostitute. He was a werewolf from the Walter family, Gil, whose strength was comparable to the primary blood clan. This is Xiofo, you killed Xiofo. Gil's expression changed as he looked at Andrew. Chapter 697, The Deo of Humanity. 5. He's not even fully grown yet. He's causing trouble and eating people in my territory. If he doesn't die, who will? Andrew said. He's still a child. What's wrong with eating a person? Gil's expression was ferocious as his 3-meter-tall werewolf true form appeared. His terrifying King Kong wolf claws emitted a cold light. Marshall, do you mind if I kill this overconfident secondary blood clan? Gil asked. He was afraid that this secondary blood clan was Marshall's subordinate, so he had to ask. Walter, I don't mind. You can do whatever you want. I still have something on, so I won't accompany you. Marshall had a bad feeling. A mere secondary blood clan dared to barge in here. He had something to rely on. Marshall transformed into a bat and quickly left the place. Boom! Walter turned into a black afterimage and hit Andrew, sending him flying. The Snow White Witch and the Black Bone Wizard continued to enjoy themselves. Not only did they enjoy themselves, but they also used spells from time to time to spice things up. For example, summoning an ignorant skeleton to play a threesome. Walter alone was enough to deal with a secondary blood clan hothead. Andrew also revealed his blood clan's true form and fought with Walter. The red and black lights collided, and the air billowed. Andrew retreated strategically as he fought. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from afar. Huh? The Blood Knights are here. Andrew looked over and saw a handsome silver-scaled white horse approaching on the snow. On the back of the horse, a female knight in light armor held a scimitar. 5-colored light flowed on the scimitar. In front of the female knight, there was a young werewolf running wildly. Father, save me! Someone wants to kill me! The young werewolf shouted. Gil, who was fighting Andrew, looked at the little werewolf. The female human imite was about to catch up to him. In his rage, he flung Andrew away and leaped high into the air. The light from his King Kong wolf claws cut through the night sky. T. He only had 7 wolf cubs. He had brought 2 out to train today, but he did not expect one to die. His 7 wolves turned into 6 wolves. If his wife found out, she would definitely not let him babysit in the future. Flowing light slash. The female knight's scimitar flew across the sky, and a pair of illusory 5-colored wings spread out on her back. 5-colored light flowed on the flying yaksha's scimitar, turning into a 5-colored stream of light. Boom! The shockwave from the collision swept out. Gil flew backward and looked at the female knight with a grave expression. Legendary. Other than wizards, only legendary knights could withstand his attack. Human, don't force me. Gil said coldly as a black aura wrapped around the werewolf's true form. Unexpectedly, the female knight opposite him did not say a word and directly rushed over with her war horse. The 5-colored saber beam collided with King Kong wolf claws. Sparks flew everywhere. Roar! The wolf fur on Gil's body turned into steel needles that scattered in all directions. Ping! Andrew thought that the Blood Knights had arrived. Unexpectedly, it was a legendary Imite whom he did not know. Werewolf Gil became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. The little werewolf hid at the side, and there was still human flesh at the corner of his mouth as he smiled cruelly. Father, don't beat her to death. I want to enjoy her beautiful body first before eating her. On the other side. It was as if he did not expect that the battle outside had not ended after so long. The Black Bone Wizard, the Snow White Witch, and a pale male noble walked out. These 3 were the strongest people in this group other than Gil. The pale male aristocrat was a ghoul, and this mansion was also his lair. Ghouls were also dark creatures from other dimensions. Now that the dark wave had revived, they were gradually waking up. Gil, do you need our help? The ghoul noble sneered. Get lost! Gil roared. It was a great humiliation for him to be suppressed by a legendary knight. The ghoul shrugged and continued watching the show. The Black Bone Wizard hugged the Snow White Witch. That was a wonderful feeling. Yeah, it's just too short. Do you mean the duration? Or my length? Both. Ahem, let me capture this secondary blood clan. It's not bad to be my wizard slave. The Black Bone Wizard stopped looking for trouble and chuckled. He chanted the Death Sect spell to summon the skeletons. The black door opened, and skeleton warriors in strange clothes crawled out, emitting a sinister cold aura. Go, take him down. The Black Bone Wizard said casually. Andrew's expression changed slightly, and he quickly retreated. Human knight over there, retreat first, Andrew shouted. The knight Denise looked at Andrew. She didn't expect a blood clan to care about her. From the looks of it, that blood clan was also from the human camp. This was strange. However, she also knew that if she continued to fight, the odds would be against her. How could she have thought that she would chase a werewolf to the monster's nest? She shouted, and her 5-colored wings emitted bursts of 5-colored divine light, forcing werewolf Gil back. The strange horse under her also quickly retreated. Her teacher in the distance also came to receive her. Denise, don't find trouble like this next time. You can't kill all the dark creatures. Your life is more important, the teacher said. I know, teacher. But I saw a little girl being grabbed and eaten by an ugly werewolf. If I don't do anything, my conscience won't be clear. Denise was a little helpless. Chapter 698, The Deo of Humanity. 6. Her strength was still too weak. Not enough, not enough. She wanted to be stronger. Interesting. Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? I'll let you know what a wizard is. The Snow White Witch chanted. Her red lips moved slightly, and she waved an ice blue magic wand. In the blink of an eye, ice cones formed and attacked Denise. Although my strength is limited in the human world, a mere legendary knight dares to be so presumptuous. She's simply courting death. From the perspective of most wizards, knights were born to be servants or laborers for wizards. The icicle pierced through the 5-colored light, and Denise's expression changed. The immovable king armor blocked the further attack of the icicles. The tremendous force almost knocked Denise off her horse. At the command of the Black Bone Wizard, another terrifying ghost servant appeared. First ring spell, summoning ghosts. The ghost was extremely fast, and accompanied by a sharp howl that directly attacked the mind. It was simply too easy to deal with knights. Soon, the ghost was about to catch up to Denise. At this moment, a black figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a bang. The black ox head phantom stepped on the ghost with its hooves. The ox head spat out a mouthful of black gas and sucked the ghost away. Delicious! A knight wearing pitch black armor and a minotaur mask smiled. Black Knight. Andrew quickly ran over to the Black Knight's side. Andrew, I'm sorry I'm late. The Black Knight was always late. I didn't expect there to be such an evil lair in the suburbs of Flower City. A blood-colored light descended from the sky and stood beside the Black Knight. It was the Blood Knight. 2 dark wizards and 1 ghoul. The Blood Knight clenched his fists and placed his hand on the blood-red sword. Denise had been running, but she was stunned by what she saw. Denise, come on, the teacher urged. Teacher, this is a legendary knight like me. No, I feel that they are stronger than me, Denise said in disbelief. The teacher's expression changed slightly as he looked over. 2 knights, 1 black and 1 red. The black and red auras around them soared into the sky, as if they were burning with black and red flames. Which powerhouse is this? Her teacher was knowledgeable and had traveled the world, but he had never seen such an extraordinary person. I'm not sure. I suspect, this is the group of people that Nighthawk mentioned, Denise muttered. Humans always like to poke their noses into other people's business. The ghoul nobleman's clothes were suddenly torn, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a pile of rotten meat monsters that looked like a small mountain. In fact, he was the strongest existence among them. He was already close to the strength of a second circle wizard. Wizards, let's do it. These 2 people are something. A buzzing sound came from the rotten meat. I don't need you to tell me. The Black Bone Wizard and the Snow White Witch both chanted spells, and more skeletons appeared. Ghosts lingered in the sky, and the aura of ice filled the air. I'll deal with these 2 wizards, you deal with the ghoul, the Black Knight said calmly. He suddenly rushed forward, and a minotaur phantom waved its chain hammer. The earth was trembling. Boom! Skeletons were sent flying by the grass, and ghosts were crushed by the minotaur. The ice arrow was sent flying by the chain hammer. At this moment, the 2 wild wizards realized that something was wrong. What? What's going on? Is a knight that strong? If you ask me, who should I ask? Retreat. The 2 of them used their escape lights and prepared to escape. The minotaur's chain hammer turned into a great sword. Terrifying black flames wrapped around it and transformed into a black sword light that was nearly 40 meters long. The defensive spells around the 2 wild wizards were instantly shattered. Under the sword light that split the sky and earth, they were reduced to ashes. In front of the Blood Knight, a pile of rotten flesh had already been burnt by the blood flames. The Black Knight and the Blood Knight rushed into the ground of the mansion, accompanied by wails. Not long after, the world fell silent. Well, Denise's teacher was shocked speechless. As a legendary knight, Denise was no better. Is this a knight? Is it really not some kind of wizard? Denise's teacher asked in confusion. Another nest has been destroyed. Recently, the activity of evil beings has become more and more frequent. After easily killing a group of monsters, the Blood Knight did not look too excited. That's right. We can't contact the leader either. We don't know how the wizard world is doing. The war between the dark and righteous wizards is very cruel, the Black Knight said worriedly. With our leader's strength and personality, it shouldn't be a problem for him to survive, the Blood Knight said. They came to Andrew's side and glanced at Denise. Divine Light Knight Denise? The Blood Knight asked. Yes, Senior, are you a Blood Knight? I was, but I'm Anderson now. That's the Black Knight. The Minotaur behind the Black Knight disappeared and said softly. I'm your admirer, Denise. Denise said excitedly. We can't stay here for long. Let's go and talk somewhere else, the Blood Knight said. After cleaning up the battlefield, they brought Denise and her disciple to a stronghold in Storm City. I didn't realize the 2 of you are still alive, Denise said. We are just old farts. The Blood Knight mocked himself. Chapter 699, The Deo of Humanity. 7. In fact, they originally wanted to visit the Divine Light Knight when they had the time. If there was nothing wrong with her character, they would invite her into the Dusk Holy Temple. However, they had been busy cultivating. In addition, the Divine Light Knight was traveling everywhere, so it was difficult to find her. Unexpectedly, he met the other party here. Do the two of you live in the Outer Sea region? Denise asked. How do you know? When I was in the East Pole Empire, a legendary knight told me that there were knights who were even stronger than legends in seclusion in the Outer Sea region. It's Nighthawk, right? Yes, how did you know? Because he's also a member of our organization. Senior, I also want to join your organization. Do you have any requirements? Denise said bluntly. There will be a period of assessment, but judging from your temperament and character, there shouldn't be any problems with the assessment, the Blood Knight said. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. When Denise finally passed the assessment and rode the giant whale to the rarely seen Devil's Sea, she saw the island hidden in the fog. On the island, a holy temple stood majestically in the mountains. The clouds parted. In the high mountains and valleys, water flowed and birds flew. Young knights in plain clothes were training in various ways on the training ground in the mountains. Divine Light Knight, welcome to the Dusk Holy Temple. From now on, you are a member of the Twilight Knights, the Blood Knight said. The knights naturally have a commander. I wonder who the commander of our knights is? Is he in the Dusk Holy Temple? Denise asked. She guessed that this leader should be the elusive peerless expert that Hogg mentioned. The commander is no longer in the human world. He has long stepped into a supreme realm that we can't imagine, opening up a wider path for us knights. If you are fated to meet him in the future, you can call him a Supreme Knight. A Supreme Knight. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1076, Month of Flowers. The 40th year of the Great Expedition. On the endless sea, flames of war raged. Yellow Earth Continent. In Lion King City, Levi woke up from his meditation art cultivation. He held the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual Force, 105. Spell Power, 4,200. It's getting slower and slower. I have to prepare the ingredients for the Third Circle Meditation Supplementary Potion. Levi muttered to himself. He did have a potion formula that belonged to Rex. However, there were no meditation supplementary potion ingredients in Rex's legacy. The few ingredients were all consumed by Rex. 86 years old. I'm rushing down the path of a 100-year-old man. The end of the first 100 years of my life is approaching. Levi could not help but stand up. After this period of time in Lion King City, Levi had already grasped the mixed venom true form that Clay cultivated. Levi. Mixed venom true form, level 4, 1/20,000. Special effect, mixed venom, level 4. According to Clay's notes, the level 4 mixed venom true form body tempering technique was already comparable to a first circle body refining wizard, which was a legendary knight. Why do I feel that this body tempering technique is not difficult for me at all? Levi was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, even if he had the proficiency panel, even if he was talented, he shouldn't have cultivated so quickly. One had to know that this was Clay's proud technique. He had used nearly 100 years to cultivate to level 6. Levi, on the other hand, had reached level 4 in less than 2 years. The only explanation is that my night realm is too high, so it's not difficult for me to cultivate such a similar body tempering technique. Levi willed, and black venom emerged from the surface of his body, enveloping him. These asphalt-shaped toxic swarm had been completely tamed by Levi and had become a part of Levi's strength without any discomfort. Is this symbiotic? Levi murmured. The venomous microorganisms on his fingertip kept condensing into a sharp black blade. He opened the special effect on the proficiency panel. Mixed venom, level 4. Your body has a special mixed toxin. The effect of this toxin will increase as you absorb more types of poison. It's similar to my scarlet poison body. I wonder if this thing can fuse with my scarlet dragon breathing technique. Levi looked at the scarlet dragon breathing technique. So far, there was no reaction. They're all body tempering techniques. If I can't fuse them now, I should be able to in the future, Levi muttered to himself. In any case, it was not difficult to learn this mixed venom true form. He planned to practice it in the future. Moreover, even if it could not be fused, if he cultivated the mixed venom true form to Clay's realm, it would be very powerful. Coupled with the cultivation of a third circle senior wizard, he could be considered a top-notch expert below the fourth circle. It's time to leave. It's already very difficult to improve in the Outer Sea region. Levi sighed. He had basically become a top-notch combatant in the Outer Sea region. Putting aside those fourth circle wizards, he was enough to be a king. Unfortunately, this was far from enough. Even a primordial soul wizard will die. What right do I have to be complacent? Levi remembered the high-level wizard who had escaped with only his primordial soul. Right now, my path as a knight is still missing the most critical 4-in-1 strength dimension. The difficulty of the 4-in-1 is the dragon demon breathing technique. Chapter 700, The Deo of Humanity. 8. The dragon demon breathing technique required transcendent creatures with the blood of the musk bull and the ostrich mountain bird. It seemed that he could not find them in the outer circle area. He might have to go to the inner sea region to find them. Then there's the transcendent creature with the undying bird bloodline. The black flame demonic bird can't even be considered a first circle creature. It can no longer support the cultivation of my death ember breathing technique. In addition, the sky dragon had the third circle wind thunder winged dragon, the scarlet dragon had the level 2 blood clan skin, and the golden snake had Gustav and the three-horned dragon king. It was still enough for cultivation. The outer sea region was too barren. Levi was already at his limit to be able to collect all of this. Another reason why they had to leave the outer sea region was because of spells. Although Levi was already at the third circle, the spell he used was still at the second circle. Only the glacial sword finger was at the third circle. He had obtained 3 third circle spells from clay, but other than the water screen prison, he did not care about anything else. Learning was also a waste of his brain's memory. The third circle spell constitution was extremely huge and complicated. It was not something low-level spells could compare to. Even if Levi could use low-level spell synthesis, the prerequisite was that Levi had countless low-level spell databases. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cook without rice. As for his original spell, it would take a lot of time. What Levi lacked the most now was time. He had to be strong enough to create his own spell. He could only start when he was almost out of danger. Levi did not even have an innate spell or a third circle defensive field. Also, he might have to go to the inner sea region to find the medicinal materials to purify the golden aberration insect. It's time to leave. He told the fur clansman to pack up and prepare to move. Golden Lion Castle. Sir Levi, I don't know when we'll meet again. I'm afraid we won't be able to repay your kindness to the Golden Lion family in this lifetime, Leon cried. Damn it! With such a thick thigh, how could he not cry when he was about to leave Lion King City? Sir Leon, you don't have to take it to heart. I've been indebted to your family for a long time. I believe in treating others sincerely. There are friends everywhere in the world. How can the family left behind by the Lionheart Knight be ordinary? I wish the Golden Lion Jostar family a prosperous future. Levi said. Senior, I won't trouble you with you. I'll work hard to cultivate. If you need me in the inner sea, Dino's Jostar will come back, Dino said solemnly. No problem. I hope you can grow up as soon as possible. I'll see you in the inner sea region in the future, Levi said. Then, he left the Golden Lion Jostar family. Commander, try my newly comprehended body technique. Emperor Mew descended from the sky and accumulated strength with his hands as a terrifying golden fluctuation brewed. Levi smiled and raised his hand. Emperor Mew was sent flying and fell into the sea in front of him. Emperor Mew emerged from the sea and said, although it failed, I still have to say the name of this move. What name? Ape King Airwave Palm. Isn't it just vibrating the bloodline power between your palms at high speed and forming an air cannon? Levi chuckled. Yes, as expected of the regiment commander. Sigh. Emperor Mew was discouraged. Why don't we change it to a nicer name? Levi smiled playfully. What name? Leader, tell me. I'll name someone useless, but it still depends on you. You're a cultured person, Emperor Mew asked expectantly. Turtle Sect Energy Art. After saying that, Levi waved his wizard robe and the griffin flew over. He sat on the griffin and flew high up. I hope that the next time we meet, you can reach my current realm. I have a feeling that the era of the Twilight Knights has begun. Emperor Mew looked at his commander who had disappeared. Turtle Faction Kigong. No, turtle doesn't sound good. I'm a Saint Ape. From now on, I'll be called Saint Ape Kigong. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1076, Month of Flowing Fire. Riptide City. It had been nearly 20 years since the change in power in Riptide City. In 20 years, there might be a change in the dynasty in the human world. However, in the wizard world, it was actually only a short period of time. Afterwards, Blue Dragon Lady reported Sorit's seizure of power to the Wizard Tribunal. After a long trial, he had overcome many obstacles. The final result of the judgment was a misunderstanding. It was understandable that he made a move because he thought that the Blue Dragon Lady was hiding a demon. Of course, Sorit's actions were against the rules no matter what. The tribunal asked Sorit to pay a huge fine and deprive him of his political rights for 100 years. In the end, he was suspended for 10 years. This made Blue Dragon Lady feel helpless. A mere 5th Circle Thunder Dragon family had such extraordinary means in the Inner Sea region? It was enough to make the Wizard Tribunal disregard the law. The power behind the Thunder Dragon family must have protected him. Even though she was indignant, Blue Dragon Lady could not do anything about it. The Dragon Descendant Priory could not interfere with the Endless Sea's internal affairs. Besides, although the Dragon School of Thought were all elites, they were only a niche faction. Compared to the Ocean School of Thought, they were nothing. Fortunately, the Wizard Tribunal had also deprived Sorit of his political rights for 100 years. This meant that Sorit did not have the qualifications to run for the Star Tower or any official organization in the Wizard Council for the next 100 years. He returned to the Thunder Dragon family and focused on the family. Now that he was the clan leader of the Thunder Dragon family, his status was still high.